Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My apologies for starting a little bit late. It is a new venue, and we thought just give people a chance to find the parking and all of that. Let me just at the outset express gratitude to Nhlanhla, who has gone out of her way with her team to organize us to meet here. And it will be good if you could, we don't have to discuss it here, but if you could give feedback to her about this venue. I had thought that it would be symbolically very important for the important human rights issue of climate change to be dealt with here at Constitution Hill, because it gives it more meaning, and it sort of, you know, this is a nationally an important commission, and it should be meeting in an important place. Its meeting should take place. And that was my whole idea, but it may not work practically. Then you can just say that to Nhlanhla, the team will also say that. But thank you very much for all of you coming here. A number of people are not here, understandably so on the part of government people, because you had a budget speech yesterday and there's a lot of activity going on over there. But I'm not too concerned about that, because this is really a Lekgotla style meeting today, as I see it, for us to sit back, look at how we've been working honestly and frankly, talk to each other about it, and plan what we do for the coming year. We'll of course be led by the executive director and his team, who no doubt have done a lot of thinking about this, and who no doubt, knowing them, already have an idea as to what they want us to decide. So this meeting will really be to agree with them or not. Generally in good management is that the managers develop the strategy, and then the governing body approves it or not approves it or varies it or something. As a governing body, we're not in a position to develop the strategy. We don't have the wherewithal, the time, or anything of that sort. They've done the work, they've done the thinking. We can tell them whether we think they're on the right track or not. Just an overall message to give, really. No credit necessarily to the Presidential Climate Commission, but the climate issue has been steadily gaining momentum in South Africa. And I'm very pleased about that, you know, and the big thing is that the big corporates, the people with the money, have read the writing on the wall and are all looking at doing things that you heard Cecil made some sort of announcement last week, which was of global significance. The motor car manufacturers are looking at electric vehicles. In case you don't know, I myself 2 weeks ago bought an electric vehicle. They're very expensive. All I can tell you is that it's not for the ordinary man or woman. It's very expensive, but hopefully the price will come down. And I came with it here today. If anybody wants to take it for a test drive, feel free. I'm offering it to you, Crispian. When I go away to Cape Town, we can keep it for a week.
Blessing wants to. Yeah, I think it's a good PR opportunity. I'm sure there's a good driving opportunity.
Okay.
We'll test it, Deputy Chair.
I was also pleased about completely unexpected. The president said nice words about the Climate Commission, especially about the important role that I am playing. All of you, of course, would know better than that. You would know that I do very little, actually. But and of course, in the budget, there were a few things about climate-friendly sort of stuff. I don't know whether it's a climate-friendly budget. I can't really make that kind of assessment. But not from a climate point of view, but I thought that Commissioner Lungisa Fuzile we may want to give him 5 minutes just to just to do a sort of a sitting lounge type of talk to us about his observations on the budget yesterday. I would find it interesting. I'm sure some of you would find it interesting, because we can't all pretend to understand what the real highlights are of the budget or the downlights of the budget, and he may be able to tell us about that. But I'm really looking forward to today's session and for us to work on what we've got. It's quite clear to me that after 3 years, we have managed to keep our relevance. I think we can be more relevant, but we've managed to keep our relevance. And in a society which is fraught with division, a lot of politics going on, Parliament being what it is, etc., we must give credit to our team, I think, for keeping us on a steady plane. Nobody has rejected what we've said so far. No recommendation that we have made has been written. No political party has attacked us. Nobody has said we've got some other kind of agenda. Nobody has said that, you know, anything of that. And I think that's a wonderful achievement, Crispian, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm here mainly to listen, to have my own say. And from here onwards, when I talk, Crispian, I'll be just talking in my own capacity as a commissioner. You know, views that don't need to be taken, don't need to be given unnecessary weight. And I'm going to hand it over to you, Crispian, to guide us through today's session.
Good. Thank you, Chair, and very good morning, commissioners, and all the secretariat and guests that are with us. So we have asked 2 facilitators to help us run today's session, and I want to introduce them to you. They are Justine Neke, who's sitting in the corner, and next to her is Poppy Mushwana. And they're going to be facilitating the session. We thought it's best to hand it over to a sort of neutral, independent party. So, you know, they will bring out what your priorities are for the Commission for this year. So I'm going to let them maybe just come and say hello. And they want to ask you what your expectations are for today. So I'm going to give them like a brief slot. I was promised that it would not take too much time. And then I want to get us into the introductory session, which is really about the economic context within which the Commission operates.
Thank you very much. As Crispian said, my name's Justine Neke, my colleague, Poppy Mushwana from Ndlela Growth Strategies. We worked with the Secretariat in terms of their strategy session. And there's a follow-on from that as well. This mic keeps on cutting. I want to just start off very quickly with running through the agenda. We know what's on there. You would have received it. But just to set the scene, to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the agenda. And then very briefly also to talk about expectations. Thank you. Hopefully this will be better. Crispian's asked me to be very brief, so I'm going to gather a couple of expectations, but it's really just to hear from you in the room around your expectations for the session. So if we can just, I'm going to flick to the next one if I can. So very briefly, meeting objectives that were set for the session were around reviewing the strategic development context, assessing PCC work to date, identifying overarching strategic priorities for the year, and then discussing how the Commission should organize its work for the year. So how do we work better? How do we improve how we do, deliver, and make the most of the skills and the understanding of society that we have in the room? Just very briefly in terms of the agenda, we're going to go from here into a panel discussion on the strategic and economic context. And that'll be input from Prof. Bharat, and then also from Trudy Mikhail, who will be joining us online. Really looking at our economic context, the global carbon constraint, how it'll affect the economy and the overall economic strategy. How does it fit into the work that the PCC does? And then an opportunity really to engage on that. From there, we'll go into an assessment of the PCC work and a SWOT analysis. And you'll all be aware that Crispian had sent out a survey gathering inputs from commissioners in terms of SWOT elements, what we've done well, what we need to do differently, and how we can improve in the period ahead. We've got a tea break at 11 o'clock. If we feel that we need to pull it earlier or you need a body break, please just indicate and we can do so. While I'm on that, just to let you know that the bathrooms are through the door to the right. And if those bathrooms are all occupied, you can walk across the courtyard and there's a set of bathrooms on the other side of the courtyard where tea will also be served. At 11:30, strategic priorities for 2023, and that's really input from Crispian and the various working group chairs, reflections on priorities for the working groups, a summary of the survey results, and then discussion on that. Lunch at 1 o'clock. Then we go into discussion on a social engagement model for PCC. And clearly this is one of those areas that really is critical in terms of the work of the PCC to have impacts about the social engagement. So looking at that social partnership engagement model, how should the Commission structure its outreach and stakeholder engagement for the just transition? And input from Blessing, from the Secretariat, and from Andrew Burain from EDP. We finally go into discussion around the Commission work program, and hopefully by then we've all wrapped it up and we figured out exactly what the priorities are. And so really, what are the topics that the Commission should focus on during 2023? How can the different capacities of commissioners be optimally used? And how should the Commission structure itself in terms of communities and coordination mechanisms? And then we go into wrap up. So the intention is to complete at 5 o'clock at the end of the day. I'm going to ask that when we have inputs, if we can be brief in terms of the inputs, so that we can gather as much of the inputs and insights from people in the room. And then also just to, in terms of process, we will be trying to manage it quite tightly so that we can get through the agenda from a program point of view. So I want to just lay out, and this will take one moment longer, but it's useful to just set the guidelines. And I'm sure that probably these are fairly standard, but I want to just run through them and I want to check if there's anything else you want to add. So really just that in terms of this conversation, we've got a lot of people in the room. A request to engage openly and honestly on issues, not at a personal level, being willing to debate and deliberate, being information driven, and not being afraid to ask for clarity. So just as a set of baseline guidelines, is there anything else we want to add to this? And maybe I can just ask a question about cell phones. Can we put cell phones on silent? There are. Okay, yes. Okay, so good practice. So the first person whose cell phone rings gets to put 50 Rand in the pot towards the just transition. Okay. Okay, so comfortable with that. I know people have got their laptops open. I'm going to leave it at that. But obviously we would request that your focus is here in the room. And then I want to just pause here for a moment and really just to give you an opportunity. There will be a range of opportunities across the course of the day, but just to start off and check with you if there are any burning expectations beyond the meeting objectives that people want to raise, that they would want to see coming out of this process, the things that you would want to see addressed that would tell you that it's been a successful process. And you would have heard I got a little bit of guidance from Crispian about she's going to keep it brief. So really, the people with the top burning points that you want to raise around expectations. If you can just take a moment, think about what your expectations are, and then I'm just going to take a couple of hands around that. And when you provide your expectations, if I can ask you to also just introduce yourself.
Can I just ask, it's
Yeah.
me, my expectation is that because this is a Lekgotla type of session, that the management team would also participate as much as the commissioners and should feel free to do so. Otherwise, it becomes a bit of an artificial thing. That if that's okay with you, Crispian, but and along those same principles, talk openly, don't be afraid, and whatever else. They may have things to say about the commissioners and our conduct. They should just say it, okay? Because this is but that freedom ends at 4:30 today. But until then, there's an amnesty until 4:30.
I'm noticing you've got a half an hour between 4:30 and 5, but I'm not sure what happens over there. So, I mean, I think just to the chairperson's point, There is an invitation now. So this is about how the PCC Secretariat and the commissioners work together, because that's actually where your effectiveness comes in as well. So let's just put on the table expectations in terms of the process. And maybe if you want to just take a moment and then you can jot down for a moment. I'm going to give you half a minute and then any inputs on expectations. Okay. So I'm going to do sort of popcorn style, and whoever has big expectations that they would want to see, can I just see hands in terms of people who'd want to contribute expectations for the session? And otherwise I get the joy of picking on somebody who looks like they're writing a lot. Go ahead. Just introduce yourselves as well so that everybody's aware of where you come from and probably know you, but nonetheless, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mbolaeni Mbodi. Yeah, I think what is burning is maybe we need to deal with transparency when it comes to what is being done and for what. So when you pick up some subject matter, probably there is a reason behind it, but there should really be transparency with regards to why are we following that path. And maybe that transparency would also look at what is the agency behind whatever is being pursued. And I think that way, if we were to fix that one up, maybe the colleagues will add, but if we fix that, it will help us all to be marshaled right. Yeah.
And I'm realizing I'm handing you the mic and we're all pretending that COVID doesn't exist. My mother just got a COVID diagnosis this morning, so like I'm dealing with that. Sorry, yes, and I'm just saying, so I was just saying, we have mics in front. I don't need to hand you the mic. Thank you very much for that input. So the point about transparency, and actually that's how we're going to work together, if we understand and we can work in the same way. Go ahead, Mac. Go ahead. There's a mic.
No, good morning, Chair, Commissioners, fellow Commissioners, and everybody else. I'm not sure whether this will be expectation, but I'll try and explain why I think are my expectations. The first expectation will be for the Secretariat to communicate better going forward. I think we had, communication gaps before. We had towards our meetings, late delivery of documents and so on. So I think I expect that the Secretariat should at least communicate better. The second one is, look, we have the just transition is a framework is there now. And what I was battling with in my mind is in the framework, there are, those justices. One of the Commission's responsibilities is to communicate to the public. How do we make sure that the public is not left behind when it comes to what is it that are supposed to be looking at or expecting from the framework itself, right? I'm specifically giving that area as an example. I think there's also an expectation out there, which I think is something that I also need to raise here, that fact that there is the investment plan is out there. There will be an expectation for people to know how are they going to be benefiting from what is contained in the investment plan itself, because we are talking about it, everybody's talking about it out there, but the ordinary people, when they hear what is being raised there, there's an expectation. How do we as a commission communicate that to the public? I think the last issue is, again, in the just transition framework. There's an action plan there. That action plan talks about the long-term and the medium-term issues that needs to be driven by this commission. I just don't know how we're going to be driving that as a commission. So especially the short-term issues. How do we as a commission drive those issues? I think those for me are the issues that need to be.
Okay, thank you very much. So some internal issues in terms of how we improve what we do, and then the
Yeah.
points of focus, and
Yeah.
there's a sense of urgency there
Yeah.
around the last point that we're raising. I'm going to take like 2 more hands and then I'm going to move on. Yes, if I can go ahead over there, Bongani, and then I'm going to come across to Joanne. And if you could just turn your mic on, please. Your mic, and
Did
can
you
I ask people
recognize
to
me?
be quite brief?
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I'm long most of the time. Thank you very much. Morning, Chair and dear colleagues. Mine is short. I'd like us to develop a strategic plan that is going to implement and provide a clear roadmap for the just transition framework implementation. But also it must be commonly acceptable by us in the room. I'm interested in the organizational design, especially from what management thought from the secretariat point of view, how they thought we should structure the organization. But for me, what is critical on strategy and planning is it must be easy to execute and also easy to monitor, unambiguous. Thank you.
So some nice conditions. Go ahead, Joanne.
Thanks, Joanne Yowich. You know, my expectations come from the responses to the survey, and I was disappointed that so few commissioners in fact responded. And I think that's a conversation in itself. But I think that there are issues in those responses around sort of roles and responsibilities is the broad way to put it. Both of commissioners as well as of the secretariat. And I think that if we can have a substantial conversation around that and reach some kind of clarity and agreements, it would really take us forward. Thanks.
Lovely. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close there unless there's any burning questions. I'm looking to Crispian and I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Justine. So that was, in a sense, the icebreaker session. And you now know the facilitator. So she's basically in charge. I'm just going to curate this next session. And just to say what we wanted to do with this session is to try and frame the broader economic context within which we're going to operate as the Commission. So our starting point is not necessarily the climate transition, it's what's going on in the global economy and what's going on in the domestic economy that are going to shape the way that we work. And we've invited Harun Borat, who most of you know. He's the prof of economics at UCT. He's widely published and acknowledged as an expert on inequality, income dynamics, and labor markets. And in terms of our own thinking about the just transition and this thorny question of employment, his input is going to really help frame those discussions. So Harun's going to give us a presentation. We're also joined by Trudy Makaya, who is the economic advisor to the president. And once Harun has given his presentation, Trudy will give us some reflections on government policy and where it's heading and how we as the Commission fit into that. And then it's going to be an open discussion. We thought we should ask Commissioner Fuzile to say a few words about the budget yesterday, which I think would be a very useful way of like setting the scene and open it up for reflections, discussion. And the objective here is to really just frame the context. We're not trying to get you to make any decisions, but it's going to shape then the rest of the discussions we have during the course of the day. So can we get Harun's presentation up? Yeah. I think stand with a mic. So I'm going to hand over to you, Harun. No, that's the presentation I'm going to be doing later.
Can you hear me while I'm doing mine?
We can, but I don't think the online audience.
They
Oh,
can't
there
hear
you
me.
go.
Okay. So the one thing I asked Crispin to say, which he didn't, and I'll say it, is that think of me as somebody who knows very little about sustainable development, about the green economy. I may try the Honorable Former Minister's EV, but that's about as far as my expertise goes. I will say as a teaser, towards the end of the presentation that I'll pick up with the co-chairs and so on, is that interestingly, we have just begun a study. So I'm almost bookending the presentation. We've just begun a study because we are micro data experts. We work with labor force survey data and household survey data. We've begun quite an empirically intensive study on the size and shape, and you understand this immediately, of the coal industry. So if one is thinking about the just transition, you better know how many coal workers there are. And actually, we don't know. Not exactly. Those numbers are completely pulled from the sky. And so the labor force survey data work we're doing is something we can talk about at the end and so on. So we're hoping to launch that report in March and so on. So that's not what I came to talk about. I came to talk about, I saw the presentation, a presentation that's a little bit disjointed than I'd prefer, just because I move around. So I run from thinking about the global economy and giving you some sort of a very quick study and a quick overview of global economic trends, and then feeding into a very deep dive into the South African economy, but actually focus on the South African labor market post-COVID. And then there's a third part in which I try and bring out two big themes that have driven our thinking around, let's call it, I was telling Lungisa, supply side economics of a good type, the temporary employment relief scheme, and I'll give you a little bit of insights into that, hopefully. And then what I've called, at least for me, how the statistical penny has dropped about how to think about unemployment. So I'll leave that there. So on the academics can't work without PowerPoint, I promise you. So I'm stuck now. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, they had it right. I mean,
yes, it was on. Yes, so I wish I was a historian, because they read their papers and with nothing, no PowerPoints, but economists need graphs and tables and. Okay.
okay.
All right. So, let me go back. So we had, I think we had, we had 50 Rand for cell phone on. I don't know if there's a prize for guessing. I was trying to figure out one of my favorite authors and how to weave the title of one of his books into my presentation. It took me 30 years and I finally did it. So if you figure out economic distress in the time of COVID and who the favorite author is, maybe there's a prize the facilitator can think about. But that's for you to keep in the back of your mind. So as I said, it's a little bit of a disjointed presentation. Where should I be pointing? Maybe I can ask the controller guy to move, yeah. So very, well, not very brief, but by comparison, actually a brief global growth outlook, and I'll go through a lot of things, a lot of detail. I know there's not an economics audience. The presentation I prepared on this is actually for an investment team on the asset management side, so it's a little bit dense, but I'm going to hopefully take you through it and show you why we've arrived at a stage where the global economy is under massive strain, right? And where that strain has come from. And then I say a sort of almost a complete right turn. Let's go to South Africa, but actually I'm not going to talk about economic growth and the broader concerns and investment and so on. I'm actually just going to talk about the labor market. I'm going to show you the scarring that's occurred in the labor market, both in terms of wages, employment, as a consequence of COVID. And then say, well, the president did respond, and Trudy maybe will also talk about this in the form of a temporary employment relief scheme and ask what the impact has been. And then, as I said to you, this penny has dropped about unemployment in South Africa, and I want us to pause and think about that. If I can get the next, okay. So here's the, if you think of global GDP growth rates, they've sort of, if you look at the numbers on the left, they've sort of hovered in quite high figures, driven mainly, of course, by China and the US and the EU, because they're such big. So when you think about the world economy, think about, let me just put a timer, think about 3 regions. Think about, I'm putting a timer on. Think about China, think about the EU, and think about the US. They're the global growth drivers. They're the biggest economies on the planet, and they drive global growth. So we've been in a healthy stage of sort of over 5% for a good couple of decades. Suddenly though, right, sort of as an overhang, and I'll talk to it from COVID, you've seen global growth forecasts, and this is the big thing, slashed from 6% to 3%, and then further down. We thought we were going to move up 2023, but in fact, the threat of growth slowdown has continued for 2 years now. And this is a big, big deal. Right? It's a big deal because it has consequences for all sorts of real economy effects. But how weak is the world economy? So just remember this, it's the weakest growth profile we've seen for 20 years outside of the big financial crisis in 2008. So this is a really sort of weak moment for the global economy. About a third of the world economy, right, in GDP terms, faces 2 consecutive periods of negative growth. Remember, 2 consecutive periods of negative growth is a recession. So you may not pick it up in the financial press, but you're looking at a third of the world's, in terms of GDP, economy facing a recession, right? And this is continuing in real time. So if you look at releases, as we have to, regular releases, Lungisa's team feeds him this every day, regular releases from the IMF and the World Bank, you are seeing the prospect of weaker growth continuing. So what do the numbers look like? So just so you get a sense, that was the US, China is down here, 8%, right? And suddenly the bottom falls out. 0 growth in the US, and look at China, right? China goes from 8 to 3%. The headline is what you're always seeing, right? So the Ukrainian war, but Russia goes into recession, right? So one of the big economic consequences for Putin, if you like, right, is what's happening to the economy, right? And there's nothing like change of leadership being hastened by economic recession, right? And so you can run through everything, but essentially the percentage change you're seeing is negative, whether you take the group, so it's advanced economies, you can take emerging and developing Asia. I've just stuck South Africa in here, and you can see what's happened to us. It's not just an energy issue, although that's exacerbated it, but you're certainly looking at declines in growth that are consistent with the rest of the world. But our performance as an emerging market is much, much poorer than the rest of the emerging world. So just to be clear, growth in the world is determined, as I said, by these 3 large economies. 50% of the projected 2022 decline that's in the world is due to lower growth in China, the US, the Euro area, as we said, but also Russia. So don't underestimate the contribution or the negative contribution of Russia and as a consequence of the war to global growth. So I just thought I'd pause here because as I ran through this, it suddenly struck me that perhaps for a non-economics audience, broadly speaking, I know you probably know much more about other things that are far more important, that you may want to pause and say, well, what on earth happened, right? So why are we suddenly here? And so the first thing to remember is that post-COVID, we had, you've heard of supply chain problems, right? You saw this, right? So we had massive global supply chain contraction. Suddenly, as the world economy opens post-COVID, you want to go and fly, you're going to shops, you're buying EVs, right? But the supply chains are broken down. And one of the key reasons supply chains are broken down is because COVID has persisted in China, right? As you know, so China doesn't open up, or in other cases where the demand has ramped up so dramatically that you can't open up fast enough, right? Supply chain problems creates inflationary pressures. Right, I just want to get a sense. So I'm switching to like lecture mode. Does that make sense, right? So suddenly, you know, everybody used to have a bottle of water here, but suddenly it's very difficult to get a bottle of water for everybody in this audience. And of course, what do firms do is when there's a shortage, they increase prices. So this is a global phenomenon though. Not one country. It's not just the Ukrainian war causing a shortage in grain, right? So that's the addition that we see, gas, right? That's sort of a later effect. But the key thing is this once-off mass global supply chain problem. When inflation goes up, what are economies forced to do? Okay, this is a test. This will be in the test tomorrow. They increase interest rates. Because the thing that central bankers fear the most, right? The thing that they fear the most, right, is not crime, it's not inequality, it's not unemployment, it's not climate change, it's inflation. Inflation is what keeps them awake at night. So the first thing they do is they go into the toolbox and they increase interest rates. Increase interest rates is the surefire way, we know from 40, 50 years of economics, to reduce inflation. Problem with increasing interest rates is it's recessionary, so it reduces growth, right? And so that's where we end up. This is a pure consequence of a COVID hangover, supply chain shortages, inflationary pressures, interest rate increases, and off we go. And once the big boys and girls do this, namely China, the Euro, and the US, once they do that, we all follow suit. And so the interconnectedness of the global economy comes home very, very quickly. So if I can get the next slide. I don't think my thing is working, so I thought I'd quickly take you through what are the things that are going on, some of the big mega trends in the global economy. We've seen the interest rate hikes, right? So when we say monetary accommodation recedes, that means on the back, I can talk 30 minutes on each of these, but very quickly, there was a period, that's why you saw all this innovation in the US economy, in China, in parts of East Asia as well, is because there was free money, cheap money, right? Banks were able to offer investors, innovators, venture capitalists, very, very cheap money. That's over, right? So you're seeing that coming through now in terms of interest rate hikes and even retrenchments in tech companies and so on. There's a lot of, I won't go through this, but there's a lot of labor market uncertainty. So we had something called the Phillips curve, the natural rate of unemployment. You can get a balance between interest rates, inflation, and the natural rate of unemployment. We don't know what labor markets look like in advanced economies any longer. People are preferring work-leisure balances. People are working from home. They're taking reduced pay packages. There are all sorts of things going on, and it's not quite clear where the labor market has settled globally. I think that's really important, but kind of sits in the background because it doesn't make for good newsprint, is that you don't want monetary policy divergence. So you don't want too much. So what's happened in China and Japan is that they're less worried about inflation. And so their interest rates have actually stayed fairly moderate relative to the US and Euro. That has caused monetary policy divergence, which causes frictions in the world economy, because you've got all these different and differential interest rates creating opportunities and risks elsewhere. So the cost of investment is much higher in one region relative to another. And so you find it much, much harder to catalyze growth. Thing that's very, very important for our part of the world is this thing called dollar strength. Anybody know why we're worried about dollar strength? If we have a lot of debt that's in dollars, right, a strong dollar is a big, big problem for you. So if you followed the press and if you followed events north of our border, Zambia, Ghana is a big one, right? So the MTN case, in my view, is really a dollar strength case. The Ghanaian authorities suddenly are facing massive dollar-denominated debt that is much more expensive for them now because the dollar is strong. So they've got to pay back in dollars, but they've got to pay back more because this dollar is now much, much stronger. So they look at the fiscus and they say, well, let's go to MTN because there's this penalty that's due to them to fill our coffers, right? And so I'm assuming Lungisa and them are the bankers for MTN. That's why I'm looking at him. But that creates all sorts of problems of sovereign debt. So if you have your debt, and it can be corporates, right? So we kind of lucky as South Africans, but we do have debt exposure in dollars. But if we had more, we'd be in big, big trouble. So if most of Eskom's, what is it, 400 billion? Imagine 70% of it was denominated in dollars. We'd be in big, big trouble with dollar strength. And we can't control that. And one of the reasons we have dollar strength, just to be clear, is when interest rates rise in the US, money moves to the US, right? Because you get a greater return. Money moves in and the dollar strengthens. So there are all sorts of dynamics that we can't control. And if you are not careful and you start securing debt or too much debt in dollars and you can't repay when it turns against you, you're going to be in big trouble. And so sovereign debt, not just in sub-Saharan Africa, but in Latin America, sovereign debt default is one of the big, big risks we're facing in the developing world as a consequence of this growth. Okay, I had two big slides on inflation, but let me run through them very quickly. But I realized last night that actually there may be a few things that are quite important for you as a commission. So we have overall inflationary pressures, right? So just to be clear, you can see why we've got inflationary pressures just on the graphic. So in the 2000s, we were in the 0 to 4-5% sort of band. I think many of us are old enough to remember sort of the 70s where you had very, very high inflation, which I'll show later on. But this is a period where we've come off 2 decades of very low inflation. But suddenly you've got inflation pressures, as I said, influenced by food shortages, gas, which is the later one because of the Ukrainian war, and the supply chain problems. So you've had this almost perfect storm of continuous shocks, right? Food prices have been the prime driver of global inflation in 2022 and parts of 2023. But in fact, with the Ukrainian war, if you recall, there was a massive grain deal concern. That's been a grain supply concern. There was a grain deal that was signed. I think it's still in place. And so that has moderated some of the concerns around food shocks. Remember, right, we're sourcing from around the world all inputs for food, right? But if you've got supply chain problems or you have a war, right, that incoming food, and if it's dollar denominated, is far, far more expensive. And so into the basket of consumers, food price or the price of food, not non-food, price of food is a big driver. That makes sense, right? In South Africa, if you add to it, right, the cost of energy, right, you've then added another premium, if you like, to food prices. But there's another thing that happens, right, is you've got, as a consequence of the decline in COVID infections and so on, the economy start opening up and there's an increase in services demand. Think of that as people starting going to, especially in advanced economies, going into gatherings, to movies, traveling more, tourism picks up and so on. And so services inflation starts contributing more. So you've got a combination of food price, services inflation, all in this cocktail of mix as global supply chain shortages continue. And the key consequence why central bankers don't like inflation is the P word, is persistence. Because once you sit in an economy, let's say, because of all these cocktails of, I'll put in an extreme event, South Africa's inflation rate jumps from 16 to 15%. If Lungisa was still DG of National Treasury and inflation was 15%, you can be guaranteed that the next time he meets the officials from the trade unions, what are they going to say to them? We don't want a 6%. We want 15% or 30%, right? We'll end up at 15. Inflation persistence. Because wage contracts are not like food. You can't change the prices daily. Does that make sense, right? So you have an annual contract or a 3-year contract, and suddenly you're baked in for 3 years at 15% per year. What happens to rentals, right? The owner of your property doesn't say, here's your rental per day. They say, here's your contract for a year, and it's going to go up by 15% because of that's inflation persistent. Prices. That has all sorts of consequences that are not good for an economy. So inflation persistence is what we worry about. And there's now evidence of inflation persistence in the US. So wage contracts are kicking in, rentals markets have ossified around price increases. So apologies, this is a lot of information, but sort of important to sort of at least get a sense of how so yes, we are freaking out about inflation. You saw the previous graph, so you know how economists can tell you on the one hand and the other hand. So this is just, it's a nice visual, I think, for especially when I show students, when you show data, you say, oh, inflation spiked. That's from 2000 to 2027. But what if I became an economic historian and I went back to the 70s? Suddenly it's not so bad, right? And so in many ways, just take the historical view. we've seen much worse periods of very, very high inflation, right? So
Harun, you've got about 5 minutes left.
5, okay. Would have had 20, okay. So inflation persistence, let me just, I'm going to switch through then. Inflation persistence, a big problem. Sorry, can I? Okay, I'm not going to go through the novel challenges. Let me take you through the labor markets story very quickly. So I had a lot of stuff about the novel challenges we're facing in the global economy and so on. But the first thing to remember about, so as we go into the deep dive in labor market effects from COVID, is we've seen by the end of 2020, a net job loss of 1.4 million. This is a little bit difficult to read, but in 2019, black line, no changes in employment. And then suddenly the collapse, 2020 from COVID, that's the big job loss. I keep on reminding people we did not lose 3 million jobs. Financial Mail was wrong. The data was wrong. It's 2.3 million jobs. That's not incidental, right? That's 700,000 more than we thought we had lost. Very, very important. Very strong recovery. And because I don't have enough time, I'm going to show you the recovery is basically, if you take percentage terms and we start and you based it to 100 pre-COVID, we're now at 95% of where we were. So in essence, so we don't have that, right? So we look at the numbers, actually the recovery has been fairly strong. So we, and I'll show you the actual numbers, but we're about 700,000, I think, jobs short of where we were pre-COVID. So very strong recovery. You ask the question, it's an inverted dinosaur, if you think of it. What's this little back here? That's the July period. So massive effect from the events in July, right? In terms of contraction. So we saw deep losses that actually pushed us back to pre-COVID COVID levels. Okay. There was a lot of, let me skip this, but there was a lot of adjustment of not wages, but hours of work, and that's moderated back to where we were. The story around inequality, so Crispin's now got me going at the speed of light, but the story around inequality is actually different. So wage changes, wage reductions, our data show, not employment. Wage reductions happened at the top end. So if you look at this data here, there was a 15% reduction for wages at the 90th percentile, 17% reduction at the 75th percentile. And actually, as you go down the distribution, lower wage workers actually saw fewer or lower levels of reduction. So in fact, employers were protecting lower wage workers on average based on this data, right? Which I think is quite a positive outcome. However, in the case of, and this squiggle here, if I had more time, I'd explain to you, but these are job losses, right? Relative to pre-COVID by households defined by the quintile of the household. So think of each line as poor, rich, or medium or middle income households. Most of the job losses were in low income households, but so if you look at this guy here, that has basically moderated. So in fact, there's now job gains for low income households, so strong recovery. So initially, it's low income households that see bigger losses, even though their wages are protected if they retain their jobs. Let's not get too, let's say, populist about inequality. If you look at wage inequality, it goes from 0.7. There's a little bit of a spike pre-COVID or post-COVID period, but it actually moderates back. So in fact, in terms of wage inequality, even though we're still off our pre-COVID employment levels, 95% there, inequality hasn't really changed that much, wage inequality, which is exactly what you'd expect, right? There weren't that many pressures in terms of the distribution of income. It was more on the quantity side, the employment side. Okay, so this thing you can barely see, which I'm not going to go through, is what are the employment losses second quarter of 2019 to 2022. So this is the COVID scarring in the labor market. Perhaps just read this, and it's really important, right? Is that so this is where we are, 95% at the pre-pandemic level. So 750,000 jobs still lost. So that's the quantum of where we should be, right? But what is really useful to see, and perhaps if you get the slides afterwards and you can go through it, is the last column is really important compared to the second last column. And I just want to, if you don't mind, Crispin, just sort of give people a sense. So let's take the secondary sector. Right? Can you all see the secondary sector? So I'm moving a little bit teaching mode. It lost 500,000 jobs. You see that, right? Say, oh, that's really large. Well, how large was it? Well, its share of employment was, let's go pre-COVID, was 20%. Yes? But share of the change is how much of the job losses did it account for? Not 20%, but 69%, 68.7. So disproportionate share of the jobs lost in this economy emanated from the secondary sector. That's what you want to look for. Yes, 500,000, the quantity does matter, but as a relative share, massive, massive, right? And so where was that scarring? Where was that? Mainly in manufacturing. And that worries me. Manufacturing jobs are not easy to restart, right? And I think mingled in there, informal evidence would be what the events of July. Factories closed down, difficult to ramp up, and so on. And so 68% of the job losses come from manufacturing and construction, 41% from tertiary, but notice that it's relatively lower compared to their share in the economy. Okay. Almost 130,000 domestic workers lose their jobs, and that's also disproportionate. Very quickly, the sectoral distribution of the recovery rate is what you see. So we're still looking for recovery in construction and manufacturing. What about individual characteristics? Again, so the joke I make is the Gates Foundation said they wanted to speak to me to talk about gender effects of COVID-19 in the labor market. And I told them actually most of the job losses were amongst young African males. They didn't like that, right? Because they're looking for, but the data doesn't show that, right? So what do we, go back to the, here's your story, right? 55%, let's make it 56, 44. 56% of workers are male pre-COVID, 44% female, but of the jobs lost, 71% were males. The disproportionate share of males actually lost their jobs, but more importantly, was young males. Now, only 36% of workers were between the ages of 15 and 34, but 64% of them lost their jobs. Or of those who lost their jobs, 64% were young workers. So there's very interesting sort of counterintuitive things that come out, right? So we just have to be careful in terms of the job losses and who actually lost their jobs. The majority of workers were in the formal sector and private, of course, and very few people in the public sector lost their jobs, as we know. In fact, it created jobs over this period, and the majority were not union members. So it creates this, and I'm always unpopular when I say it, that the elite in the society, apart from all of us who are educated and so on, and right, are unionized members, not non-union. Unionized members are sitting at the 70th percentile of the income distribution. They are part of us as the elite in a high inequality society. From the 70th to the top end of the distribution, you are part of the elite. Just a point I always make about income inequality, if you think you're middle class, you're wrong. In a high inequality society, all of you are probably in the 95th percentile and above, right? Just keep that in mind. A university lecturer, statistically, right? And we don't earn that much, I promise you, right? We earn less than DGs and chief directors. We earn chief director salaries. We are at the 99th percentile of the income distribution, 99th. So use that as a peg, right, for a high inequality society. That's what you get with a Gini of 0.65, 0.7. I'm almost done. TERS. TERS was the Temporary Employment Relief Scheme introduced via the UIF to support firms, right? During COVID, you recall, it was a wage subsidy. It's the same as the Employment Tax Incentive Scheme, but it was based on those who contributed to the to unemployment insurance. It was non-linear, so you got more if you're a lower wage worker. What was its effect? I don't want to take you through the econometric estimation, but essentially those asterisks are good. It means that the impact we show econometrically very carefully of TERS, right, was positive in terms of employment retention. So I just want to make and Crispin, if I know I'm definitely pushing it, he hasn't stopped me yet. So he's desperately trying to make me stop and I'm desperately ignoring him. But think of it this way. Why am I putting this up? Because I thought of it this way. One of the things that's hidden behind here, Lungisa and them did it when they were treasuries. They introduced the Employment Tax Incentive Scheme. It's a tax break for firms hiring young workers. But it goes to the supply side, it goes to firms. Well, what about the coal industry? What about industries in decline or industries you want to grow? Are you thinking as a commission about the climate change space and incentives or transitions that go to the supply side, go to firms, offer workers, co-workers grants? Are we thinking about that through something like this and what the cost would be? Because the evidence shows that it can assist in job search, employment retention, and so on. Okay, so I told you I wanted to make the final point was about unemployment and informality. And I think I'm going to just, I'm going to not put the slide up, but ask you the, let me just, so we know the story, right, about informality, about unemployment, right? So we've seen this pattern of growth and the pattern of the growth in the labor force. The problem is we're not growing employment fast enough relative to the growth in the labor force, and the result is a growth in unemployment. That's an old story. We've got the highest unemployment rate in the world and so on. So I want to ask you before I put the next slide up, right? The average middle income country, which is what we are, you take their labor market and you say, give me, if there are 100 workers, wage employed, so you're earning wages, informally employed and unemployed, right? The ratio in the average middle income country for 100 workers is 45 wage employment, 45 informal, and 10 unemployed. You with me? 45, 45, 10. You can write it down if you want. 45, 45, 10. Wage, informal, and unemployment. And I promise you this will be worth it. I'll go, right? 45, 45, 10. Average middle income country. Let me ask you, instinctively, what is South Africa's first number? If it's 45 for the average middle income country or wage employed, 45 informal, 10 unemployed. What is the first number for South Africa? No. The first number, how many workers, how many of 100 workers, how many are wage employed? 45, more than 45, less than 45, 36? I haven't done this before, so I'll be interested. Give me two numbers, another number. How about our two co-chairs? Just instinctively, there's no right or wrong answer. I just 40, 30. I got 36, 40, and 30. The answer is 50. 50. The answer is 50. So what's the problem? That's the problem. Our ratio is not 45, 45, 10, it's 50. So we don't have a problem with wage employment. What's the second number? 16. South Africa's second number is 16. And the third number is not a measurement problem. And so here's the challenge. It's not like the rest of the developing world is particularly much better than us. We love rods. We love to beat ourselves up, right? And then it solves, but it's not like they're tremendous. In fact, they're worse than us in creating wage employment, right? It's not like their growth is so good that they create these large numbers of wage. No, what they do is they close, as we say, they close their labor market with lower unemployment rates through allowing masses of people into the informal sector. That's what we don't do. Any of you, all of you have been to a developing country city, right? Been to Sao Paulo, you've been to Mumbai, you've been to Manila, you've seen those cities. What's the one big difference? If you drive up here, up to Constitutional Hill, do you see anybody selling you anything in the streets? No. Let's keep them away, right? Make sure the informal sector must stay away. The university parking lot at my own university has nobody selling me anything. Fair enough. If you take repeated observations on the labor force survey, the share of workers, I know observationally from what we see, is particularly high of foreign workers, but it's not a measurement issue. If you look at consistently, right, even let's say early data sets will show that the size of the informal sector, right, is far too small given the stage of development that we have. And there are all sorts of reasons, right, for that. And if you look at the spatial dimension, right? If you look at the sense in which cities operate, we create barriers to entry. We operate with barriers to entry that look like first world cities that disallow the informal sector. Anyway, we can debate it. The key point for me is not enough concern has been given to why we have too few people in the informal sector in terms of moving the dial, right, on unemployment. So, and that's not given enough space. Not to say it's not important to create wage employment. Anyway, last slide. These are the long run stories which Lungisa will deal with. So I'm going to just leave it to him around how the budget's going to solve all of these long run factors.
That's fine. Thank you, Harun. That's
Great.
a really admirable overview and a plunge into some extremely important labor market dynamics. And we can come back to it in the discussion, and you'll obviously have another bite at the cherry as you respond to some of the questions that are posed. So I'm going to turn to you, Trudy. I hope we can see you. And, you know, unfortunately, Harun's now taken up all the presentation time. But I'm going to ask you just for some reflections from your side, and particularly where you see economic policy heading, and any particular advice you've got for us as a commission as we, you know, think about the just transition and the economic and employment issues related to that. So over to you. Thank you for joining us. It's really good to have you with us. And I'm handing over to you.
All right. No, thank you very much, Christian, for that. I'm well aware of the time constraints that you have, so I'll just make a few remarks. So good morning, commissioners, the executive of the PCC, any government colleagues present, and all those viewing the live stream. I'd like to start by tracing in broad strokes the evolution of economic policy since 2018. So President Ramaphosa came into office with a clear focus on improving outcomes in the economy and also improving the functioning of government. One of the signal moves that he made in 2018 was to kick off an intense investment mobilization drive. This would include both domestic and foreign investment. This demonstrated a willingness to tackle a key fault line in the economy, namely the low rates of fixed capital formation investment. This remains a challenge, for even though the investment mobilization drive itself has reached the 1.2 trillion target that he had set in 2018, we're still some way towards the National Development Plan goal of fixed capital formation at 30% of GDP by 2030. At this point, we should be at around 24%, but with the COVID-19 pandemic, we see investment at only 13% of GDP. I wish I was also showing you graphs, because 13% for an emerging market, 30% of GDP is truly one of the lowest rates of investment in the world. But going back to 2018, we also saw National Treasury publishing a paper looking at all the constraints and inefficiencies in the economy. Particular focus was on the inefficiencies plaguing the network industries, so logistics, electricity, water supply, as these raised the cost of doing business and also the cost of living. This reform agenda was to be absorbed into the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and is implemented through Operation Vulindlela. And I'll get to that a bit later. In 2018 and 19, we also saw the work to optimize infrastructure as a growth accelerator with increased coordination from the center of government the creation of an infrastructure and investment office led by Dr. Ramokgopa, and also seed funding and initial work towards the creation of an infrastructure fund that is incubated by the DBSA. In terms of fiscal policy, in those early years of the administration, there was quite a tightrope to balance in terms of supporting productive expenditure while also steering a path towards fiscal consolidation. When COVID-19 hit, the economic response came in 3 phases, or one can discern 3 clear phases. In the first set of interventions, there were short-term payment holidays for businesses and efforts to protect the most vulnerable households through food distribution. But as the economic fallout became more apparent, the president pushed for a much more meaningful response. So in phase 2, we saw a more substantive package, which was pegged at close to 10% of GDP. And with the most impactful elements being, for the first time, a social grant to unemployed adults with no other means of income, what is known as the 350 grant. We also saw the deepening of the TERS scheme that Haroon has already spoken to. There was also, for the first time, one of the most rapid increases in public employment, with the state rolling out close to 1 million short-term employment opportunities funded by the state. And you do see it in the numbers, in that a lot of jobs were created in the government sector, but also in social services. There was also the loan guarantee scheme to support businesses, and this was to be developed through the traditional banking system. And that aspect of the package was less successful, with very low rates of take-up. So this reduced the eventual size of the response, because the loan guarantee scheme had been 40% of the package. But for the rest of the package, we really did see significant successes. As I mentioned, the biggest rollout of public employment, the first time we have a grant that really addresses unemployed adults. Now, on to the third phase of the response, which I think in some ways is more relevant to this discussion, came in the form of a more forward-looking plan, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And the plan has 8 pillars: infrastructure development as one pillar, strategic localization, reindustrialization, and export promotion, energy security as the third pillar, support for tourism recovery, green economy interventions, mass public employment interventions, strengthening food security, and gender equality and economic inclusion. And I think for your purposes, all of them are important pillars, but of course, energy security and green economy interventions would be most relevant. Now, the ERRP was threshed out through NEDLEC processes. It accommodated the concerns of various constituencies. So you can imagine business, they made a huge submission through B4SA in terms of structural reforms to improve the efficiency of the economy. And much of that agenda is implemented through Operation Vulindlela. But we also saw Labour and other constituencies talking about localization, about rebuilding the productive capacity of the economy, that manufacturing that Haroon has shown has been under significant pressure. So there are also policy instruments that came about that address that particular challenge. A business also rallied around that. So CEO champions were chosen to steward particular sectors and to come up with investment and localization for those sectors. The community constituency also amplified its work, particularly around encouraging communities to pay for services that are provided by the state. And we see this has become quite an important issue when we look at municipal finances, but also Eskom's ability to collect and to also recover its debt. Now, before I delve into certain aspects of the ERRP, I'll turn briefly to the economic outlook. The economy has recovered from the severe contraction experienced in 2020, as you know, the graphs have shown, both in South Africa and internationally. But we're at a risk of returning to very low growth rates and a path to downward mobility on a per capita basis. Now, I must admit, personally, this is something that keeps me awake at night, because for a nation to become poorer, for people to become poorer is truly, I think, an indictment, and it's something that we all have to work together to make sure that we don't end on that path. For a long time, the story of South Africa was about upward mobility, getting people out of poverty, getting people into the middle class. But now we're actually faced with the prospect of the reverse. Economic forecasts show South Africa remaining stagnant over the next 3 years. You saw in the budget yesterday, the estimate for economic growth is 1.4% over the next 3 years, relative to a population growth rate of 1%. You can see that truly is stagnation. We also have other estimates, including by the Reserve Bank, which was a bit more, showed lower estimates. And so in their estimates, actually, the economy grows slower than population, which is a real issue. And of course, you know, the causes are well known in terms of the moment that we're in now, in terms of the structural constraints in the economy, some of them being linked back to the energy problems, but also logistic problems and other inefficiencies that arise within the economy. But on the positive side, unlike an increasing number of emerging and African markets, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Zambia, Ghana, Chad, and the list is growing, the Minister of Finance has presented a budget that puts South Africa on a more sound path for debt management. So the former minister used to talk about that hippo with you know, expenditure and revenues going in opposite directions and the deficit growing in an explosive way. We've managed to reverse that and turn that around, and are also looking towards debt sustainability. So I don't think we're at any risk of joining that club of countries that are really facing severe debt pressures at the moment. However, debt service costs remain one of the largest items in the budget. I think now debt service is the second largest item, and in about 2 years, it might just become the largest item in the budget. So that's something to watch. And the debt to GDP ratio is now expected to peak 3 years later than what was anticipated last October. So 3 years is a significant change, but it's still, you know, within a reasonable horizon in the medium term. This year's national budget also included incentives for businesses and households to acquire renewable energy. Businesses can reduce taxable income by 125% of the cost of investment in renewables. Rooftop solar rebate of 25% of the cost of panels, up to 15,000 Rand for households to reduce their tax liability for 1 year. And the bounce back business scheme, which was derived from the loan guarantee scheme, would now include a 20% first loss guarantee for solar loans for businesses. So this, you know, these announcements really build on the work that's been done on energy reforms, but put some financial incentive to make it possible for ordinary businesses and households to take advantage of the policy space that's been opened, for instance, in private generation. On the monetary policy front, the authorities remain on a tightening cycle, with the last monetary policy committee meeting increasing the repurchase rate by 25 basis points, the repo rate to 7.25%. I think Haroon has gone into much detail around this, with inflation driven by food and fuel prices on the whole, inflation remaining outside the target, and also with high inflation generally falling on households in the lower income deciles. So in some ways, you know, we often talk about inflation management as if it's blind to the concerns of the poor, but one has to acknowledge that inflation itself harms poorer households more than upper income households. Now, let me turn to employment, which along with infrastructure development has been key priorities for this administration. We've been working on deepening our approach to tackling unemployment, in crafting the mass public employment initiatives under the ERRP. The presidency put together work, commissioned work from various experts, others who worked on public employment in South Africa before, to come up with something that would respond to the fallout in the labor market from COVID-19. And we saw, as I mentioned earlier, that this created one of the most significant public employment programs that we've had. The challenge, of course, is that many of these opportunities tend to be short-term. So we've tried very hard to design them to be in activities that create value for communities as they're being delivered. So it's not digging holes, it's actually tutoring children, it's doing maintenance at schools, it's providing environmental services. So it's providing clear value, and it's also helping those participants to gain meaningful skills that should make them attractive to employers. We've also been engaged with some impact work that should be released soon on the mass public employment and the presidential employment initiative. And we do find that there's fairly high rates comparable to other episodes of people finding permanent employment after participation in the schemes, and also reporting that their skills and their ability to engage in the labor market has been enhanced. But those results will come out shortly. So it shows that, spending money on public employment does not mean that you're creating make work, but that it can actually be meaningful and be supportive of the economy more broadly. But as we like to say, there are over 11 million unemployed adults in South Africa. So our solutions have to talk to that full range with very different needs, very demographic profiles in terms of age, in terms of education. So there's no silver bullet. Some of the unemployed have to find work eventually in the public sector, but we do know that in the private sector rather, but we do know that private sector has been under pressure. To expect that economic growth, even the recovery now, is going to create significant amounts of wage employment is unrealistic. But part of the aim always has to be to think about how do we encourage the private sector itself to create more jobs. So this involves deepening the work of our economic reform program, Operation Vulindlela, that I mentioned earlier, to unlock potential growth and to remove barriers to economic activity so that increasing numbers of people are able to find employment in the private sector. But for some of the unemployed, work will continue to come from publicly funded employment. And of course, publicly funded employment is delivered by the state, but also sometimes by the private sector. So for instance, some of the jobs that are supported through the Jobs Fund, it's public money to support private sector job creation. The employment tax incentive to encourage youth employment, a tax incentive, the fiscus forgoing some revenue, but in exchange for job creation in the private sector. So often, there actually isn't a split. The two are quite intertwined in terms of job creation. Now there'll be
Trudy, are you wrapping up?
Almost.
Okay, thanks.
So then to others, of course, there'll also be who don't find employment in these initiatives. And so we're also working on ways to support communities and households to create their own livelihoods. So linking anti-poverty strategies that government rolls out to the creation of sustainable livelihoods is also another element. So in essence, to really change our labor market outcomes, we have to look across this whole spectrum of activity: private sector, public sector, sustainable livelihoods, and finally, social protection. As I mentioned earlier, for the first time, we've thought about relief for working age adults. And as Minister of Finance announced yesterday, the grant will be extended for a year, but more importantly, work is underway to think about what replaces that in the long term. Now, turning to energy security, I think most in this audience would be familiar with the work that, or the emergency plan that President Ramaphosa announced on the 25th of July last year to resolve the energy crisis. And we've seen some early successes in terms of the pipeline that's been unlocked for private sector energy generation. We've seen policy moves to restructure the electricity supply industry itself to ensure that there's a competitive and an open and a fair market structure in that industry. We've seen the licensing or the procurement of renewable energy in the various rounds, the bid windows. But of course, you know, I can say all of this, we're still sitting with a problem. And so MECOM has provided regular updates into what is being done, to deal with the current fleet and fixing ESCOM as it is, but with a clear sense that we also have to think about the future and work towards a more competitive, a more decarbonized electricity supply industry. Now, the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan is obviously an important part of this. It was endorsed by Cabinet for consultations, and it's been out there. It was presented at COP27. And so there's got to be, I think, guidance into how we turn this into practical reality, because, you know, talking about it as a promise is partly why this debate has been so difficult. People are just not seeing how this just energy transition actually unfolds in real terms and in a way that doesn't harm their livelihoods. Now, sorry, Crispian, something I would like to maybe dwell on a bit for a moment now, is that when we think of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, I spoke about those 8 pillars, and the green economy alongside energy security is one of the pillars. But in some ways, the green economy remains the weakest pillar. You know, we see outcomes in the agriculture pillar. It's been growing. It's created over 1%. It's contributed over 1 percentage point of growth to the economy. We see mining in terms of the commodity boom. But in terms of the green economy, it's still fairly nebulous. And I think some of the work that has been done in that pillar has not been socialized well enough with the PCC and others, so that there is just, you know, more substance to it. So if I give example of what we've reported under that pillar, so we enhanced our nationally determined contribution in terms of more ambitious carbon mitigation targets. We've presented a low emission development strategy to the UN. So that's important, that's the foundation. Tabled the climate change bill in Parliament, produced a hydrogen society roadmap, a green hydrogen commercialization strategy, and of course then some of the earlier deals coming from the Just Energy Transition in terms of concessional loans from France and Germany are being negotiated. But so, you know, a lot of what we've reported so far is around the background, the foundational policies, but it's not about what is going to move the needle in terms of value addition. I mean, when I think of numbers, if you really want to make a difference to GDP, you've got to unlock at least 200 billion of value addition over baseline GDP. That would represent about 3% growth. I think that's, the kind of yardstick and the kind of language that we should be talking to. But often one sees $1 billion project here that might unlock 2 billion in economic value. That's nothing in terms of the size of the economy and what we need to do in terms of achieving economic growth. So in terms of the impact of the green economy, this is still not being felt. So if I conclude, just reflecting on some of the intersections that we see between the work of the PCC and economic policy more broadly, I think the first question is, a credible strategy for decoupling economic growth and carbon intensity. We see countries like Germany, China, and many others actually showing that it's possible to continue to industrialize and to continue to pursue a clean and a green trajectory. But let's be honest, the conflict in Ukraine, the energy challenges that we've seen mean that a lot of these countries have engaged in emergency measures that seem to be backtracking, that look like backtracking to most people. And so how do we return to a narrative that says that you can grow the economy, you might even withstand a crisis and still remain on the path of decarbonization? We're kind of losing the debate on that front. When we then think about the employment challenges that we face, I think your work can only be successful if it helps to deal with the employment challenge. And by that, I mean that we've got to think about ways to lessen concentration in the economy. We can't have initiatives that come through this and other forums that serve to entrench that concentration in key sectors of the economy. And I'm very proud of what some of our major corporates are doing in this space. But it's clear that we're also going to have more middle-sized economies, companies rather, and smaller companies also being involved in these value chains. We have to reduce the physical distance between people and economic activity. So when we think about the location or some of the main green economy value chains, it raises questions, about people being displaced, but also about whether we're creating new nodes of economic activity or entrenching the three provinces as always. Then the skills question. Our unemployment challenges often boil down to mismatched skills. So here there's a question of reskilling people. This is the worst possible world where skills are a problem, but even people who have skills are now going to find that their skills are irrelevant. And so there's got to be a question of how you reskill those people, but secondly, ensure that the next generation that comes up has a skills profile that is relevant. And I know there's some work that you've done in terms of mapping the skills needs, but then that needs to translate into how we deliver that through our educational institutions. And then there's the question of South Africa, middle income country, 60 million people. That's great, but we need to find activities that fulfill a larger market. We've got a continental market. The AfCFTA gives us access to the rest of our own continent. We have our traditional trading partners. And so first of all, we have to ensure that we're not locked out of those markets, especially markets like the EU. And secondly, we have to find ways that the new activities that we engage in as we roll out hydrogen initiatives, sustainable green mining, green aviation, et cetera, that we're addressing a much larger market than just our own. Finally, we have a voice in shaping global discourse on the just transition, and I think we need to use it more effectively. One thing I've noticed, for instance, in our G20 engagement is that we're seen as the model in terms of the work that we've been doing with the International Partner Group, a model for how advanced economies can support just transitions in the developing world. But we know that our package is not perfect. So we have to keep agitating to ensure that we get a good deal for the developing world. And where we see challenges, for instance, if we think financing is not concessional enough, I think it's important that we raise those points, but also that we provide thought leadership to other countries who are contemplating going down this path, and also learn from others like Vietnam, Indonesia, who've also engaged in similar initiatives like the IPG. To ensure that we're not first, we don't suffer from a first mover disadvantage, and we constantly keep up with what's the latest and how this is being implemented in other emerging markets, which might actually be more powerful emerging markets and so are able to extract what we might not have been able to extract when we started. So let me leave it at there and wish you well for your deliberations, and also just to say, I really do appreciate the work that has come from the PCC thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Those were really amazing insights. And I particularly liked the way that you wove it into, you know, the areas that this commission is dealing with. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to hand over to Justine to now facilitate the conversation. But just to recall, we were going to ask Lungisa to kick us off with some reflections on the budget. Trudy's already given us some insight on the different incentive packages and the renewable aspects.
Okay, great. So I'm going to hand over to Crispian and thank you very much, Trudy, for your input as well, and Haroon. I think one of the big questions with all of this is, what does it mean for PCC? So maybe as Lungisa takes the floor briefly, is just to ask him from that perspective also to give input, putting the PCC hat on, and it's a big ask. We heard angles coming in before, but Lungisa, over to you.
No, thank you very much. Look, that last bit, it's like extreme abuse now. I mean, I came ill-prepared for the first bit, but at least I had time to reflect and think about it. I'm aware of the constraint of time. Let me stick with what the chairman had said, not dismissing your call for me to sort of angle this in a particular way. He kind of said I should take an approach that's like sort of sharing just my thoughts in my own lounge with friends. I mean, the first thing that one does when you think about a budget and whether it sort of does the right thing for the time at which it is tabled, is to sort of ask yourself the question, what is it that the country is facing at a particular time? What are the policy imperatives that the budget has got to respond to? How does the budget as an instrument, a very powerful instrument, by the way, sort of seek to help the country solve its challenges, immediate and long-term one? So that's the first way to kind of look at the budget. In fact, could be just it. Of course, the second thing, which is what Trudy has touched on, is the question of, in then responding to the imperatives of the time, does the budget take a long-term approach? Because it's one thing to have a budget that gets applauded today, and yet in it the seeds are sown for big trouble down the line, and which trouble will set you back, as the economists would say, to end up at an equilibrium later on down the line, where growth is low, unemployment is higher, inequality is worse, poverty is more grinding. And it's not hard science. You can, but modeling can help you predict that the path you have set us on, Minister of Finance, has sown the seeds of our own destruction years down the line. And if you just use those two ways to think about the budget, would you say this budget, or would I say that this budget does both very well? On the first bit, I would say that I mean, the budget was really good, and I'm biased. I mean, maybe I should confess. I was part of that team for 20 years. I know the Minister of Finance all too well. His acting Director General is someone at whose feet I grew myself. He was my boss. I became his peer, and then later his boss. Were friends. So I'm not objective. So, but I'll try to be at least honest enough in what I say. The budget is good in this sense. It goes straight to putting resources to the things that really matter, that the country is grappling with. The first one, everyone understands that if, as a nation, we don't solve the energy problem, we almost can kiss everything else goodbye. You can't solve anything else if you don't solve the energy problem. Now note, I've not said the ESCOM problem. I've said the energy problem, and I know both, but I've chosen to say energy deliberately. So we've got to solve the energy problem. But we also have got in that process to accept that ESCOM in the immediate and near term is an important part of the solution. It may cease to become systemically important in time, but for now, it is systemically important, so you can't wish it away. So in that case, then, the budget does well by seeking to help ESCOM have less of that burden of the debt, whilst making sure that government does not, in the process of helping ESCOM get itself into trouble. There is no clear evidence that that is happening. Secondly, the other good thing that the budget does, which is very important, I'm saying then the first thing is good for growth. The second thing that's good for growth that the budget has done are the tax measures that it has introduced. I mean, if you can go through the entire budget, what you will notice is that careful thought went into, on the one hand, don't increase the burden of tax if you really can afford not to do so, and it hasn't done that. On the one hand. On the other hand, institute tax measures that can help induce some of the pro-growth outcomes that you want, like the incentives that Trudy has touched on for solar, cleverly using the employment tax incentive to insert it in solving the energy problem. I thought that's very smart. And of course, if you look at numbers, you would see that second to debt service costs, economic services spending grows the fastest, second to debt service costs. Both of them have got the tag or the handle of 8. I think debt service cost is 8.9, economic services maybe 8.6 or 8.2. I don't remember the number from the top of my head, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. So you can see that there is an attempt to channel resources towards growth supporting or growth inducing initiatives, which is good. Now, what the budget, however, cannot solve, and as South Africans, we've got to get our heads around this. We've got to get our heads around this. Money is not everything. It may be the means to get you started, to get somewhere. The budget will, for instance, not ensure that bridges are built efficiently. It will put money aside for security, which is a great thing. Hiring of 5,000 policemen and women over each one of the next 3 years. By the way, that number is very small, because if you think about the fact that there would be people retiring and dying, the net change in the numbers of police become a pittance. Now, of course, I might add quickly that our security problem is not just a question of having numbers of police on the ground. It is also a matter of an intelligence capability or intelligence capabilities, crime intelligence, you name all of them, being broken totally, in my humble opinion. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Let me just say broken, not at, and I would say that there is a need to channel resources towards that, but also to do what it takes to clean those up, have better qualified and equipped people who will serve the nation and nothing else. So I'm saying that the budget can do so much. There are things that it cannot do. Lastly, maybe second last, the budget does not talk about Transnet and logistics, and it didn't have to. It didn't have to, because the budget is the budget is the budget. It's about what the Minister of Finance can do with the two instruments at his disposal in the main, spending money, adjusting taxes one way or another to incentivize certain activities. In the 1.9 trillion allocated expenditure, or 2.2 if you include the contingency reserve, there's nothing about Transnet, but he did make reference to it. I seem to recall in the speech, the bits that I heard, but I'm saying that because if we don't solve that problem too, as I wouldn't even put it second, like it's number one, ESCOM number one, Transnet. Because if miners cannot take what they dig out of the ground to Richards Bay, if people cannot take stuff that arrives at Richards Bay back inland, where most of it gets consumed or used, then the economy will grind to a halt. I mean, I get frightened when I hear that Transnet is operating at below 20% of its capacity, at below 20%, at below 20%. I've not made a mistake. I've not had any strong drink this morning. I see our chairman. So we've got a calamity as a country. Yeah, it is for real. I'll tell you over coffee. We went there with Sim, but I mean, some of what I saw, I can only share privately because they took us there in confidence. But it's a calamity. And I say, I want to end on this note that kind of says, sure, we also have to attend to the social wage stuff. It's a very important part, by the way, of a society with a history like our society has. So I've got no qualms about the fact that 60% of that budget goes towards the social wage. Lots of good things. Some of them we can quibble about them. For instance, I think, maybe let me put this up front. Don't lynch me for it. I do think that there could have been clever uses for the social relief of distress grant than what we're doing with it now. Could have been used for the one purpose at the beginning, but transition quickly at the right time to say, put it into something that also changes something on the ground rather than just put money into people's pockets. It's not an okay thing. Now, that's not what we have. I will end on the note taken longer than I was asked to, but been generous from the chairman and facilitator. But I would say that, as a nation, and this is relevant for our work, running a country is about making choices. When I worked under several governments, and I take a lot of pride, he was a minister, it's about choices. Some of them are quite tough. You have to make them, and you've got to make them timely. When you run a government, you don't wait for decisions to take themselves. And then you say, we're taking this decision, but in reality, this decision has taken itself. Leadership is about understanding the landscape, projecting forward, and understanding things long before they become obvious to everyone, and reset now so that by the time you get to that point, you are okay. Leadership can't be like all of us. You get surprised by things as you get, maybe I shouldn't have used that word. Maybe I shouldn't have used that word. And I didn't mean it in any nasty way, but you can't hit snags with all of us if you are leading. Thank you.
And if I can just take a few hands around this, I'm aware that we're obviously running behind time. I can see Crispian's shaking his head. Do you want to move? Okay. Great. Great. And welcome to our colleagues from EDP as well. We will go into your session afterward. Thank you very much. Okay, so can I have hands in terms of thoughts, inputs from people present? Shafiq, I've got your hand, Lebogang, Shamini, Joanne, Umbalatleni. Okay, let's go ahead. And I'm looking over here and then I'm going to go across Valley and then Princess. And I'm need to look further beyond as well. So just wave your hand madly if I miss you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to pick up on a couple of things and there's certainly interesting presentations, but I want to pull out an example of what was mentioned yesterday in the speech. The role of this commission is around the solar rollout. And I asked myself the question when I heard it, are we not missing something? Are we not missing the just transition in that? Rather than focusing on what do we do after coal? Because if we, and linked to what Arun was saying about this, so you call it services inflation. Because what we are now doing is with the solar rollout, is we're saying we're not going to manufacture, it's now going to be a service. You buy a modularized solar system and someone go and borrow money at the bank. So there's no manufacturing involved. So where do we stand on and say, South Africa, but you should have manufactured the batteries or put it together or those type of things to stimulate that component. Because this is going to be a huge rollout that just has services written all over it. And if you think about it, so often I've argued with someone, no, but we can buy the components and put it back together. But if you've looked at the technology now, it's all in a module. It's plug and play almost. That's coming in by the container loads on a daily basis. So my question is, in terms of the just transition, in terms of stimulating manufacturing, creating jobs, are we not missing this boat? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Lovely question. I think I had Lebogang next.
Thanks. Thanks, Chairperson. So it's also around this issue of the rollout of solars in terms of yesterday's speech, and really worried about that issue pertaining to what also Trudy is raising around economic reconstruction plan, around this whole idea of, localization, especially of key strategic things such as this, that there's clearly a huge demand. And if we're going to be importing them, we're going to also run into a situation of high demand, high inflation, which just compounds on the already existing problems that we already have in terms of the economics of it. I'm also very concerned in terms of what Trudy is raising, that, we're doing all of this work. It seems like we're scrambling at times, yet the pipeline of projects is just not coming. And I think it becomes such a huge problem. I mean, coming from a constituency representing workers, and I'm promising workers jobs, and it's going to be there, but we're not unlocking the pipeline of these projects. And there's clearly a role for the PCC to play here, because we're trying to see this mass drive of mass job creation and unlocking the value of these particular projects. And I just don't feel like we're unlocking the pipeline of projects, which for me is a serious concern. And we probably need to reconcile what is the PCC's role in terms of this. Yes, there's a lot of appetite in terms of discussing the just transition. It's had a lot of focus in the State of the Nation address, but if it's not translating into contribution to the gross domestic product, I think we're going in circles. So what needs to be done? And maybe it's just a broader question that we internally as this commission need to kind of answer.
Great, thank you. And I think it ties back to the point that Mac made at the very beginning about what are the things we need to be doing now to activate. Shamini, I think you were next.
Thanks, Justine. So I think very similar to what Lebogang has been saying. In great insights, really great insights. And I think the thing that we need to do now is sit back and say, okay, so we've got an implementation plan that we need to develop. What are the practical levers that are going to unlock manufacturing jobs? I'm from the private sector, and yes, there needs to be more that's done within the private sector, but the private sector is also struggling. It was said by Trudy, and it really is in a very difficult space. So as the PCC, what are the levers that we can practically pull with some innovation to unlock that private sector involvement? And there are projects, but like Lebogang has said, they're just not moving fast enough. So what can we do in terms of the implementation plan to get this going? One of the things that was raised now is on the solar side. So I was reading the JET IP, and one of the comments that I will be sending through to the team, the secretariat, is why is the funding around that particular element of localization so small? Why aren't we looking at now linking all of these different elements to say, what can we do based on the insights that were shared here today? So I really, really enjoyed that, because I'm not a labor person. I don't understand that space. So Haroon, excellent. You gave me insights that I didn't realize when we think about unemployment. What are the skills we need? So how are we going to get private sector to invest in those skills, because they're doing CSI programs? So these are the things we've got to start thinking about. Executive Director, how do we mobilize that? And let's put aside a lot of the mistrust, because there is mistrust. And your document was so critically important, where we've got to actually just act. Take one or two things practically that we can do. Simply, we talk a lot about the strategic elements. We don't talk about the practical things. What can we do to move past the mistrust? So just a few things from my side. Thanks.
Lovely. Thank you very much for that. Joanne was next. And I might miss people as I go, so I'm going to try and remember.
Okay, 2 points. The one is picking up on some of what is said. Just in terms of the solar incentives that were announced yesterday, I think that there is a role for this commission to do a piece of work that advises government on what kind of renewable energy incentives need to be put in place that is in fact going to create sufficiently long-term demand in order to be able to create the incentive to invest in manufacturing capability, because a 1 year or a 2 year incentive is not going to do it. There's absolutely no way that anybody considering setting up a solar factory is going to do it on the basis of the establishment of a 1 or 2 year market. It makes no sense whatsoever. So, the creation of manufacturing capability rests on a kind of a long-term 20 years. To be able to get a return on any kind of industrial investment, it's a 20 even longer year business. And so you've got to know that you're going to have a market for that period. And I think that there is an issue about how demand and supply interface with each other, and what do we have to do to get the right balance and in order to get the outcomes. So I think that is something that we should be thinking about as a commission. The second one is a comment that Trudy made towards the end of her input, which is really about what is happening internationally in relation to transitions. Now, I think that as a result of the Ukraine war, we have picked up a narrative, and because of the increase in the coal price, which we always knew was going to happen, because coal is going to become, over the next 20 or 30 years, a scarcer and scarcer resource, and its price is going to go up and up. That has always been on the table. But the question is there a long-term shift internationally to increased use of coal or not? And I would argue not. In fact, I think that the impact of the Ukraine war is going to be that, in particular, Europe and the US, particularly because of the IRA, is going to move into a green economy at a rate that is much, much faster than it would have otherwise been. Last year, for the first time ever, investment in renewables reached $1 trillion, equal to investment in fossil fuels. Germany built 2 LNG terminals last year from scratch. in 3 or 4 months each, 2 LNG terminals sitting up being used that are basically going to take their supply away from Russia. We aren't looking at what is really going on. And I think it's another piece of work for this commission to do that enables us to say, what in fact are the international and global trends that are happening? How do we respond as a country, and what does it actually mean for us? So just two, I think, pieces of work that for me come from that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start with a disclaimer. I'm not an economics funding, but I just want to check something here with regards to if we are a low growth economy and we are not stimulating jobs insofar as what we're talking about. If all things are equal and you can see there is youth unemployment, and you obviously the tax basket is not growing, but shrinking. In the long term, is there an answer or a thought around what will us taking loans, even if they are concessional, what would it do to the sovereign debt? I was looking at and I've put my disclaimer first. I looked at the debt to GDP ratio. And somewhere I could see that it was projected at something like 87% in 2027. Now, if all things remain the same, what will it do to our affordability to pay back? And is there a way indeed where we can avoid effect where we probably would lose some public goods because of austerity measures, because we would be unable to pay what we are getting as loans that we use for the same just transition? I'm asking this question so that and he said something very important about leadership, and I believe all of us are here. We shouldn't only react, have a heart attack reaction when we get there. We probably need to figure that out. That's the gist of the question. Thanks.
Lovely. Okay. So gathering input as well from the brains around the room. Vali, would you like to go ahead? Were you next? No. Okay. So I've got Vali next. I've got Princess. I've got Louise, and then I'm coming to Nakisi and then Mac. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you to the presenters for the very appropriate presentations that have been made. I think it sets an excellent basis for us to think about where we fit in to life. I wanted to comment a little bit on the budget because it tells us what government thinking is and the overall direction of where government and public policy is going. And thank you to the former DG for giving us his thoughts on the matter, all of which I agree with. And I agree with his overall comment that this is an excellent budget, actually. You know, by any measure, you look at it from any point of view, this is an excellent budget. And I sent a message to the minister saying that to him, and I really do believe that it's an excellent budget. It's much more hopeful than I thought it would be. So that is a good budget. Having said that, we're spending as a nation 2 trillion rands of money every year. That's a hell of a lot of money. And for most of us who are not economists, it's not easy for us to picture 2 trillion rands, you know, because you can't even see 12 knots in one look. There are so many. So, but I think it's important for us to get a bit of a handle on the size of the economy that we are in. Because Lungisa mentioned that I used to be a minister at some point in time. At that time, the national budget was around 300 billion rands. And 300 billion rands is, of course, quite a lot of money. But now we're talking about 2 trillion rands. And in another few years' time, we'll be talking about 3 trillion rands. So as far as the budget is concerned, the question that I look at, you know, in a populist way, one can ask, is this a climate-friendly budget or not? And then, of course, you will look at the tax incentives, the 2 kinds of tax incentives, this and that, and those sorts of things. And you can say that it's a climate-friendly budget. But in my mind, I can't easily come to that conclusion that it's a climate-friendly budget. And the reason for that is because I see that the climate friendliness as being something that would promote a green economy. Something that promotes a green economy is something that promotes a modernization for the future. And our economy is in desperate need for modernization. I think there's a wrong focus sometimes when we talk about coal. Coal is not the issue, actually, because when we talk about coal, we're running around behind the past. It's actually irrelevant to the big picture. And the big picture is the modernization of the economy, because then we would have a climate-friendly economy, which is a green economy friendly budget, which is a modernization friendly budget, and a jobs friendly budget. Because the jobs are not going to be created by the past, it's going to be created by modernization. And if you read the Chinese literature, you know, the Chinese are very backward as far as I'm concerned on democracy. That's my view. I know others, the communists amongst us, think differently, but I think they're backward on human rights. But when it comes to development, they're about the cleverest in the world. They know about planning and they know about development. And they say that the future growth of the Chinese economy rests on the green, on a green plan. They say that's what it rests on. And that's why they're putting so much emphasis on that. I don't see that in our budget. What I thought we could see more of is the 2 trillion rands being used as an instrument to do some of the things that Joanne has been referring to and others. We could say, for example, that by the year 2025, 35% of the South African Police Services fleet will be an electric vehicle motor cars. We could say that. It's quite feasible. It could be supplied. It could be supplied more or less at the same price that the current vehicles are being supplied at. You'll save because you won't have to service them because they don't have any serviceable parts and those sorts of things. And you could say further manufactured in South Africa. And for example, I'm just giving an example. So the budget is not being used to drive manufacturing, modernization and jobs. If you take the large number of government buildings, it's one thing to say that there will be an incentive for households up to 15,000 rands tax break to do solar, etc., which is absolutely wonderful. But what about the government buildings and their solar and their energy efficiency? And the final thing to say is about municipalities. Our metros are the big engines, but the metros have a disincentive to promote solar, to promote green energy, to promote energy efficiency, hence to promote modernization. They have a disincentive. The way that the intergovernmental transfers and the government financing works, it's a disincentive because metros make a lot of their important money from the sale of fossil fuel electricity. That's where they make their money. If you save and you use less of it, they get less revenue. If you put solar, they get less revenue. When we had Mayor Mpopalazzi here, Crispin, you would remember, she and MMC son said that they are not in favor of a fast rollout of solar by households because it would impact on the revenue of the city of Johannesburg. They were being very frank with us. And if I was running the city of Johannesburg, I probably also would not encourage people to put solar because I won't have money to pay my salaries at the end of the month. But that's a disincentive. So those are the big sort of drivers of modernization, which I think future budgets can move in that sort of direction. And probably as a commission, we would want to make a set of simple big proposals in this regard. I think we can, and it's something for us to look at, which I think this budget hasn't done. It's a great budget. I mean, I don't think anybody could have done a better budget, but I think it's not really a climate friendly or a modernization or a jobs budget from what I can see. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to move over to Princess. Before I do, if I can just welcome Minister Creasy to the room. Welcome. Princess, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you. I think my first comment will be on Trudy's remark when she said we do not have enough socialization as in the green economy. I think it's something that we are very much aware of, because I think as commissioners we did embark on a consultation process, but obviously it was a hit and miss, as we did not have the resources in terms of time and skill. So I think what we have in our business case now, that we would have what we call a partnership implementation model. I think that's the right way to go, because those will be competent people with the right resources, will ensure that there's partnership, with affected communities. And I think Komati was a missed opportunity, because I think now in view of the budget and the realities, when I think the consultation should be more moved towards the practicalities of what we wish to do or to see in the green economy. For example, I think those consultations or those partnerships should address issues such as generally in the green economy, you have lower operating requirements as opposed to, say, coal. So we might need to zone in there. How do we ensure that jobs are created in an environment that is seen to have lower operating requirements? Issues of reskilling, obviously, that'll be form part of it. And I think my other comment is also on the budget speech, which I think for most of us it was welcomed, commendable. The transition to green, obviously, is gonna be faster because of the announcement. But I think the question that is going through my mind is, we have these incentives for the households and businesses. I'm not sure if government gave thought to your rural household, which will not afford to put up that rooftop panel. And I suppose as we fast tracking the transition, which is good, we need to give thought to, are we not going to have supply constraints, which might be in a way have a negative impact on the program itself. And also, because most of the stuff is important, are we not going to have higher inflationary pressures? I think for me, that's a concern as well. yes, we have to start manufacturing. We need the right incentives so that we can start that. But I think for me, in the medium to long, in the short to medium term, inflation will rocket because of that. I think my last comment. My last comment to the former DG is that Treasury has a much higher economic growth forecast than your Reserve Bank. Are we being realistic? Thank you.
All right. That's a coffee conversation on the side. I think. Louise, go ahead.
Thank you. So firstly, thank you to the Deputy Chair and the Secretariat for putting this session on the agenda, because I think the transition that the Commission is responsible for is an economic transition, and it's very important that we locate ourselves like this. So thank you for that. And to the presenters, the three, you know, for really very interesting and thought-provoking presentations. So thank you for that. I want to pick up on something some of the other commissioners have said about this kind of industrial master plan, in a sense, to create a renewable energy manufacturing, local manufacturing industry. I think that is a wonderful idea for an action point, and I think we have to start moving to action points and doing real things. And part of the formula for doing that is creating the demand. And in our response as WWF to the Just Energy Transition Partnership IP investment plan, we had advocated that we need to look as a government and a country at putting renewable energy systems up for poor households. So Princess Tsakani, it speaks to your question about what about households in the rural areas, people who don't even have the cash flow where the subsidy can even kick in and help them. So I think that's an important piece of that puzzle. Then in terms of what our Deputy Chair is raising in terms of modernization of the economy, I think part of the problem is a conceptual one, and it is reflected in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, in that a pillar is the green economy. And that is the wrong way to think about this modernization and reorientation of our economy. We have to green, if you want to use that adjective, all sectors of the economy. All sectors of the economy are water users. All sectors of the economy are going to be impacted by the biophysical climate changes or the transition that's happening all around the world. So we have to talk about greening the economy and not the green economy as if it's some corner somewhere. And certainly there would be products and services which are better suited to this new emerging economy, but I really think that's a conceptual error that we make. In terms of the budget, I think that we might perhaps, and I look to Deepak to perhaps lead on this, we might look as the Commission at trying to dig out where the fossil fuel subsidies sit in our fiscus, because I think we need that knowledge in order to make decisions about, you know, whether, how those fossil fuel subsidies should change over time, if they should change, where they could be redirected. And I think that helps the fiscus because it would release money, you know, for other purposes. So that's one recommendation. And then, you know, in terms of the emerging global economic transitions and trade environment, I think the Secretariat is organizing a webinar on these carbon border adjustment mechanisms and how that exposes South Africa as the most carbon intensive economy in the world, exposes our exports to these CBAMs. And I think that one way we can respond to these CBAMs is to raise our carbon tax rate. Because that means, because the CBAMs are levied on the difference between the carbon price in the country and the carbon price in the country that you're exporting into. At least if we raise our own carbon tax rate, it would mean not all exporters pay the same penalty of a CBAM. The polluters within the country pay the higher cost, and the revenue flows into our own fiscus rather than into the fiscus of the destination country. So that's, you know, I think another area for us to think about. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I've got a few more hands and then I want to just hand over to Crispian as well. I've got Nakisi, I've got Mac, and I've got Summer. So just in that order.
Good morning, colleagues again. I think just on the basis of this demand creation strategy of how do we facilitate investment in the various areas that encourages the green economy is the fact that I think we should appreciate that most of the future minerals that are going to be required for this economy are in this country as well. And we don't have a clear-cut strategy as to how South Africa should protect its own interests, you know, in terms of being a net exporter of these minerals of the future. How do we, you know, beneficiate those countries in those minerals in our country, and also how do we facilitate a much more smart mining methods to be able to take advantage of those minerals? Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely. Short and sweet and to the point. Great. Thank you. Go ahead, Mac. You can use the mic over there next to you. And just to say, I did earlier say that my mother had COVID. I just want to point out that she's in the Western Cape. So just in case that raised any alarm bells for anybody. Go ahead, Mac.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think from the first presentation, what came out for me is the fact that the sector that lost lots and lots of jobs is the manufacturing sector. And what I am failing to, and I've been trying to think and I'm not getting the answer. If you look at the investment plan and you look at the budget allocations there, you'll find that the sector that lost so many jobs, which is this sector, is allocated less. Electricity is allocated more. Agriculture and less. And this is the sector where we lost a lot of jobs. Now, my question is, where do we see jobs, new jobs coming from? Because clearly, and this we can debate, renewables are not going to give us the base load that we want now and today to create jobs now and today. They're not going to give us that. Currently in the country, there's no plan to build new power stations. Whether it's nuclear or any other, there's no such a plan. And that's something that's really worrying. It's like we are not learning as a country. We just want to react, you know, as and when we we are confronted with a situation. Now, my question is, if you don't have, if you are not building power stations that are going to give you a sustainable base load, right? As you now focus on, you know, bringing more capacity through renewables and all that, what is going to give us as a country, you know, the jobs that we all need if we don't start preparing and now? And I think that's where my concern is.
Thank you very much. Can I have Summer, please? The two clear points around baseload and jobs. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll also attempt to be prompt. So I think, yeah, I much appreciated the presentations earlier on in foregrounding this discussion. But just on the tools that were announced yesterday, particularly around the repurposing of the bounce back scheme, which has previously been unsuccessful in terms of achieving its objectives. So I'm mindful of the two-prong approach, and I'm in agreement with some of the commissioners who've mentioned the issues that, one, we must look at localization, but whilst we seek to stabilize productivity levels at the SMEs by ensuring sustainable energy whilst also transitioning to green, I just had thoughts in my mind as to whether the bounce back scheme is in fact an appropriate tool to stimulate or support sustainable energy supply and the transition to green within, and I think my concern is more so within the SME space, because affordability is an issue. So I'm not sure if, you know, and I'd like to get the view of Mr. Fuzilo on this as to whether, you know, in his view, the changes that have been made will result in more inclusivity or accessibility and utilization of the scheme, because I think it's one thing to announce it and avail the funds, but the ability for it to be taken up, I think, is one other consideration that we must not lose sight of. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Creasy.
Thanks very much, and good morning to everybody. Apologies to join you late, unfortunately. Minister Vali Musa left me with the fishing industry, which gives me a lot of problems. Colleagues, I thought
guilty as charged.
I thought I would just add a couple of perspectives, because one of my, I don't know whether you call it a perk or a drawback of my job, is that I travel a lot. And one of the questions that one has been very interested in is what exactly is the impact of the war in Ukraine on the energy transition that would be taking place globally? And to what extent is there truth in the fact that the developed world is returning to coal and they've put the brakes on the transition and so on? And I think it's an interesting question, because it pertains to first of all, the speed and the pace of the transition internationally, but it also has implications for what are the likely scenarios for our own goods and services produced with a high carbon footprint. And I think that there is truth that some of our developed country partners, particularly in the European Union, would over the last few months have taken on more coal-fired generation. But, you know, we're talking about something in the region of 3 to 5% of the energy needs coming from coal. Of course, that's been quite nice for our exports, but I think it's important that we understand that most of those countries are not in our league when it comes to coal-fired electricity generation. The second issue that one has been trying to research with developed countries is, so if you are returning to coal, what are the implications for gas generation? Because I think that a year ago, we would have all said gas is a transition enabler. And what one is seeing amongst many countries is that they are considering skipping the gas stage because of the non-availability of Russian gas. So they say to me they've got 3 hard winters ahead, the current one being the first one. And obviously there would, as I have said, be some limited coal-fired generation. But essentially what they're saying to me is that they're going to jump the gas stage and move straight into green hydrogen. So I think the interesting question that was being raised about what is the baseload fuel, I don't really like the term baseload, but let's use it for the sake of the discussion that we're having. What is the baseload fuel that Europe is now looking at? And they're definitely moving from gas to hydrogen. At the moment, they're talking about blue hydrogen, but there is a definite intention to move towards green hydrogen. So I think that we're going to get onto the JET investment plan, but I think the investments in green hydrogen are very interesting, and they need to be of serious concern to us, both in terms of a way to deal with hard to abate sectors, but also the possibility for job creation, but I think more importantly, strategic advantage. South Africa is not just in the top 10 sunniest countries in the world, it's in the top 5. So the possibilities to use sunshine to develop a green liquid fuel are very high. I think we are half a generation away from the relevant technology, but there is no doubt that with the amount of money that's being thrown into R&D, it's a short while away for that breakthrough to happen. And then we become the equivalent of an oil producing country, should we so wish. Of course, there's the added advantage if you're using hydrogen, that you do need a degree of carbon capture and sequestration. And of course, that would be a useful use for some of our coal-fired power stations, and the CSIR is busy developing the technology for carbon capture and sequestration and use in green hydrogen. So I think that it's an interesting area of consideration. The key question is, how do we make sure that the jobs are not created in the Northern Cape while the workers are in Mpumalanga? And that obviously means that we have to have active labor market policies in Mpumalanga. And if any of you had been listening to the debate on the state of the nation, there was a very good speech made by the Premier of Mpumalanga talking about the long-term development strategy for that province. And I think that's something that the Climate Commission should be seized with. The last point that one would want to make, Deputy Chair, is that there's a growing environment out there that suggests there needs to be a closer relationship between the climate issues and the biodiversity issues. I am a person who has studiously resisted what is termed nature-based solutions to deal with carbon emissions. And part of the reason why I have opposed that is because I've seen it as a cop-out by developed countries to avoid giving finance to support the transition of developing countries. But I do think that if we can change the language and call it payment for ecosystem services, I think that this is something that requires serious consideration, and it provides an additional revenue stream. Apart from the fact that obviously it would assist our biodiversity sector if we could find alternative ways of financing it. So I want to suggest that the Climate Commission needs to become interested in the biodiversity COP and needs to be strengthening relations with those organizations, both in government and in the non-government sector, that would be involved in biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that. And I think some really valuable inputs. I'm very aware that there's a large number of the comments that have come in that have been suggestions, ideas. So there've been some really rich ideas that have come in. There may have been a few that are questions to our presenters. I'm also very conscious of time. So I'm preempting my statement or my invitation for like a 1-minute wrap up from your side, with a statement that there's tea and coffee outside, and what stands between us and that is the economists in the room. But if I can ask for literally just a brief response, it means not ticking off every single point, but just a brief response from yourselves. And I don't know if Trudy's still here. If she is, if we could get a response from her as well. Thank you.
So I'll actually just then respond to 2 issues. One is on the debt question. So simple answer, it's a really bad idea. So just like you don't want to go into debt as a household, same as a country, because debt is denominated in different forms. It has different terms. It is the second largest item of national government's expenditure profile. So the servicing costs can kick in. And as we saw when the dollar strengthened, so avoid debt financing economic growth. Because it always comes back to bite you. That's the simple answer. And then actually, I just wanted to pick up on the minister's point about active labor market policies, because that's a nice segue into. So the follow-up work, as I said at the outset, that we are doing is literally to do a very deep dive into the size and shape of the coal jobs or the coal labor market in Mpumalanga at the district level, using census data, age distribution, gender, race, household size, and out of that comes the active labor market policy metrics. So out of that will come sort of, if you had to look at retiring off workers, if you had to look at reskilling some workers because you have the skills profile, what would the cost be to enable the just transition out of coal, as it were? So let me stop there. Thanks.
You see now, boss, I'm a presenter, like true and true. Now, look, it's an interesting thing. I mean, the debt issue gets debated in many ways. I've got a slightly different take, for instance, to the prof here. We seldom disagree. But I mean, debt in and of itself is not a problem. It is what you do with the money that you have borrowed that matters. The whole question that has been researched the world over about the quality of your deficit. If you take the money, you go to drink it, then you have a problem. But if you take the money, you put it into things that improve the productive capacity of your economy and its ability to employ people and expand the tax base, you don't have a problem with the debt. Of course, then you can get into the details of, which is where I agree with him entirely. Should it be denominated in rands or dollars? The countries up north don't have the choice because they don't have deep and liquid capital markets like we have in SA. We happen to be lucky in that regard. We can raise money in rands and even borrow from foreigners who come here and convert and give us the debt in rands. So we must use that and use it cleverly. A very important point that the deputy chair makes, which I sort of missed totally, but it shows, I mean, he is wiser than me, which is the climate, or call it climate friendliness, let me use that term, of the budget. Is it in improving or inducing modernization and so on? I think you are right, Chairman. You can sort of, Deputy Chairman, there is probably a case to be made for that. But I have this to counter you. I mean, if you think about where we come from with renewables, you kind of start somewhere with these things. And before you realize it, they can explode into something great. So I'm great with the fact that we talk about measures to support, call it kind of positively, climate change initiatives in the budget. And it's a question of time they will take off in a big way. The scheme, Azama, and the Prof was asking the same question, does have a provision for businesses that are in the value chain for solar technology sort of initiatives. It's actually, there are elements of it that are still being thought out and that are going to be in the design. For instance, the financial services institutions are going to receive, as Trudy was saying, that benefit of the 20% first loss from loans to enterprises that are involved in this. Then the issue is, where do you pitch it? Is 100 million, which is what was proposed as the starting point, good enough? Are you not leaving too many enterprises out, and how flexible can you be? But I actually think that once you have a scheme like that, to Joe's point, whether you keep it for long or not, once you have it, if it works, people don't normally kill things that work. But what you also do not want with these kinds of things is to commit, and then it turns out to be a disaster. And all of a sudden, when you pull it by its tail, people say you lose credibility, because people say, you look, I've started this investment believing that you're bringing the subsidy, and now you take it away. When it proves out to be a disaster, you want to get out of it. But if it works, I can assure you, the team that has put it into play will not pull it back.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Sorry. Oh, Trudy, yes, you are here. I was going to say, is Trudy still here? Trudy, please go ahead.
Yes. So just quick points. I mean, I think on the budget, on how green it is, we need to be careful, because some of it you have to dig to find it. So for instance, one of the biggest contributions to expenditure is infrastructure. And when you look in that infrastructure pipeline, there's actually a strategic investment project looking at greening government buildings, very much around the way that you've been talking about it. But of course, you don't see it in the highlights, and it's a big strategic investment program. Similarly, for water efficiency within the infrastructure pipeline. So I suppose I'm saying in your work, you're going to have to peel the layers, and government loves its layers, to really get to the greenness of that budget. But you might find that there are nuggets there that are already in play. Now, on the skills issue, I mean, your chairperson, president, really wants to see a skills revolution, and he talks about this everywhere he goes. And I think a green skills revolution obviously is future oriented. So if there is a work program on this that really gives clear guidance on that, I think it would be much appreciated. Then on green industrialization, I mean, Joanne, Lebohang, many others have made this point. We really need to focus on this. Once again, yes, back to the layers, there's the renewable energy master plan that's being worked out. There are other initiatives across government, but I think having a joined up view of what that green industrialization strategy looks like would be a great contribution from your work. I mean, if I look at the Inflation Reduction Act, you know, American economists spent a lot of time, at least when I was in varsity, telling us how bad industrial policy is. But now they've rediscovered and revitalized. I mean, the IRI is amazing industrial policy. And so I think we need to, once again, we've never been hostile to industrial policy. I think our challenge is making sure that it's smart, it's not wasteful, and that it actually leads to good outcomes. So I would say skills revolution, green industrialization, and also a bit of a more subtle approach to how you think about the greenness of the budget. There was a budget about, I think, 2007 or so, where in the preface, there was an attempt to actually measure the carbon intensity of the budget process itself. And I think those, you know, we could encourage our colleagues from Treasury to get back to that thinking, but also then to look about, obviously, the greenness of the budget in total. And also, I agree to look for those hidden carbon subsidies, but I don't think we have a fossil fuel subsidy issue. But of course, one stands to be corrected. So thank you very much for that. I'll leave it at that.
And I won't be long. There is a rebate for the diesel that's used by for agriculture. In other words, there's, and it's not insubstantial. But of course, it comes back, it bites the poor quickly because food becomes expensive.
Okay, so thank you very much for all the inputs. I think some really valuable inputs, and thank you to Trudy. We're sorry you're not here physically with us. We're going to break for tea. Before we break for tea or coffee or water, I want to just put out a call for the person that can come up with the best idea of a fruit that you can peel the layers of, and as you peel, you get to the layers of greenness below. Because I thought it was such a lovely reflection that she was saying about PCC needs to peel the layers to get to the greenness below. So whether that's around the budget or whether it's about other things, I couldn't think of something that had a lot of greenness right in the middle of it, but there's a challenge. We've got tea and coffee. We are behind with our timeline. Crispian's come up with a sneaky way of trying to address it and win us back a bit of time. The conversation's been fantastic. So if I can get you all to give yourselves a round of applause, first of all. No? There's a whole lot of work that has to happen before the applause happens, clearly. Understood. And can we just make it a brief tea? So I don't know, what is that? Is that, I know, 15 minutes? Are we happy with 15 minutes? So we'll be back here by 15:15, just after 15:15. Thank you very much. If you hear somebody bashing a glass, then you know it's time. Thank you very much. Tea and coffee is in the building that's outside. It's across the courtyard. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks, sorry, you keep on being harassed by everybody putting their things down. It's the. On the corner. Get going again. So I think some really fascinating conversation before tea, and lots of rich food for thought. I heard one person say, but now how do we put this into action? Because we talk lots, but how do we do something with this? So that's the thought to carry through. We're at 11:30. So what we're going to do is for the next agenda items, which is assessment of the PCC work and SWOT analysis, and the input around the priorities, we're going to condense them together in terms of those strategic priorities for 2023. I'm going to ask Crispian to give his input. He says he has 6 slides, very impressive. So and I don't know how you want to respond to that, but maybe I'll leave him to take the floor. So I'm going to hand over to Crispian, and then we will take input. I'm going to start off with input from the working group chairs that are here, and then I'm going to open it up to the floor in terms of what comes up. I think one of the big questions that came up in the Secretariat's discussion was the point about how do we do fewer things with impact. So how do we focus on like the top priorities and make sure that those are the things that we have impact on? So with that, I'm going to hand over to Crispian.
Thank you, Justine. And once again, greetings, everyone. As we go into the session, I just want to acknowledge the DG of Science and Innovation, Dr. Phil Mjwaka, who's joined us. It's really good to have you in this conversation. And you would have, I think, been very encouraged with our discussion before tea, amongst which others, you know, green hydrogen, a major focus in terms of the opportunities moving forward. So I'm going to give you, first of all, I'm actually doing 3 things with this presentation. So I was meant to tell you on what we did over the last year. I'm going to do that in 1 slide. If you could move the slide on, this clicker doesn't seem to trigger. I tried. So in the last year, we finalized the Just Transition Framework and we made recommendations which were approved by government. As part of that process, we engaged widely with stakeholder groups and local communities. And following the adoption of that framework, we've been systematically going back to them to report back. We've started work on regional development and employment strategies with the Mpumalanga government and a whole range of stakeholders, which is ongoing. We've conducted research and consultations on the just energy transition and the electricity mix. That's in build up to this commission making recommendations on those subjects in the near future. And we're going to be dealing with that in our meeting tomorrow. We've assessed the impact and the response mechanisms to floods and droughts. We've, at the invitation of the President, conducted consultations on the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, and more broadly are doing work to mobilize finance for the Just Transition. And then there's a whole lot of internal stuff we've done. We've set up working groups. They're all running. We finalized our move to the NEDLAC, thanks to DFFE and the NEDLAC staff for enabling that move. We've grown our staff complement and we've sorted out long-term financial support, including a decent budget allocation from government. So and yeah, the minister played a critical role in helping get that done. So that's the report. I circulated a longer report which we submitted to the president just prior to the SONA. So that's in your document pack. And if you want to go and read what we've done, you can get more detail. So that's the report. I'm sorry, it's really brief, but I'm just trying to make up some time. Next slide. So I'm now going to report back on your commissioner responses on the survey. So in the build up to the strat planning session, we sent round a survey. 14 commissioners completed the survey, and we want to thank you very much. I did circulate the full survey form. Sorry, next slide. Maybe did they freeze? You do get that on Zoom sometimes. The slides sometimes freeze. So I circulated the form, and thanks to those of you that did fill it in. And I've done a sort of high-level summary, and I'm going to go through strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then the last slide is on the priorities you've suggested for the new year. So just on the strengths, and apologies if my summary misses the nuance of the point that you made, but we can come back and elaborate in the discussion. So firstly, composition. A lot of you recognize the representativity, the diversity of stakeholders and voices, the knowledge base that's on this commission and its expertise. A lot of people spoke about reputation, in the independence of this body, its credibility, the reputation of individual commissioners, because you're all out there in your own right. The fact that we're trusted by multiple constituencies and that we've got this ability to convene conversations. Also capacity, so commissioners with expertise from different social partners, also the research capacity, the secretariat, and particular comments were made about the expertise we have in mitigation. I think they're talking about you, Steve, and Simpiwe. Then process. So a lot of you spoke about the way our proceedings are so transparent, the consensus-driven approach that we adopt, the collaborative approach that we've got, the potential to mobilize, the ability to consult widely, and the way that we've included young people in a lot of these conversations. And then a lot of comments about leadership, strong leadership, particularly from the deputy chair and the chair, the political support that we've got, the influence, our ability to influence national policy, and the access that we have to the president. So those are all the strengths. Moving on to weaknesses, quite a few of you referred to issues around mandate. So particularly the legislative uncertainty and the absence of the climate bill going through. Some raised a concern that we only have an advisory role without legal authority. I mean, that's something that we should debate. Our mandate is advisory. And what's seen as an over-reliance on the authority of the president, in the absence of a legal mandate. Then issues were raised around participation. A few of you mentioned the lack of involvement of commissioners, limited participation by government, divergent views. I mean, I know that was also raised as a strength, but I think this was raised in the sense of irreconcilable divergence. not enough youth representatives, and one or two comments about the dominance of the business sector. I'm just communicating what's out there. You can debate whether you think it's true or not. Then some issues raised around focus. So people said we don't have a common vision, that we have an uneven focus, that we overemphasize energy and modeling instead of adaptation, that we're technocratic, that we don't drive societal change, and that there's a tension between our advisory and consensus building functions. Then concerns about process, too many engagements, often insufficient depth to the discussion, limited reach, the lack of a coherent stakeholder engagement program, and fragmented approaches are not being accessible. And then some comments raised about the Secretariat. So a few of you feel the Secretariat runs ahead of the Commission, that the commissioners aren't properly informed, that there's an ever-expanding agenda. One or two said slow response time and dependence on donor funding. So that's the weaknesses. Looking forward, the opportunities that you flagged, next slide, please. Quite a few people saw opportunities in the area of increasing participation. So using our convening power, engaging in meaningful conversation. There were some comments about Kamati and what's seen as a failure of consultation around Kamati and building on that. Building stakeholder buy-in and consensus and collaborating with like-minded organizations. Collaboration actually came up as quite a strong theme. Then a number of people said there's huge opportunities around the just transition, particularly focusing on implementation by social partners and finding ways of supporting that, influencing departments to speed up policy and legislation, and promoting procedural justice and youth participation. A lot of comments on mitigation and energy. So opportunities in the energy crisis. I mean, you heard this debate before tea about, what's actually going on in terms of, is it a shift back to fossil fuels, or is it an acceleration of the energy transition? And people were pointing to that. The need to build consensus on net zero pathways, science-based energy planning, and a focus on decentralized energy solutions. People also saw opportunities in adaptation, particularly as we get this increasing, severity of climate impacts and increasing frequency. So suggestions were made about building awareness of climate impacts, involving municipalities and infrastructure agencies, and focusing particularly on water challenges and resilience. Also finance, improving and strengthening the JET IP and focusing on its implementation, mobilizing foreign investment, working with National Treasury on budget tagging and incentive reform. And then lastly, big opportunities in the M&E space, particularly monitoring the implementation of the just transition and building up to our first State of Climate Action Report, which we're planning to do at the end of the year. And then a few threats, again on just transition, a real concern that workers and communities could reject the just transition. And we do need to understand there's a large amount of anxiety and a feeling of being left behind, despite all of our sloganeering. The danger of diluting the just component of the transition, not owning or meeting the target, not meeting own targets and plans, and the absence of a stakeholder engagement program. Then threats around reputation. So, waning public trust, being perceived as a talk shop, loss of faith due to inaction. Some people raised a worry about reputational damage from being too closely associated with the JET IP, and attempts by some academics to discredit the PCC. I'm actually not aware of those, but someone might want to raise the point in the discussion. Then some people felt vested interests were our gravest threat, a very active fossil fuel lobby, perceived influence by that lobby over the commission, and what is happening, which is a very large misinformation campaign at the moment. The energy crisis was also seen as a threat. So load shedding overshadowing other issues, and the unrealistic pressure to resolve the crisis that might focus us on short-term rather than long-term solutions. Then participation as a threat, absence of government, unavailability of commissioners, uncompromising and inflexible stances on the pace of the transition and the use of gas, and lack of ownership of the work by commissioners. Then legislative framework, the delays in the climate bill and the lack of statutory backing for the PCC were seen as a threat. And then some people raised politics. So competing priorities before 2024 elections, and the danger of political change and the president's tenure and our link to the president. So that's the SWOT. And you can see embedded in that SWOT quite a few already suggestions about priorities. So this is a separate question. We then asked you, what are the 3 priorities you'd like to see delivered in the coming year? And it's the last slide, so I'm just going to run through it very quickly. Firstly, no, not future topics, go back. We'll come to that future. Well, there were other questions we posed, which we'll come back to later when we talk about the agenda. But I'm going to end at this point. So firstly, just transition. Building awareness about the framework, supporting implementation, developing the governance mechanisms for the just part of the transition, taking stock of all this multiplicity of initiatives out there, and monitoring implementation. So a whole basket of stuff on just transition. Secondly, people made quite a few suggestions about alignment. So aligning instruments around a common vision and roadmap, aligning messaging by social partners, and driving policy alignment across government. Then energy. So you can see this is a consistent theme. Energy planning to accelerate the rollout of renewables and decarbonize the grid, and integrating that with short-term solutions to the energy crisis. Fourthly, adaptation, emphasizing adaptation planning, particularly in local government, addressing water security for the looming super drought. Remember, we're sort of shifting out of the El Nino cycle now and into La Nina, and the focus on implementation. Then, fifthly, finance, making recommendations on how to strengthen the justice aspects of the JET IP, supporting the implementation of the JET IP, and facilitating long-term just transition financing. And lastly, consultation and communications, a strong view across the inputs for a structured, ongoing grassroots engagement program, raising awareness in schools, a public communication strategy, upgrading the website, and doing translations into multiple languages of all our documents. So that's it. I'll come back in the session after lunch on your suggested topics for discussions and ways to improve commissioner participation. So we're going to pick that up in the last session. But that is work to date, SWOT analysis, priorities for the year.
Okay, so well done, Crispian, for keeping that brief. Thank you very much for that. I want to, before I take input on what's been presented, and I mean, some of it's presenting back your own inputs to the Commission, I want to just invite the working group chairs to give input. I know we're missing 2 of them, but if I can start over there, and then I'm going to get input from everybody else present. And clearly we've got a pot of information that's been presented. So we've got the input around what have we done well? What do we need to do differently? There were some suggestions around that. Then it was presented in the context of a SWOT analysis, also thinking about opportunities in relation to priorities, and then the priorities that were presented from Crispian's side. And I think, as I said, you know, what are the top 3? I could see people nodding around the room. So the question really is, how do we hone in on those things that are going to make an impact? If I can start with Makoma, and then I'm going to come across to Shinini. And really just very brief input, if I can invite from your side before we take other inputs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Makoma. And for you saying that we should be brief, I'll be really, really very brief and invite my colleagues, Destigan and Mish, to also maybe clarify. But basically, our priorities are around the continuous development of climate resilient development pathways, but focusing much more on the just urban transition and also doing sectoral gap analysis. But doing that, we also will be focusing on the climate adaptation, financing and resourcing. So that's just in brief. And Deshiken and Mish can add on to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Makoma, and I will keep it brief. So it reacts in large part to what has come out in that analysis as well. So with the 2 broad blocks supporting climate resilience, and the terminology is specific, it's not just adaptation now, it's resilience and adaptation. The one part is engaging the issues around disaster management and disaster risk reduction. And the KZN and Gebeka papers, concentrating on the floods and droughts, is a core contribution and the nucleus around which we are developing out a series of engagements and workshops to actually move into one of the products being advising on the reform of the disaster management protocols and policies. And this is an initiative of the presidency that we are supporting. And then moving on to the other stream, because this relates very directly to that, the response and recovery plan talks to the climate resilience development pathways. And in the climate resilience development pathways, we have 2 streams. One is urban focused and the just urban transition. And within that context, we're looking at the GUT pathways, a cities program. And one bigger than that is complementing what is already happening in Mpumalanga around the just energy transition, to complete that with a composite and consolidating Mpumalanga climate resilience plan. The second stream on the CRDP is on the sectoral gap analyses. And here we're looking at 3 sectors as a priority in the short term. They're agriculture, water, and the built environment. Colleagues, a lot of this information is in the documentation for tomorrow's meeting. And then the 2 big cross-cutters that we have around both of them, one is climate adaptation, financing, and resourcing. So also resourcing beyond finance. And the second is climate resilience capacity, agency, and capability. And Chair, an opportunity to introduce Michelle Hesterman, who is a shared resource until the 1st of March. She is somewhere in the back, and she'll be joining the PCC team on the 1st of March officially. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Jessica and Makoma, I'm going to hand over to Shamini, please.
Thank you, Justine. So in terms of the finance working group, in the priorities, the ED already indicated that, the just transition investment plan is one of the key things. But I think I want to take a step back and just indicate what the 3 pillars are against which we've defined our priorities for the year, or at least the next few years. So the first one is monitoring and evaluating capital flows to the just transition. We really don't have a good handle on where the money is coming from. Money is being spent. We need to be able to have a proper landscaping around that. The second one is mobilizing climate finance. And here it's about understanding, what projects to fund and how we can actually fund the just transition. It's a very difficult space, doesn't often get funded, and we need to understand that. And then how do you actually enable the flow of capital towards that? And within that space is where the just transition investment plan actually fits, but it's more than just the investment plan. The investment plan goes up for 5 years. It speaks about the NDC, but we need to also think about the institutional structures and the mechanisms in the country in order to enable those funds to flow. So we've got under that a specific project, which is quite critically important, is the just transition financing mechanism. And we've kept that process off. So that's a strategic priority as well. But I do want to indicate in terms of the landscaping, there's 2 processes underway. The first one concluded with the Green Cape report. And then the second one is now to take that forward. And we've got phase 2 of that in terms of the landscaping project. So there's a number of elements that ultimately lead to enabling the flow of capital. And we are trying to address all 3 of those pillars as key priorities. I've been quite strict, and I hope our secretariat doesn't mind it. So in terms of ensuring that this ties always back to the mandate of the PCC. And so our work program has been designed to link back to all of those elements. And you see it coming through even when the ED spoke about the priorities, because we can't talk about the framework without talking about how we're going to fund the transition and how to implement that framework. So this is how we've structured ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to just sort of take a step back, because obviously the chairs that are here have jumped straight into priorities. I want to invite input in terms of what's being presented, both from the side and in terms of Crispian's input around the survey. And if I can just get a show of hands in terms of people for input. I've got Minister Kwesi. Any other hands? Louise? Okay, let's start off over there. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just think it's quite helpful when one does a strategic planning process to ask oneself the question, what phase is the Climate Commission operating in now? And can we characterize the current phase as being in some way different from the phase that we may have been operating in since our formation? And I would want to suggest that over the last couple of years since the formation of the Commission, we have really been operating in what I would characterize as an advocacy phase for the concept of a just transition. I think that we have achieved consensus around the need for a just transition, and we are now moving out of the advocacy phase, although one is mindful of the fact that battles are never won, but one is moving now into an implementation phase. I would want to suggest, Crispin, that your priorities are still orientated towards an advocacy phase rather than an implementation phase, and they are inclined to be process orientated rather than goal orientated. I don't know whether this would work, but I would want to suggest that, and it does link to the inputs that have been raised by the subgroups. But I would want to suggest that maybe we need to be saying, given the fact that we are in an implementation phase, and that some of that implementation will take place at a government level, some of that implementation will be by private sector partners. How do we, what is going to be the role of this body in that implementation phase? It seems to me from the discussions that have been coming up and the issues that have been raised around building resilience, that support for subnational government in some form or other is a very important priority. I think that if one were to look at the input, just when I came in, Vali was talking about the fact that local government revenue is based on the fact that they sell on electricity generated by Eskom. So how do we support the process of local government reconceptualizing their revenue stream? Unless there is some thinking around that, what we're going to find is an increasing financial problem for local government. And then we will be told, well, you know, with all the problems that local government faces, we can't possibly be thinking about climate resilience because we've got to think about sanitation and waste removal and so on. Whereas I think that what we've got to be doing is we've got to be looking at the economics of this and saying, how does local government work? Where do their revenue streams come from? How do we support a transition in those revenue streams? If a city like Johannesburg can't answer this question, then there's actually no hope for the transition. So I think that we need to think about how do we support a process of enabling the cities to reconceptualize revenue streams that are compatible with building resilience. Linked to that linked to the resilience question is the issue of food and water security. We understand that the way in which we produce food and the way in which we harvest water undermines resilience and facilitates biodiversity loss. So how do we conceptualize food and water security in a way that builds resilience in a water scarce country? And then I think this issue of disaster resilience. The fundamental learning that I had from the floods in KZN was that where communities living in flood zones knew that they were living in flood zones and knew that they had to take preventive action when a flood was predicted to occur, in those communities there was no drowning. In communities where people didn't know that and didn't know that they could take evasive action, 450 people were swept away. I think that our communication has got to move out of dinner parties and has got to move into high-risk communities, either in relation to drought or flooding. Because what we know from international experience is there's no point in predicting weather if you're not saving lives. And the only way you can save lives is you've got to help ordinary people understand what are the implications of weather predictions? All over media at the moment is Cyclone Freddy. Cyclone Freddy is coming on Saturday. These are the provinces where there's going to be flooding. What does that mean for people living in informal settlements in flood zones? And I think that this is, I would want to suggest this is where we need. So those are 3 ideas, but there are no doubt others. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And what I really like about that is it's bringing it down to the practical, because those are very practical ways to engage with the priorities. I've got Louise, and then I've got the Deputy Chair.
So actually, instead of a series of people saying their own little piece, perhaps we can take discussion of the points the minister has raised, which are really quite important for our work. So I will step aside and come back in later. I mean, because I think those things bear discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think Louise makes a good point. The minister has made a number of overarching points, and I think it's useful to engage with that. Because we're dealing with both the assessment of our work, SWOT analysis, and strategic priorities, the observation I was going to make, Crispian, is that this commission, it may not look like it to all of you who are so deeply involved in the work of the commission, the commissioners and the management. But this commission actually is the leading institution in South African society on climate change. Not leading in terms of implementation or research or anything, but it's actually playing a leading role. It is the authority. If anybody, when people in different government departments want to know whether what they're doing is okay, they'll sort of take the temperature with the commission. They'll find a way of doing that. They say, okay, the commission's not going to oppose us, so we're probably on the right track. So there's a kind of in all over, people look at that. Even the international community takes this commission more seriously, frankly, than it should be taken. Because lots of important people from all around the world want to see me. I say to them, I don't work for the commission. I'm a pensioner. I don't have the time. I don't have an office where you can meet me. Sometimes they come to my house, but they sort of need to say that they've touched base with the commission. Not that, you know, so in a sense, we overrated. And I think that it's something that we should build on. Not many countries have an institution like this, and I think we can make this the kind of a central place for climate in the country. And I think we should start behaving like that a little bit more, maybe a little bit more boldly in that sort of way. And I think it helps that we don't have powers, that we're an advisory body. I think that helps a great deal, because what it does, we must be reluctant to acquire a lot of powers, because what it would do is that it will take away our big strength, and that is that we rely on a power of persuasion. We've got nothing else. So we try to do things in a transparent, open way. We try to persuade, we try to be accommodative. And that's because there's nothing else we've got. We don't have a whip, you know, and we don't have money either. So this is what we've got, and that's what gives us our power. And I think we should keep it in that sort of way and build on that as much as we can. So that's my general sort of view on that one. As far as the participation of stakeholders is concerned, I'm not completely in agreement that we have poor participation from government. In fact, we have a higher level participation from government than from any other of the social partners here. From business, we've not had the CEOs of the big corporates actually taking a proper interest, except if I invite them, the CEO of Anglo American, to come and talk to us, and I say it will be broadcast. Then he comes and he makes a speech and he talks. I say to him, Minister Creasy will be here to listen to you. You will be bumping shoulders. Then they come, and that's the end of it. But we haven't really had from we're upping the game now. I think I think Mr. Fuzile is here. I think that we're going to get one or two other people, Crispin. I don't know if I can mention the names, but we're upping the game as far as that is. But from government, we've had high level participation. I don't think we can expect 8 cabinet ministers to come and spend 2 days with us, like today and tomorrow. It's just unrealistic, and it's not going to happen anywhere in the world. As far as the trade unions are concerned, I think we've got reasonable participation from trade unions. I've got no complaints as far as that is concerned. We've got reasonable participation, I think, also from the NGOs. It was wrongly stated as civil society. Environmental NGOs are a small subset of civil society. They're not civil society. They are a small subset, but that's being now upped. The game is being upped. We're getting leaders of the religious community coming in, and sort of other big segments of civil society hopefully coming. So we're still building the commission as far as what I can see, and that is something we must continue to do. Now, part of the leadership role, I think, is communication. If you speak to anybody outside this room, they will tell you, what exactly is this thing called just energy transition? People tell me they go onto our website, they get even more confused. They don't understand this thing. The whole climate change world has been caught up in a kind of a gobbledygook that only we understand, frankly. We understand it very well, and we talk in those languages. And I think a challenge that we have as a commission is to communicate with the broader public. And when I say with the broader public, I don't mean the sort of a proverbial man in the street, but a broader informed public. And we may want to consider having a regular newsletter. I see Blessing says he runs something called what? A communications hub. That sounds like an important thing. But whatever that is, we should consider maybe a regular newsletter where we put out information on climate change, maybe quarterly, maybe monthly, or something of that sort. So if anybody wants proper, accurate information on climate change matters, that's where they will get it from. It can be a place where government can say, this is what has happened, this is what we've done, blah, blah, whatever else it is, and other sorts of stuff. Maybe we should consider that. And the other thing to up our game would be to consider a signature annual event. Now, you know, if you take the COPs, which the COP26 and the COP27 and all that, it has become almost anything but a multilateral meeting, because 95% of the people go, they are not involved in multilateralism. I mean, it's supposed to be a multilateral thing. But what makes it so important is that the whole world goes there, the private sector, the trade unions, academics, people who want to be important, people who are not important, who are important, all sorts of people. The whole world's media gets there, and it becomes this important event that pushes the global climate change agenda along very well. You know, if you look at our just energy transition thing, by and large happened on the margins of the actual negotiations. You know, our government was involved in discussions with other governments. They used that. Should we not have a kind of a annual climate change Indaba conference or something of that sort in South Africa, where we can gather everything once a year, because it is gaining momentum and somebody needs to pull it together. And I think the Commission probably has the credibility and the standing to be able to do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I had Mac's hand first. Sorry, I saw Joanne, and then Jansa and Shimini, and then Louise. And then I've got a hand over there, which is Sue. Oh, sorry, Princess. Blind. Okay, go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think the input by the minister is helping us. Seated here, I was beginning to think about some of the practical challenges that we are confronted with as a commission. For example, when it comes to consultations, you know, in other words, consulting different stakeholders as a commission. you know, we move from one area to another as reported, right? But at the same time, you have departments that are doing the same consultations, you know, consulting the same people we have consulted. You have municipalities, you know, consulting the very same people we have consulted. Now, sometimes seated alone, I ask myself, are we not confusing these people that we are consulting here? Because it looks like we have overlapping roles, for lack of a better word, you know. We do what the municipalities are doing. We do what DPE, DMR is doing, because they also do the same, consulting the same people. I think that's a challenge. The second issue which I need to check with you, Minister, is if you look at the current climate change bill, just on adaptation, it talks about the minister being the one who is empowered to develop an adaptation strategy, right? And that the minister does in consultation with other departments, relevant departments, and maybe municipalities and I can't remember whether it talks about community organizations and all that. But what I did not pick up there is it's quiet on consultation or consulting this commission. And I'm raising that because of the advisory role the commission is having on government. It's silence on that. But I also picked up that it's also silent on other stakeholders like organized labor. I'm not sure whether it's because of the NEDLAC process. Maybe that's the reason. So I'm saying if, and maybe there are reasons, Minister, why the bill is silent on, you know, the commission as a stakeholder, one of the stakeholders not being consulted on the development of a strategy, adaptation strategy. I'm not too sure.
Quick answer. The bill was drafted a long time ago, about 10 years ago. When I came into my job, I found it stuck in NEDLAC. The Climate Commission, the bill has an enabling clause to set up the Climate Commission. So the original idea was that the bill would be passed first, then the Climate Commission would be set up, then the National Adaptation Strategy would be developed, and. The reality is the National Adaptation Strategy was adopted by Cabinet in 2019. All 40 district municipalities and the metros have adaptation strategies already adopted. So the bill, in a sense, one was faced with a situation where you either start from scratch with the bill, or you conclude the NEDLAC process and put it into Parliament. I chose the latter. I'm still hoping that we may get a Climate Act before I am no longer the minister.
Okay, things to worry about at night. Joanne.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I want to talk a bit about, I think that in this review, we need to talk about the role of the commissioners. Importantly, because I do think that we need clarity on what the expectations are of us. And I think that in that survey and in the SWOT analysis, there's a lot that kind of sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly talks to various views on what the commissioners should be doing, what the secretariat should be doing, how we work together or don't. There's stuff like that. So I think that's an issue for clarification and conversation. And it seems to me that there are two critical things that we need to probably be clear about. I think the one thing is that I would imagine that anyone who is nominated and accepts a nomination to sit on this commission sees themselves as a champion for the climate issue in their own constituency and more broadly. And I think it talks to the issue that the deputy chair raised around the lack of public education and the role that we need to be playing as commissioners in terms of taking out information, knowledge, a message, and ability to engage on climate change. So I think there's a conversation to be held there, because I don't think we want a commission of silent commissioners who come to a meeting once a quarter and get reports. I personally can't see the point of that. So I think there is an expectation that we do, but I think we need to talk about what is it that we do. And then the second thing I think is we need to also have a conversation around when we say implementation, what are we talking about? Are we talking about capacity building? Are we talking about the generation of knowledge? Are we talking about facilitation processes? Because I do think, okay, let me be very blunt. I think that across, and I mean, I think the ministers maybe said it very politely, but I think that there's a lot of work that has been done around climate change at all kinds of governmental levels in the country. Not much of it is being implemented, which is precisely why we have the problem that we have in KZN and everywhere else, which is that those plans are made, they put on a shelf, or there's no one in a municipality to take them forward, or people don't have the data or information to be able to support what they need in order to do their jobs properly. So I think that we need to define a role for ourselves in relation to implementation that makes sense in relation to, on the one hand, a governmental system, but on the other hand, in relation to how we interact with stakeholders outside of government and help them to define what their role is in terms of working and engaging with government in order to take a climate agenda forward. And I really like the idea of some kind of an annual event and a build up to it that starts to take forward this public education issue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go through the points. I had Janssen next, and then I had Shamini, and then I had Louise. No, sorry, Louise, and then Princess. Sorry.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and everybody. My name is Jan Sarabi. I'm from Agri-SA. I represent the agricultural sector at the Commission. And it's the first time I open my mouth at one of these meetings. So bear with me for some of the stuff that I don't know, but some of the observations that I also want to make about what we do and what we expect to be doing at the Commission. The discussion on the budget this morning was extremely insightful, but one thing that I do miss from budget discussions and what we saw in the figures is that food inflation is one of the major drivers of inflation in the country. And when we talk about things like inequality, poverty, and unemployment, you know, the poverty is the one that comes closest to people's day-to-day lives. And in a country where we have food insecurity of about a third of our population, a quarter to a third of our population, that's very real. And I'm very worried that the Commission is missing a issue about, you know, how the public perceives us, about being perhaps a little bit insensitive about the fact that obviously it goes without saying that this is what it's all about, but this is what the public wants to hear. You know, how are we going to talk about rising food costs, poverty, and a person who's not able to feed his family or his children at night? And I think that's one of the big things that I think that needs to be emphasized. And I know that these are things that are going to be addressed in the gap analyses that Desigan spoke about for agriculture, and also about to a degree, I suppose, about disaster management. But those things become to me very real. While I think that the just economic or just energy transition becomes a little bit abstract in people's minds. I think you hear about international funding, you hear about the 3 pillars of what the Commission is now going to be doing about, moving away from fossil fuels, electric vehicles and green hydrogen. But that becomes a little bit abstract to a person who's hungry at night. And I think that's an important thing that I want to replace on the table, because it is something that's obviously in the forefront of our minds. Together with that, and as a second string to what I want to, in a very jumbled thinking in my own mind, is also about this idea of nexus thinking. When we talk about this nexus of food, water, energy, and environment, I think we seem to be overemphasizing energy at the moment with the JET to a degree. I think and as I said, these are things that will crystallize and become more clear as the work of the Commission actually unfolds for going into the future. But bearing in mind that we cannot emphasize or focus on only one while not at the same time taking other elements with us. We cannot neglect food security. And that ties to my third point that I want to bring in here, is the work that the Commission needs to be doing or considering, and maybe this displays a lack of being informed about this, but it also needs to be seen in a geopolitical context of where South Africa finds itself. We're in sub-Saharan Africa, where there's enormous poverty, hunger, in fact, in the region. And if I read the academic writings about this is the hotspot globally for where it's taking place. Now, South Africa has an opportunity with the Presidential Climate Commission, the way that it is, to take a leadership role, not only the leader in the region, but I think on a global stage as well, which I think the Minister is doing very well. Compliments to the Minister on that. But we can't forget that, we're talking about massive migration that is anticipated, as a consequence of climate change events taking place. And we mustn't miss that. I think those were the 3 themes that I wanted to bring into the discussion, if bearing in mind that I take a bit of my time. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And I think it ties back to the point that Bali was making about actually taking up our role boldly. And what does that practically mean as well? I'm going to go to Shamini, please.
Thanks, Justine. So I just wanted to sort of reiterate some of the points that the other commissioners have made, and maybe go back to one of the points I raised. So when I look at the list of priorities and what's been put forward in terms of the themes and the elements of it, I feel we're still defining the situation. It's very much a situational analysis. And it gets back to what are the critical, practical levers that we can pull. And as a commission, I think the advisory part is being lost. And I agree with the Commissioner Mack, who said, we need to start looking at what are the enablers to get things done. A lot of us as role players know what we have to do, but there are so many hurdles in the way of us doing what we need to do that we need to start unlocking that. And so as a commission, for example, we've heard many of the other commissioners, the ministers, speak about big opportunities. So what are the low-hanging fruit? You can't actually deal with everything in 1 year, but you can prioritize and say, these are the big hitters, but they low-hanging fruit. Let's prioritize that. Food security, how does the agricultural sector come on board? What are the inabilities in the agricultural sector, and what are the hurdles? Then you detail that, and then you say, which are the commissioners that can help us understand this better? Because let's face it, we've been chosen to be here because we bring something to the table. Whether there's a reputation issue or a question or anything, let's put that aside. We have competencies that I don't believe we are being leveraged well enough to unlock the space to be able to get things done. Green hydrogen, I'm going to bring that forward. There's huge projects, strategic catalytic projects on the table. It is not just a funding issue. There is a huge opportunity for the Commission to help unlock the value chain. What are the infrastructure requirements? How can we then incentivize that? What policies are needed? How do we get renewable energy off the ground? Because to be green, you need renewable energy. That begs the question on grid strengthening, grid balancing. How quickly can we do that? Then on the other side, we got to start looking at the skills. So there's ways of doing this by taking the big hitters, looking at it and looking at the policy landscape, what's not being implemented, what not, and how do we get the private sector to move faster and quicker in the space. So I really think the role for us here is to look at the enabling platform that we can create by unlocking the space to help government do what they need to do, private sector and civil society broadly to come to the table. And I do like the idea of an annual conference of some kind that pulls all of the practical solutions together to say, this is what we're looking at, this is what's going to unlock, this is the value add. I don't think it's going to be useful to have a conference to share studies. Just a view, we've had many conferences over the years that just people come to eat and chat and that's it. We've got to get into implementation. My 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I, in preparation for today's meeting, went back to, firstly, I think Joanne is correct about roles and responsibilities needs a discussion, but can we take that perhaps under the last item of the agenda? But I went back to the business plan of that the Secretariat produced, and thinking about the delivery of outcome 1, which says that social partners agree and implement measures to achieve a just transition. That's an outcome of the work that the Commission would do. I really would like us to shift into action mode and implementation mode. And, I think for me, there's one very clear thing we can do as a commissioner, and remembering that the president, in his wisdom and likely, with our deputy chair's advice, even as he was putting the commission together, picked us specifically from different stakeholder groups. So you have in the room the people who can go back to their constituencies and build that social consensus and negotiate with each other and get mandates that they need to be able to come here and say things, or say, hang on, pause on this issue. I have to go back and speak to some principals. But I think we have the seeds in the room to actually start those implementation conversations. And I think that we need to purely take the NBI's pathways, which enjoys the confidence of business. We can take COSATU's pathways for the Just Transition Blueprint for workers, which enjoys the confidence of a whole lot of labor. And we can take the sector job resilience plans, that is a good, solid technical foundation as well for what's possible, and just start doing it together with each other. And I really think that, because if you are not the decision maker sitting at this table, you certainly have access to the decision makers within your constituency to make those kind of decisions and take it forward. So that's my one point, is to take those existing things which enjoy the confidence of various stakeholders and start implementing. And then the second is to pick up on what Mr. Rabi said, because, the National Planning Commission, which conducted, it might have had all its weaknesses, that Pathways project, but it did work with all the stakeholders represented on the commission, business, labor, civil society, and government. And it did do an extensive consultation process. And what bubbled up from that process was food, water, and land. And if we say we don't have a common vision in our just transition framework, that wasn't my comment, by the way, but in our just transition framework, these things are posed there as the desired kind of end result of the transition. Transition to what? What for? Is food security? That's what so can we take those sort of 3 endpoints as the reason why we do our work. And I would say, if we're talking about a focus for 2023, I understand food security is not of lesser priority, but I do think water. We have, you know, the work that Desikan's working group that we're doing with commissioners and the secretariat in that working group has had quite a big water focus. And I really think we need to, those problematics that we've surfaced there, you know, what can we do in terms of resolving and solving those? And we have a commissioner from the Water Research Commission. So I think we have capacity in the space of water. So those are my 2 kind of desired focuses for 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Minister. The advocacy role that the Minister spoke about, I think for me, it's very important that we continue to ensure that we spread the message. But at the same time, you know, you need to look into implementation because we're operating in a low trust environment and people are getting impatient. Messaging is important. We need to, because it will assist us to foster alignment and that common vision. You'll always have conflicting and competing views in terms of the lobby groups, but also I think one threat that I thought was a bit of a problem during 2022, 2023 was government speaking with a forked tongue. Because that as much as we you know, as the commission, we do have our own message, but the minute you know, there's a bit of misalignment from government's mouth, it does create a challenge, and it makes our job harder. But I think going into 2023, 2024, that should be maybe we'll leave that problem in the past. And I'll tell you why I say it creates a problem, because you know, you get to a point where even our science-based research that obviously informs the targets that were revised downwards, is also viewed with suspicion in certain quarters. And when that happens, as in business in terms of your big business, it's not a problem. You know, they'll understand the messaging. But when you look at the majority of business, they get confused, you know, between the various messages, because that creates a space for lobby groups, you know, to influence them. So we need to find a way that speaks to different stakeholders, so that business is not one homogeneous business. So we need to find a way where we address the concerns of everyone and be able to communicate our messaging in such a way that there's no confusion. Because if you talk about our top CEOs that represent big companies, they do not represent the majority of your small businesses, your communities, a lot of people. So for me, I think we need to look into that, you know, in terms of continuing our advocacy role. And also, you know, there was, you know, issues like the lack of clarity around the investment plan. was an issue because presentations were made to various stakeholders, and the question was asked during the presentations, what is the composition of that investment plan? And lack of clarity, cast aspersions on, what is this thing all about? If you cannot even tell what component of this is a grant and what component of this is the loan. So those are some of the issues that when they get out there, they create a bit of a challenge for us as commissioners. Yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, it's clearly a big common theme around stakeholder engagement, communication, consistency of communication, and that's also what the commissioners need in terms of support. But there's a range of really critical points that have come up to this point. I'm going to sort of summarize a number of them. But if I've got Shafiq and then I've got Fungani.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm sitting here and I asked myself, and based on this morning's discussion in the budget speech yesterday, and I asked myself, unless I have not seen it, we say we're an advisory group, we're an advocacy group, but was that solar plan ran by this group? It's a rhetorical question because it has implications for just transition. It has implications on climate, but it's only about the energy crisis, which then talks to me around, my second point is around the awareness and how we talk about what we do. And I often talk about, and my background is in groundwater. So if you think about what you knew about groundwater 10 years ago versus now, and our strategy has always been, you can't just talk about one element. We talk about recharge, hydraulic head, isotopes or whatever, without giving the background of how this picture looks. So if you look at the portrait, you want to see the whole components. But I'm sure if they had a budget item for green hydrogen, they would have talked to us, because this is what we are famous for. And so one needs to look at, are we creating this awareness where we have this whole background? So even the Joe's blog on the street, when you talk about just transition, oh, this is how it fits within the picture. At the moment, it's just that thing. And it's also about this concept about how do we read the room? Because, and I'll share it through the secretariat, there's a Nature article that says that surveyed 33 countries in Africa, and the climate literacy rate is from 23 to 66%. So how can we talk these high level concepts and we understand people will think people will understand? They do not, because, and now we make it worse and we just say, maybe there's a good example. Let's just talk about the cooling tower. So we've cut out the whole a picture that surrounds it, so people can understand, oh, I know where that's maybe in Soweto or somewhere. So they get what that picture means. And I think that is when we talk about how we're going to do the awareness, let's also sketch that background so that everyone understands. We not all of us, when we talk about these things, we can understand it, but we have a stakeholder group that we need to make this thing much more clearer and crisper and to understand it. Because, and which is my third point, is my pet subject at the moment, the way I work, is around how do you create transformational impact? The one thing that you should not do is to break it up into smaller parts. This is what we are doing. I mean, the working groups are those type of things. How are these things integrated in a way that if we look at it or someone look at it from the outside, see one picture? And then so I think that is to me the problem, because and maybe just for you, if you think about it, the challenges that are created is because we broke up the system to make it manageable in terms of administration, in terms of a lot of things. But to solve it, you need to put it back together. So if those alignments are not there, we're going to have a problem going into the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Shafiq. And while you were talking, I was picturing in my head that cartoon character linked to the National Planning Commission, linked to the NDP, which is about presenting the complete picture of what the chain of events are and the impact. So I think some critical points. Thank you for that. I've got Bongani, and I've got Louise and Mbulaheni, and then I want to sort of start to pull it together.
All right, no, thank you very much. I'm going to try to pitch just below the 2 cents that came in dollars. My minister is that the president cannot achieve a perfect or attain a perfect composition of the PCC, as it were. But from the SWOT perspective, I think we are missing an important link from 2 sectors, if I may, open and close: the traditional leadership as well as the taxi industry. Of the 13% of the communal land that we have access to, a large chunk of it is under traditional leadership. And I've repeatedly spoke to the deficiency in terms of spatial planning, how they are so linked with local authority municipalities, as it were, so that they create new township and in vulnerable areas. I think if we can, I'm not sure whether through contralesa or whatnot, but also can use the taxi ranks. A lot of people that are commuting through taxi rank as your education zones, if I may put. You then have to make sure, in my view, that that part of a sector has enough information to communicate. Normally, they just play information or give flyers, but I want to confine myself from the SWOT perspective. There's a growing, and someone spoke about the word suspicion. There's a growing suspicion that is sealed by the failure to position Komati as a flagship project. And you can't avoid it, colleagues. No matter what you do, that suspicion is there in communities. And how are we going to then close that suspicion? Just transition has been accepted, widely accepted, and we've done well. But that suspicion is there because people are beginning to say there's a carefully preconceived narrative to benefit and the unions will say those that are in the right. So we can't avoid that. And for me, that is a threat. The sooner we deal with this, the better. Otherwise, you'll work with our just transition, and the communities are going to just look at you because there's nothing they can do. They can go to the street, they can march, they can whatever. It's history has it. That there's nothing to do. They will just look at you and you're not going to get support. Thank you.
Thank you, Bongani. And such a beautiful example of the benefit of this complete commission, of having different brains, applying their minds and giving insights. Louise.
So I was just thinking, I also went back into what is actually the mandate of the commission, and it's quite, even within our own documents, it sort of slips around a bit. But if we think we're advisory, we can be advisory not just to government, but I think we are beyond advisory because we are there to build a social consensus, which is a thing that doesn't have to be government facing. I mean, government is an enabler, of certain kinds of things, but it's not the actor in the economy. So I think we need to think about that we're not just government facing in our work. But I wanted to just say this, that, if we are responsible to some extent to facilitate and oversee what is an economic transition, which must deliver the very basics of life to people, that's a very complex thing. And I want to just salute the Secretariat because, you have been doing it's a very complex job of moving a whole economy, and what are the pieces of that, and where are the intervention points, you know. And so I think the working groups which are doing these quite detailed and multiple tasks on many fronts are doing really magnificently. I think maybe there is a sort of above that role, you know, and Dr. Adams is speaking to it. And above that role might be this thing where, you know, we actually use the commissioners to negotiate certain high level things with their own constituencies and working with their constituencies to bring them along. So I'm starting to think about it like that. And yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to say now. I don't want to miss my turn. Okay, forgot, gone, turn over.
If it's brilliant and it comes back to you, I'll allow it, Dr. Mbulheni.
Maybe you will remember after I speak. I'm joking. Look, there's something that is bothering me for some time, and I think it is important maybe that we would look at it. The issue of the level of suspicion with each other, it may not, we may not find a perfect space. We may not say there is absolute trust. But at least when we are able to communicate, to actually get into substantive discussions about where we differ and try to manage that, it will become better. But I don't see that space anywhere existing near us. And I just want to suggest that maybe, just maybe, it will be important for us to look at how can we be able not to discuss separately and deepen our suspicion of each other, but to sit down together, because we are already here together. We may not have to read about each other in newspapers when we can meet, when we can be able to thresh out an understanding. And my belief is, sometimes when you don't know what somebody, when you're second guessing somebody, you may find out that you are second guessing wrongly, or you have got a very old set of truth, something that can be tested and can be questioned, and you can realize, find reason why other people think that way. And I think that is very important, because we come from stakeholders. And if in here we have got that inability to sit down together and talk these hard facts about that we are avoiding, it might have impact down there, which we may not be able to fix. And I was just going to suggest that that is very, very important. But number two, connected to that, if you are talking of advocacy, you must also be careful that the set of information that we are advocating on is transparent and open and is the same. Why am I raising this? You know, there are questions that gets asked by our members down there to say, tell us at least, without going into details, just tell us at least some of the overriding conditionalities of the loans. For instance, I'm just making an example of that. You may find out that there are some amongst us who know, and we're not saying specific. We are saying, what are these overarching agreements, at least? And you find that there are those that have got zero understanding and zero knowledge. So when you go and advocate, when you ask a question, you should be able to answer it at the least. But if you go and say, I'm a foot soldier, but I don't know what I'm talking about, then I'm not sure if anybody wants to listen to you. And the last part, which is connected to the whole of this thing, is I want to plead with all of us that even insofar as a misunderstanding can be described as a perception, I think it needs to be dealt with. We have seen how perceptions and perceptions are just that. It's like a grievance. If you've got a grievance, can be out of perceptive mind that this is causing this conflict. But I think we need to be able to address perceptions, and we pick up quite a lot of them in meetings. We pick up a lot of them in community engagements. We pick up a lot of them also in the media. I think we need to get into a drive to make sure that we address even the perceptions, because that can grow to be the perspective of the people. Say, now this thing, it's a game. People here want to eat. This is that. If you don't clarify those, and we don't get into a drive to clarify those perceptions, we will have a big reputational challenge. Yeah, no, let me stop here. I think she's remembered.
Great, and I've gotten two hands. So I've got Louise next, and then just to welcome General Holomisa as well into the room. I've got his hand as well. I just want to flag one thing that's been raised now, and that is there's this issue of trust that's come up a couple of times. And Princess also raised the point around communication and actually being given the information, and it's consistent information. You raised it in terms of the IP. So there's a plea from Mbuluheni in terms of trust and how you work together as a team effectively, even if you come from different constituencies. There's a suggestion about presenting misperception so that you can collectively address it, or that it can be addressed, let me put it that way. And then there's just one other thing I want to put on, which sort of strikes me, is that effectively you all represent leadership from different constituencies. And so that point that was raised around, if you can't communicate here, what do we expect to be happening with those constituencies is a critical point. And so it comes back to that point about what is the role of the commissioners and how can you actually make this work, knowing that we all need this. This is where we're going. Louise.
Sorry, take it as the last sentence of my of my previous input, not an extra turn. So wouldn't it be beautiful if this commission could produce a kind of a roadmap which said, in order to deliver a good life for South Africans, food security, water security, energy security, these are the steps we need to take. We need to be saying that by 2035, no more internal combustion engines in the country. You know, is that a marker? That we have a set of recommendations. It doesn't mean it will be implemented like that, but if we can lay out that logic of, for that endpoint, you know, these are the steps that we need to take, and that's a big overarching recommendation, a kind of a roadmap from the commission. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. Sorry for arriving late. Fortunately, some of us will live in rural areas. And so the airline could not arrive on time this morning because of weather. Mine is going to be brief, and I will speak or do it the military way, because that's what I know better. We have been generating a lot of information in this commission, but I'm not sure whether we understand our role. Sometimes I get a sense that we want to behave as if we are chief directors and DGs. What I would suggest we do is that we constantly issue interim reports to the office of the president or to the president, because we are advising him. But where I'm lost is to whether in the office of the president, he has a team to sift all this information for the attention of the relevant departments, provinces, and municipalities. And if, for instance, we give him information, does the DG present this information to the entire cabinet and take that decision, whether you talk food security and so on and so on? What I think we should be doing is to move with speed. Because these perceptions that the commission, this and that, we don't have time to defend ourselves. We are here to advise the government. But where we are not sure is who is the driver within the government of these recommendations. That we need to identify. Is that the Department of Environment, or is the DG in the Department of, in the presidency? How is it done exactly? Now, also it might be wise that we advise the president to identify a person who is going to coordinate all this work within his department, his office. Added to that is the attitude I detect when members of parliament are debating these issues. I think we should ask the speaker or recommend to the president or whoever that there should be somebody who is appointed in parliament to coordinate the work of climate change. In other words, you coordinate the relevant departments. Because sometimes I sense that if I judge the language coming from the political heads of this department, that they are just competing. But if you have someone there who is going to say, portfolio committee 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on such and such a date, there will be a report tabled to you, or there will be somebody from the presidency to come and present, or from the commission. So otherwise this information which we have been generating is just lying there, gathering dust all over the show. So bear in mind that our role is just to advise. Unfortunately, if the cabinet or the government officials are not well versed about this, we may have to consider drafting an aid memo. What happens when we have a disaster? Then that aid memo starts from the government, from up to the local government areas, and so on and so on. That's my little contribution. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that. I want to just go ahead.
Thank you very much. This has been a very good discussion. I just wanted to say the issues that General Holomisa has raised. I've been thinking about this quite a lot because, you know, the truth of the matter is that government is a complex entity. You know, we can speak about government, but it's not one entity. It's a very complex entity, any government. And in government, you have competing interests, competing departments, competing civil servants, all those sorts of things. It's completely natural that you've got that kind of thing. And the approach I've been taking with the executive director, I've said to him that notionally, actually, you are located in the presidency. I even said to him the other day, I'm going to call the DG of the presidency to ask her to give you a workstation in the presidency. He didn't respond. I think he doesn't want to travel to Pretoria. Doesn't want to travel. But the executive director, you can correct me, Crispin, if I'm wrong, is in touch with the DG of the Treasury, of the presidency, briefs her regularly on what needs to happen, is in touch with Rudy Dix, who does the projects and investment side and all of those sorts of things. And is dynamically involved in the presidency, as far as that is concerned. As far as coordination of climate change matters in the government, it's the Department of Environment, the Minister of Environment who coordinates policy matters, international engagements, marshals everybody, sometimes successfully, sometimes they jump out of the pot, you know, it's just like how it goes. but that's how that thing works. And then the commission is in touch with that department a lot, as you know, but also directly in touch with the Department of Energy, that has got a lot to do with these sorts of things, and with the Treasury, because the Treasury has also got a lot of these sorts. So in that sort of way, I think that we are, as a commission, quite involved with the government. And I think that none of the things that we are putting to the government get sort of left in the in tray without being attended to. That's what I think. I don't know if I'm right, Crispin.
Yeah.
I'm correct. Just the one thing that I think, General, that you're correct on, which I think the executive director must think more proactively with, and that is Parliament. That there's a range of parliamentary committees that need to be paying more attention to climate change, and we need to be engaging with them. We need to be asking them, what are they doing? When they pass legislation, what are they doing? Are they looking at these sorts of matters? And to whom we need to go and do advocacy work, raise awareness, shake them up a bit, and those sorts of things. That I think we need to do more of that.
Great, thank you. And I think the other point that was raised there was the point around management in disasters and the communication, which is also a critical point. How do you deal with situations in the moment? There's been lots of really good input, and I'm not going to do it justice, but I want to just quickly run through some of the points, and then I'm going to hand over to Crispin and Vali to just close off this conversation if I could. So I want to just go back to some of the issues that have been raised. And sorry, I just want to go here. You've got lots to say.
No, I've got a point of order.
What's the point of order? Go ahead.
The point of order is we were all in the room. Do we need to go back over it?
No. So what I want to do though is I want to just flag some of the key messages that have come out. I was saying you have lots to say by looking at the flip chart. I didn't even realize that Louise had her hand up. It wasn't directed at you. I want to just quickly go through some of the points because I think that there is like a coalescence or a coherence around the range of the messages. So one of them was about the support for subnational government and engaging on that level. There was the point about climate resilient food and water production. And I think the point was raised also in terms of Louise, what Louise was saying, and many others around the tie-in and the nexus of all of those different elements that make a good, healthy life. There was the point around engaging with communities, and it tied into a broader point around communication. So there were a number of issues around communication. Communication as a commission, having the common message, communication with high-risk communities, communication with the public, and what this is, and taking it beyond just the highfalutin just transition term to actually what does this mean in practice. And empowering with pre-warnings for those communities. There was a question around the advisory role, and I think that's been quite well discussed. And the view was we need to retain that advisory role because it gives us a useful angle. But clearly, obviously, there were also some very practical suggestions around regular communication. So whether that's around newsletters, the annual climate change in Durban that was mentioned, and obviously even that sort of newsletter that was raised in terms of how that could be used more optimally. The issue of role clarity we'll deal with later, but I think that is one of the areas that needs to clearly be discussed further. Then the question around like, what is our role? And so one of the things that came up over here is it's not a silent role. And I heard people saying, well, we're advisory to government. And the question is, I also heard other people saying, we're not just advisory to government, we're advisory to a whole range of role players. And it's not a silent role because we have constituencies we engage with. So we can play our role a lot more effectively. There was the question around what does the implementation role look like in relation to government players, stakeholders and other. Okay, we've spoken about that. And then there was the point around obviously low-hanging fruit, which ties in, for example, to the point of food security and the question of how do we use the commissioners that are in the room more effectively to actually engage on the issues that are here. bringing all their input in. I'm just trying to go through the last lot. Okay, and then, yeah, supporting the advisory role, building alignment and a common vision amongst commissioners. And I think that comes back to the point around trust, addressing misperceptions, whether that's in the commission, whether it's with communities, whether it's with the Komati project as an example that was raised. And then awareness of the audience in terms of stakeholder engagement, which I think is a big factor that has come up. Addressing perceptions. There was that point about, you know, what if the commission produced a roadmap that could say, this is what we need to produce by 2025, laying out the logic, putting the whole picture together in one whole. And then obviously there's some of the points that have just been raised now around institutional structures and how we can improve institutional functioning to optimize what we deliver and how it gets put into practice. So I want to stop there and just close with any inputs from your side, Crispin and Valley, and then we will take lunch.
Okay, well, Valley's just told me that he's just made his input. So maybe in closing, I want to just refer back to the point that Minister Creasy made earlier, which is how do we read the phase that we're in? And clearly, I mean, I think listening to all the comments, there's a common recognition that we've shifted now into an implementation moment. And we're obviously, as this commission, not an implementation body. We simply advisory. But how do we, in the work that we do, enable implementation? And I think that's a very good link to the session that we're going to have after lunch. And what Andrew Bahrain and his team are going to talk to is precisely that shift and what it implies and how to go about thinking through it. And I'm hoping they're going to be provocative and give us something to chew on. So I think that's the right note on which to leave this. I do think this issue about roles and the roles of the commission and the commissioners and vis-a-vis the secretariat, we must come back to in the closing session. And I think it's very important that we leave here with a little bit of clarity. I mean, it's important for you as commissioners to know what the expectations are on your roles. And it's very important for us as the secretariat to know how we fit into this system and what the expectations are on us. But we'll crack that later in the afternoon.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to close. We've caught up time well, so thank you very much to everybody for that. Lunch is scheduled to 2 o'clock. I'm going to keep us at that, even though we're starting at 1:10. If we can all be back in the room at 2 o'clock, is that comfortable? Yeah, great, lovely. Thank you very much. Where does lunch take place? Same place. Lunch is in the same venue. Oh, lunch is upstairs. Same venue, please go up the stairs. And now to save your lunchtime, can I ask everybody to rise and please go to lunch? Otherwise, you're going to lose your time. All right, welcome back from lunch. Thank you to everybody for being prompt and on time. Okay, so this session, we're going to be focusing on the social engagement model for PCC. Our first inputs from Blessing from the Secretariat, and then we will have Dr. Bahrain and Nashendra Murthy from EDP. So I'm going to just hand over to Blessing. He's going to be brief, and then we will go into the next conversation afterwards. And then I think once we've done both of those, we will take input and conversation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, colleagues and commissioners. After the initial discussions we had, when I discussed with Crispian, I thought that actually we put the cart before the horse with that earlier discussion, but I think it helps. I'm literally going to present 3 slides, which is actually more of a summary or a retrofit of the earlier discussion that we had. And in terms of the idea is that I want to present to the Commission briefly what has been our reading of the challenges around stakeholder engagement and what do we think should be resolved without proposing any specific action. It's mainly to re-emphasize the problematization that happened before we went for lunch. And there are 4 areas we've identified. The need for the Commission to engage, communicate, and act as one as we enter the implementation phase of the just transition. And I'm taking that from Minister Chris that says, what is beyond advocacy? And then the second problem statement is that we need to create a balanced environment for the Commission as a sum of all its partners individually and collectively. Speaking one voice, appreciating the fact that we come from communities, but also enable the Commission to represent the diversity of views and interests towards a common goal of achieving a just transition, and then further fostering the need for stakeholder engagement beyond policy development towards implementation and action. And I think that's why we've brought in Andrew to come and start sharing us models of using stakeholder engagement and partnerships as ways of implementing. The next slide. And we think that in the context of the stakeholder engagement model, our theme for 2023 should be engaging for action or engaging for implementation. And we're saying that could only happen in the context of the number of voices which you are seeing in that multi-ice cream cone on the left. And at the center is the messengers and the audiences, because we don't only communicate, we also receive. And that actually translates into the voice of the PCC. And we think that our stakeholder engagement model should achieve 3 things. Now, activate climate action campaigns and champions to drive implementation, source science-based content to inform decision-making and raise awareness. In our consultations, we've actually engaged when people will be throwing certain theories or coming with some unproven science, or basically throwing falsehoods around why we can or cannot transition. And then thirdly, drive integrated stakeholder engagement to build trust and foster consensus. The earlier discussion, and there's been a repeated view about whether do we have trust, are we trusted, etc. So we think those must be the 3 high-level drivers of our stakeholder engagement. And we've identified the key players, and you'd find that except the donors, the DFI sits in the Commission, and everybody else that you see in that circle, it's actually both recipients of the PCC's engagement, but they're actually also engaging to a particular extent on behalf of the PCC or in pursuit of the PCC's mandate. And then the second last slide, should I press? I point towards who? Stakeholders. Please, they missed that part in the recording when I was struggling with the pointer. And we're proposing 3 main pillars: a strategic approach to communications, what we expect to be our outcomes, and what should be our core messages. And we think that our approach to stakeholder engagement must be driven by 3 pillars: just integrating the key PCC messages and themes. And you would know it's mitigation, it's adaptation, it's climate finance, it's outreach, it's compact building, and it's science and knowledge. So we think that those messages and themes should be integrated by all partners and all that engage with the PCC. Then the second element is driving thought leadership and innovation. I think that was driven by Trudy in her earlier presentation when we're doing the scene setting. And that kind of thought leadership should be driven through dialogue, research, and information. And then the third element would be to entrench development, communications, and the justice principle as espoused in the Just Transition discourse to empower communities to participate in governance and implementation. And governance, we mainly mean the procedural justice part of the JTF as well as the implementation. In terms of the outcomes, we think that if we do these three pillars, we would have an improved profile of the PCC as a first pole of call for just transition discourse. What the deputy chair was saying, actually, that the PCC has actually claimed its space in the arena as a voice to go to. And then the second outcome would be an engaged state and society through innovative initiatives as partners in the just transition, not as commentators or passers-by or watchers. And then the third pillar in terms of the outcome would be an inspired and active citizenry and social partners in embracing the just transition. And I'm emphasizing embracing because there seems to be doubt about whether there is a collective ownership of this just transition. And we think that we should be able to see such an outcome in our stakeholder engagement. And then in terms of the core messages, we think that we've got to have three messages. One, outside looking, particularly around the work that South Africa's commitment to the multilateral climate agenda. Recently, some of the engagement has been, can't we suspend our participation? And it might be knee-jerk proposals, but when somebody starts saying, can we suspend our participation in the UNFCCC system, you start asking yourself, is that depth knowledge about how the international multilateral climate space works? And we think that we need to communicate that. So because others are even seeing it as a Western input, I mean, an import of Western ideas, and you should not having that in South Africa since 1994. And then the second core message would be that South Africa has got a solid response towards a climate resilient society, from the climate change response strategy to climate change adaptation strategy, and the current work that's been happening in the green economy in Operation Pakistan and some of the sub work that is being done to respond to the climate change crisis. And then the third core message would be South Africa is developing climate resilient development pathways and sectoral transitions so that people could start seeing transition in the urban space, issues around water, food security, because everybody else seems to have thought that it is just an energy transition and nothing else. So we believe that if we are able to do that, we should then be able to consolidate some collective model around the purpose of why we engage as stakeholders. And I think that this is probably the summary of the earlier discussion rather than a new proposal, and would consolidate that into a proper technical work plan for the year, depending on the suggestions that come from this platform. And with that, I want to stop there and say that Andrew will then take up this and start saying, based on the stakeholder engagement model, how can we then use stakeholder engagement models and partnerships to champion change at a local and sub-regional and probably at a national level, depending on the impact and the quantum of the work we want to do. And Chair, I don't know whether you'll do your work and call Andrew, but that's where I would stop. And I hope that I've served some purpose in this discussion. Thanks. Of course, on the last slide, thank you.
Thank you. I think Andrew has been called. I understand you don't have any slides. People would have received the information beforehand, so it's taken as read. But Andrew, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, Commissioner, stakeholders. It's a great privilege to be here with you today. I'm here with my colleague Nishendra Moodley, who's just behind me here. And in our organization, we are going through our own just transition. He takes over formally from me as CEO next Wednesday. And also just apologies from our other colleague, Dr. Natiswa Lebala, who was our project lead in drafting this report for you. She couldn't make it here today, unfortunately. We want to summarize very briefly. We will take the draft report as read. We would like to leave time for feedback and questions. And the idea is to stimulate perhaps new ways of looking at implementation. And Minister Creasy, this is very much processes appropriate for a new phase of implementation, not processes for more consultation or engagement for advocacy. If you like, Deputy Chair, you will recognize that this is a way of mobilizing, organizing, and educating for implementation. So thank you to those commissioners and other stakeholders that we were able to interview in the drafting of this report. And we present this report to you as practitioners with more than 20 years experience of convening partnering processes and managing partnerships in different sectors and in places at different scales, from the village and neighborhood level to the precinct and ward level to a municipal and district level. In other words, area-based partnering approaches, but that operate at very different scales. And the lessons, methods, tools in this report are derived from real-life implementation experiences in water, food, energy, waste, employment, township economies, safety, mobility, and other sectors. And there are 5 specific recommendations at the end for your consideration. Chair, I'd like to just start off by posing a question. How does change happen? How do we get from where we are now to where we want to be? That's a transition. And a transition can be described as fundamental change in the way in which a society meets its needs. So, that being the case, how do we collectively lead, influence, guide, steer, and manage such transitions in practice? And in doing so, how do we take people with us on a journey of change and leave no one behind, especially when there are different and competing views and interests in our society? So, Deputy Chairperson, you talked earlier about the power of persuasion. And we would say that in leading and guiding and steering transitions, relationships matter. To direct and implement change in a system, such as a just transition, or any other system for that matter, commissions such as this one, or government departments, or organizations at the community level, or firms, institutions, need to do 2 things. You need to be able to manage the things that you control directly, and at the same time, influence decisions, resource flows, and behaviors that you don't control. Otherwise, we deliver in isolation with limited overall impact and little system change. And here's the rub, colleagues. We can't command and control influence. We need to be in a relationship to influence. And if we are in antagonistic or toxic or needlessly competitive or low trust relationships, we will have no influence. And at the same time, no one else will be able to influence us. It works both ways. Influence is a 2-way street. So we would argue, as we do in our report, that change makers, and I see that everyone in this room is a change maker for our society, change makers need first and foremost to cultivate and sustain diverse relationships and be open to being influenced as much as we want to influence others. So perhaps one of the questions we ask is, as the PCC, have you mapped the health of your relationships with your stakeholders? So not just stakeholder mapping. That's easy to do. You just list all the organizations that you want to talk to. But have you actually mapped the health of your relationships with your stakeholders? And perhaps more broadly, have you mapped the set of relationships in the just transition ecosystem required to implement? That leads us on to perhaps the key problem statement that we've put forward in the report, and that's the crisis of implementation in our country. And how do we address this crisis of implementation? Because we produce great policies, great frameworks, great strategies and plans, but experience uneven implementation and poor development outcomes. So that's written quite politely. But Chair, more often than not, we suck at implementation, sorry to say. So there are many different reasons listed for this difficulty or crisis of implementation. They're listed in the report. We just want to make one point. Far too many plans focus only why change needs to happen. In other words, making the case for change, advocating change, and there's nothing wrong with that, and what needs to be done. Lots of lists of desirable projects and finding the money to fund them. A lot of focus on that, and pay far too little attention to the who and the how. Who needs to work together to make something happen? And how do we work together in practice to deliver collective impact? So, Minister Creasy, just going back to your particular example, this is not a general who needs to work together. This is very specific. So, who needs to work together to solve for communities, with communities in floodplains? That's a very specific challenge. It's a problem that needs to be collectively solved. So who needs to be there and how they're going to work together and who's going to convene that and who's going to be accountable for making sure that there's progress there. So Chair, before tea and lunch, there was a lot of discussion on what needs to be done, and whatever your emerging consensus is on what you want to do, you need to equally address the who and the how with that, and not just the what. And this is what we call a partnering implementation model. This is what we are seeking to address through this input. So we are suggesting, Chair, that producing a just transition implementation plan in the next 6 months, even with a decent multi-stakeholder consultation and participation process, is not enough. As General Eisenhower famously said, it's the planning, not the plan. Now, you as the PCC have already identified 4 key implementation risks in the framework that you produced: an ineffective state, poor coordination and alignment, short-termism, and lack of trust in institutions. Those are your words. We concur, and we would add to that a lack of a shared vision, societal consensus, and the common agenda needed to navigate low agreement, low trust environments to deliver the goods. Secondly, the local government crisis. A critical piece of the state is missing in action in many communities, and that's a major barrier to implementation. Thirdly, fragmented governance affecting key delivery systems: energy, water, food, transport, human settlements. Fourthly, persistent corruption and state capture. Fifthly, violence and instability in many communities, which crowds out legitimate development processes. And then finally, as we know, a volatile contracting economy with deepening poverty and inequality, exacerbated right now by the load shedding crisis. And this means, Chair, that when you are engaging with your stakeholders, the first thing on the mind, and this was mentioned this morning, is that everyone wants some short-term action and some short-term relief. They're not interested in the horizon beyond the crisis. And so we do feel that the role of the PCC, amongst other things, is to connect meaningful short-term actions around food, water, land, energy, with long-term systems change, and be able to explain the relationship between short-term action and where you're going beyond the crisis. What's the horizon beyond the crisis, but you've still got to be in the crisis, whether it's the food or the water or the energy or the land or whatever the crisis is, where people are at now, all stakeholders. Then, Chair, we believe that there is a rationale, an explicit rationale for a partnering and collaboration approach, which we document in the report. I suppose the main point is that given the complexity of the problems that you were discussing earlier, it's evident that no one sector or sphere of government can implement the just transition on its own. However, what we call a whole of government and whole of society approach, to be effective, will need to address additional risks to partnering and collaboration. Just mention 3. 1, we have a lack of collaborative leadership. We have a sheer inability of so many leaders to work together in the common good. particularly under conditions of crisis. Secondly, our state systems, structures, and cultures are not always fit for purpose. We have the dead hand of regulatory compliance. We have many state structures that are inward and upward focusing rather than downward and outward. We encounter steep hierarchies and silos within the administrations and command and control attitudes and behaviors in some parts of the state. And none of that makes the state fit for purpose. And then finally, there are the relational and attitudinal challenges, starting with the curse of mandatism. Don't touch me on my mandate, or don't bring your unfunded mandate to me, or stay in your lane. And it stops implementation in its tracks. Okay. So in your words, you talk about drawing up an effective and implementable plan. We feel it needs to be able to deal with navigating and managing complexity, especially in conflictual and unstable environments where technical, managerial, and financial solutions are insufficient, and at the same time to address situations where there's a need for behavioral change, both at the level of leaders and institutions and amongst citizens and society. And this will require leaders and institutions to use collaboration, learning, adaptation, and complexity-aware monitoring tools and implementation intense processes. In our report, we have a section on who needs to work together and give examples of practical tools to map the system, the stakeholders, and the relationships from the grassroots to the strategic, and some recommendations on how to engage. I won't go through that because for time reasons, but the key lesson coming out of that, if there's one thing that we adopt, it's that we need to listen twice and talk once. In all our engagements, go there to listen twice and talk once. We then spell out ways in which we can work together in practice for implementation of an accelerated transition, the value of having a shared vision, but more importantly, the value of a common agenda for joint action around which business and government and labor and civic leaders can work together despite differences. And we're not very good at dealing with difference. And actually, if you want to drive innovation in society, in the just transition, it's the deliberate juxtaposition of difference in safe spaces that drives innovation. As long as people keep only talking to their own people, their own side, their own comfort zone, we will not drive innovative change in the just transition. How do we shift from planning to action, and the importance of building trust in action and not just through dialogues? The value of focused partnering efforts. I think this came up this morning. Fewer things, but better is how it's been referred to in the past. And vague top-down social compacts simply don't work. But what do work is very targeted, very specific, area-based partnering solutions at different scales, and or issue-based partnering solutions around different themes. They do work. And there's a lot of evidence that if you get the right people in the room around the right issue, you can take concrete steps together to solve a problem or advance, make some progress. But if you just have a partnership or a social compact trying to deal with a whole lot of vague issues in a top-down way, waste of time, sorry to say. Then the other tip that we have is when we're forming whole of society partnerships, you often have to do work back in government around getting government to talk to government and government to work with government. It's no good going to meet business or communities or labor if government doesn't have its act together. And we need to address the transversal partnerships across the silos and hierarchies, the intergovernmental partnerships, which are often found wanting, and cross-boundary partnerships. So colleagues, the health boundaries, the education boundaries, the police boundaries, and the municipal boundaries do not coincide. You try and organizing on the ground when you've got different functions landing in different spaces run by different spheres of government. It's impossible. And then functional regional economies pay no heed to municipal boundaries or even provincial boundaries. So how do we get beyond boundaryism to work across boundaries? Very, very important part of tracking implementation. We argue for the role of the state, not just as a deliverer of services, but as in being very much part of building an enabling environment for others to deliver on their own needs. So it's not that states shouldn't be delivering services, but the state also has a role of creating that enabling environment. And that's why we also highlight the need to build relationships between what we call the top-down authorizing environment, which is largely government, but not necessarily limited to government. Market elements and, unfortunately, mafia elements would be in the top-down authorizing environment, which stops things happening or causes things to happen in a certain way. And the bottom-up mobilizing environment. We say that each of those environments has its strengths and its limitations. Both are required, the top-down and the bottom-up, and it should be a both and rather than either-or approach. And one of the tricks on implementation is to seek to build a relationship between those environments, a positive relationship, a working relationship. So you mobilize and harness the flexibility and mobility at the bottom-up environment, but the resources and the authorizing power of the top-down environment, and you need both. And then, Chair, two more things: adaptive programming and delivery approach and learning by doing, where we act and at the same time we pause, reflect, learn, adapt, and adjust. And this stands in contrast to traditional linear and rather inflexible planning and implementation systems that are unable to respond and adapt to rapidly changing circumstances and when you get new intelligence coming into the system. And then finally, understanding human behavior change and institutional culture change processes. And within that, the importance of very human triggers of identity, belonging, and meaning. As human beings, we feel before we think. We are emotional beings before we are rational beings. And a plan will be supported only, in our experience, if it's seen and believed to be necessary, effective, and fair, and not because of evidence and data. So we can talk about evidence-led planning, but when you want to convince people, it holds very little sway. If someone thinks a plan is not treating them fairly, it doesn't matter what your evidence or data is, they will oppose it and resist it. So fairness and equity and buying into a plan by believing that change is necessary in the first place and this plan is effective, that's how you get people on your side and take them with you. Chair, we also spell out what the role of collaborative intermediary organizations in building partnerships in contested spaces and low trust, low agreement environments. The critical role for some people to play as translators, because we speak different languages past each other. We speak government, we speak politics, we speak business and market, we speak activism, we speak community, we speak academic, we speak labor, we speak different languages, and no one understands each other. And it stops you getting on the same page. So who acts as your translation service? And I do think, Chair, one of your jobs as the PCC is to act as that kind of translation service at the wider strategic level. We present a case study on the role of intermediary organizations in implementing large-scale complex programs, and we give the example of the Social Employment Fund, which multiplies social value in communities through a collaborative partnership between the government, managed by the IDC, 28 contracted civil society organizations known as strategic implementing partners, grassroots community-based organizations and informal networks that collaborate with the SIPs to implement the Social Employment Fund, and 50,000 participants who are paid for the social value creating activities that they provide under the CEF-funded programs. This model has worked well for delivering a public employment program, but to our mind, could certainly be utilized more broadly to help government channel resources to communities, sectors, and areas in greatest need during the just transition. Because of crippling regulatory constraints, the state struggles to lawfully allocate resources to informal and unregistered structures where the needs are greatest. And the CEF model has addressed this by working with CSOs robust enough to contract with the state, yet well connected to grassroots community structures working in conditions of informality. So it's just an example of how you can get state resources to the grassroots lawfully in a properly accountable way, and with intermediaries acting not as gatekeepers or the holders of the resources, but as facilitators of resources on the ground. Then, Chair, to conclude with the 5 recommendations. 1, we recommend that you think about your stakeholder engagement principles and shift the principle and process of engagement from what we would probably traditionally call citizen consultation or citizen participation to partnering, to a two-way relationship rather than a one-way transmission belt. So government engaging, not just to consult or sell government programs or projects, but, for example, to map who is already doing what in the local ecosystem, at the community level, in the workplace, and for government to enter into that engagement, not just as the service provider, but as the creator and the holder of a more enabling environment to allow citizens, businesses, whoever's part of that local ecosystem to be part of delivering on their own development and freedom. Secondly, we recommend that you seek ways to strengthen the role of collaborative intermediary organizations in working in between different sectors, in between government, business, labor, community, civil society, education, research, science, to align efforts and promote collective impact. It's very hard to sustain partnering and partnerships without some full-time partnering resources going into that process. Otherwise, it's just a once-off meeting and nothing happens after that. Thirdly, we recommend that you support a knowledge sharing and learning approach for adaptive programming and delivery, including types of knowledge hubs and learning and support networks. This helps to expand and sustain impact. For example, the Social Employment Support and Learning Network of the Social Employment Fund is a useful example in this regard, where it has, through that, been able to organize peer-to-peer learning and support between the participants in the program. Fourthly, to recommend that you incorporate partnering implementation methodologies and tools into the process of compiling the PCC's Just Transition Implementation Plan. And at the same time, and finally, test partnering methodologies on existing projects and processes, for example, in a place like Mpumalanga, with feedback and learning loops to the PCC and other stakeholders. And to this end, through the offices of the PCC, we have engaged with a number of the key role players on the ground in the province and have found receptiveness to this idea. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much for the input. I think just with that, Blessing's initial input and then the input that's come from Andrew, if we can get hands, and obviously part of this is about how do we draw the recommendations in, because there's some very useful recommendations for what's come before. So if I can just get hands in terms of input, comment, ideas you think we should take on board in terms of what's been presented. We're in the after lunch shift. I could get you to dance, but I'm going to pause and see if there are any hands. Okay, Louise first. Anybody else? I'm going to ask her to jump in, please.
So thank you. So Andrew, I did the homework and I read the paper last night, and then I half listened to you now because I'd already read it. So does that count as listening twice? But anyway, I want to say that this is one of the most exciting things that to me as a commissioner has been presented before us in all the years we've been, well, how many months we've been doing this, because it is a properly considered and theoretically founded and informed by experience approach to doing our partnering for implementation, as opposed to, you know, just kind of hosting conversations with people, but it's not partnering for action. It's not, yeah, you know, it's been more, we've done well with what we could do, but this kicks it up a level. And I think this, you know, in his absence, Commissioner Bobby Peake was asking for some kind of considered stakeholder partnering approach. And I think this, you know, proposal really is that. And I hope we would find the money to, you know, really be able to roll this out fully and thoroughly. And I would encourage that it starts with partnering for implementation with the very commissioners, because we have not partnered with each other yet.
Thank you. Such a lovely last point about the partnership amongst commissioners here. Other hands, other inputs? Yeah, Shamini?
Thanks, Justine. So again, to reiterate what Louise said, this resonates with me. I think what we need to do is now take what we sort of put forward as key priority areas and opportunities for the Commission and apply it in terms of this framework. Because one of the things that I've been challenged with when we're going into these consultations is we are sort of learning by doing. And now we have a tool that we can maybe apply to test and see if it gets us to a different outcome. We've spent a lot of time in consultations with people just bringing issues to the table, and we aren't actually getting into that proper consultation on how do we take this forward? What do you need? And I think if we look at it in terms of the steps, I think it gives us a way to actually start getting into the priority areas, number one, and number two, how to actually then get movement forward. So if we take, I don't know, green hydrogen, food security, any of the things that were mentioned, let's actually apply that and start getting the necessary buy-in and asking the critical questions of how, which is one of the things we said, and who should work together, because not everything needs everyone. And I think that's been also a little bit of our challenge in that we want to consult, but I don't think it's been truly meaningful consultation.
And maybe I can just, while we're waiting for hands or any other inputs, what would truly meaningful consultation look like? If I can just get your input on that as well.
So for me, I mean, I think it's a very sort of subjective thing. I think it would be an action plan that actually the stakeholders who are impacted want and need, rather than just simply what we think is right. And I don't think the necessary impacted or affected stakeholders have been able to truly internalize and give us that. There's probably been one or two gems that have come out, but generally on the whole, people are still grappling with the basic issues that affect them, as opposed to really tackling how the basic issues can be dealt through the just transition and how we can deal with the different pillars of socioeconomic development plus decarbonization.
Thanks for that. Other hands or inputs? I've got Joanne, I've got Shafiq. And if I'm missing and not seeing you, please wave wildly. Crispian, go ahead.
Thanks. I thought it was a great paper, Andrew. I think that what is being proposed is a very fundamental shift from the way that we have been working. And it is what I call patient work because it doesn't, if we're going to adopt the way of working that you are talking about, you can't kind of set a month or a 2 month or a whatever outcome deadline, because you're going to have to go and run the process and the dynamic that the process will set up. And I think that that is a very, very fundamental shift for the way that we work at the moment. And I think that we would have to think very carefully what that then might mean in terms of being able to move towards outcomes, and whatever the deliverable or the output of a process is in relation to that. But I think that I am truly worried about the fact that I think that we are operating often in an echo chamber, and quite often at a very shallow level, and we're not actually getting to the conversations, the questions, the issues that would allow people to actually shift or move or see the significance of what we are doing to themselves. So I think it is worthwhile going on this journey. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation, because the thing that I like, and this is kind of my side gig, is to understand these things. And because the key words for me and the very important part is at which scale, because we tend to aggregate everything and we have a general message and we assume it applies to everyone, which is not, it's totally wrong. People at the WRC will know I always talk about, do you use a shotgun or do you use a sniper rifle? Because in some cases you want everyone to hear the message, but in some cases you need to concentrate your message to where you want it to work. So to me, it's also how you have that context. Always understand the context in which you're doing it. It's fine for general awareness. You go on TV and you say a few statements, and this is where the trouble is, people then start fighting you because we different perspectives and references around the same thing. So to me, I think that's the important part, at which scale. So if we talk about a community, we need to understand what's happening in that community. When we talk to them, we can reference examples. Your solar or whatever program in this area works that way. So people can link to that. So I think to me, that is the essential part of that. And maybe I'll share this op-ed piece I wrote in 2019, I think, which deals with some of these things. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Crispian.
Thank you. And thanks to Andrew and Nishendra and the team for a really excellent presentation. So I agree with the comments that have been made. I mean, this is a, may I call it, revolutionary approach. And it talks really to the core problem that we face as a country, which is an implementation challenge. And we've been grappling with that a little bit in our own consultations. I mean, I've been very struck by the fact that there's only so many times you can go back to a community and have the same conversation. And already, you know, I'm feeling a measure of fatigue from the people and organizations we've been engaging with. They don't want to hear that. They don't want another conversation where they tell us what their issues are. We've got to tip the conversation into the next step. We're still grappling with the model that Andrew's proposed. I like most of what I hear in the model. I've got a question, which is, what is our role as the PCC versus other roles? And, you know, part of the conversation I was having with Andrew was, you know, because he was saying, look, the PCC is a collaborative intermediary organization. You're uniquely placed. You should be playing this role. I'm very mindful that we're a relatively tiny, small, agile organization. We're not going to build a huge implementation machinery to do this in 101 localities around the country. It's simply impossible. But we do work closely with other collaborative intermediary organizations. And, for instance, in Mpumalanga, we've been engaging with groups like the Green Cluster Agency, Impact Catalyst, TIPS and Green Cape that are doing a lot of the work. And so to me, that's the sense. I have no doubt in my mind, this needs to be done. I'm questioning what our role is in doing that. And we can certainly play an active role in facilitating and enabling. And I think we should decide to go ahead and do a pilot. So I love the idea. Let's pick a district in Mpumalanga. I think the province and local municipalities would be very receptive to the idea. Let's run it for 6 months and evaluate it carefully and make a decision about how it should be scaled up and who should do the scaling up. Certainly with respect to some of our existing processes, we want to pull these ideas into them. So, we're in the process now of writing an implementation plan for the just transition. It's part of what Cabinet asked us to do when they approved the plan. And I think these kinds of ideas need to be infused. We need a model that informs what goes into that plan. And I think we should, boldly pull many of the ideas into that planning exercise. So yeah, I'm just expressing a little bit of caution about where does our role start and end. I have no doubt that we need to do it. I mean, it needs to be done.
Great, thank you. And I mean, that question of where does it start and end, I think is a very useful point of clarity to make sure we have a view on. Go ahead, Joan.
Can I respond directly to what Crispin has just said? And I think there is a real question about how far does, what is the PCC's role in this? I do think, though, that the kinds of challenges that the PCC has had are the same challenges that all of these intermediary organizations have as well. So I think that if we are going to look at a different way of doing things, and if we are going to try and find the partners and the organizations that are working in a more sustained way or more of a project way within particular geographies, you've got to be able to work with them in order that their processes are going to yield the desired results as well. And I think you've got to, in the consideration of this, I think we've got to look at that, look at that as well as an important issue, because I'm not certain. I think that, I don't know how to say this politely, but I think that there's a distance in South Africa. Organizations are in South Africa tend to be very different from the people who they are trying to benefit often. And so I think this is something that all of us need to take a step back in order to take a step forward. And we have to have those conversations. Thanks.
There's a point about honesty coming in, actually, in terms of how it's approached. Makoma.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Mr. Borin for sharing their research outcomes or their research and also offering recommendations. I sometimes feel that we can do better, but unfortunately our messaging is varied and it's different in a sense that you find that other sectors amongst ourselves, we translate the transition or the just transition differently. And thus it makes it difficult for us to have that social compact where we can have everyone coming together. So the different and the varying and conflicting messages that we're sending out there, it's not good. Even amongst commissioners themselves, you don't find the same interpretation of the messaging. So that's how that makes it so hard to be able to bring people together. But the other thing is that with the recommendations that have been offered here, maybe what needs to happen is for us to review them, look into how we can utilize them or pick one or two of them that can be able to assist us. But that should be linked also to the role and responsibilities of commissioners. Thank you.
No, I think in agreeing with Crispian, just on the last point that he raised about, identifying a place, for example, in the Mpumalanga area there, because that's the area where things are happening. And you are reminding me that about the fact that as a commission, I don't think we've been to Komati. We're only reading about Komati. We are only listening to what we're being told about Komati. And yet we've got a monitoring and evaluation role to play as a commission. So I want to propose that as part of the work that we need to do, I think we owe ourselves a visit to Komati. There are things that are happening there. What we are being told about training, upskilling, and reskilling, we hear there's nothing like that happening there. We hear that and when, the repurposing is about to happen, workers get shifted from one power station to another. Now, we're not going to, it's going to be very difficult for us as a commission if we don't embark on a fact-finding mission as a commission to that part of the country, especially that project. But the second issue that I want to raise, which I think, in my view, it's debatable, and it's around the role of the state. Because for me, it depends on where you stand when you, for example, say the role of the state should be that of an enabler, for example, right? I think it depends where you stand in society. Because in the context of the work of the commission, the state is not just an employer, an enabler, but the state is also a service deliverer. If you look at who must actually implement the just transition, the state cannot distance itself from that. It cannot distance itself from that. It does have a role to play. We can come with our proposals, supportive roles, but do we have that muscle to make sure that things happen? Do we have that financial muscle as a commission? We can only propose, we can only make suggestions. So I think the role of the state from where I'm sitting, it's something that is debatable. Not only in the context of the commission, but political as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go across the back, please. Donald, welcome.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on the last comment, especially around the role of state, because coming from a shareholder department, listening to discussions, what the PCC is doing, I ask myself a question that as a state looking after SOCs, I'm going to be biased, ESCOM, to be particular. And the project, Komati, I'm asking myself, what guides what? Which one should be a leader and the other a follower? Because here you have a PCC with a just energy transition framework. And now you are moving into implementation. And you have SOC already implementing what I can call their own just energy transition, which culminated in the activities that you see at Komati. So you can see that there is a lack of coordination in terms of what needs to happen, when must it happen, and who needs to guide and drive the process. I think it's a challenge that is not only sitting with ESCOM in particular, but overall within government. Because if you have this kind of a commission looking at the overall just energy, not necessarily electricity, just energy transition, it should be a backbone within which all other just energy transition frameworks are derived from. Rather than now you having already work underway, repurposing and refocusing at Kusile, at Komati happening, and then here it's the implementation, shifting into implementation. So you see there is a lag now. What should be an overall guideline or an architecture of all these just energy frameworks that are going to arise? Already others are there, which you ask yourself, what guides them? Because I mean, that results in the confusion that we see, and even which results in developments that we have seen lately, which culminated in what even happened yesterday, because now the talk is about the investment part. So you ask yourself, how do we now move away from that phase where you have this fragmentation, everyone doing and not doing it in a coordinated way that will benefit everyone?
Justine, Mr. Nkadimeng didn't properly introduce himself.
No.
Just for the benefit of commissioners, he's the DDG in charge of ESCOM at the Department of Public Enterprises. So welcome.
Lovely. So do we offer him, what type of support do we offer him to that role? Welcome. There you go. And I mean, I think what you're saying is there's almost a plea there actually, is like, how do we actually work together here? Because some things have already happened. And how do we bring this all together? Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The answer is, let us invite the departments of enterprise, environment, and ask them to brief us on their plans to deal with this problem. Then we will be in a position to know whether we are ahead, we are running parallel, or we are lagging far behind. I'll make an example. The president said in parliament that they are going to get or buy electricity from neighboring countries. But if you look at the program of the neighboring countries, for instance, what do they call Zizabona? That is Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia. They are already talking about investing a lot on their green grids. And they are being helped by the African Development Bank. Now, if those people put a transmission infrastructure ahead of us, and we are not told, maybe the state departments are aware or they are talking to them. There is what they call no transition without transmission. So if these countries upgrade their transition to be at the level of green grids, and we are compelled to buy the electricity from them in few years to come, will our infrastructure be ready to be connected to their grids? So, but I think the state departments, but this time around, please bring the directors general, the chief directors, because they are the guys who are busy traveling all over the world, fix their agreements and so on. They must tell us, where are we? Then we'll be in a position to say, as an advisory body, we think you should go this way, or thank you for doing this. How did you arrive at these figures, and so on and so on. Thank you.
Yes, on the same line. Go ahead on your side, and Mbukeni.
Thank you so much. I think we also need not forget the work that we have already done, which is crafting of the just transition framework. I'm also a church person. See, as a church person, you carry your Bible with. You regulate your religious activity around that document, right? So I think what has happened is there are models of just transition, or there are some movements that are happening outside the Bible called just transition framework, which I don't think the work done that there was just academic. It was the work that was supposed to guide each and everything that talks of transition. Now, we had raised this point earlier on, and it was drowned in many activities, because we had said we are worried that there are sector-driven transitions that seems to be floating on their own. And at that time when we raised that, I don't think we could drum it hard enough in order for people to see how problematic that can be. Because, for instance, when you begin to talk of just transition from the definition that is defined elsewhere, and you've got another definition You have got pillars here in the framework and they've got their own pillars. You don't know when you meet people who are trying to see if there is just transition or not. You don't even know which tool to use in order to measure if there is just transition there or not. So you end up now with people who are confused. Who are you guys? Because there are people who have got their hands on the plow somewhere in command. We don't get to know them and we are supposed to be advisory. I think those are the things that we should really, in fact, I think this commission needs to take itself serious. I'm including myself. I'm giving myself a review that we are allowing things to run on. It's like a child born today in hospital and you say, here's 5 rand, you will find us at home. So there are people who are really just doing what they're doing on the other side without us really, this just transition framework then would look like any other document that has been compiled before in the past, which looks good, but it's of no use practically. And I'm saying this because things are moving as it is. And the only way in which we can say, and I'm sorry that I'm taking a little longer, we know that you can go out there and say we maybe are a model just transition space. I mean, if you find me on that other side where you would be saying that, don't be surprised when you find that we would oppose that and say that can't be. Because our people there are different other transitions that are driven elsewhere. But there's just a point that I needed maybe checked in the presentation that Andrew did, and we are grateful for the presentation. But in the local governments that you listed, I think it will be very good to also include Waterberg district municipality, which covers your Lipalale. I think I'm right? Yeah, which covers Lipalale. Because, you know, as and when we were talking to them, they really feel excluded. There is this thing of, it's almost like they get excluded, they get forgotten, and only Mpumalanga gets mentioned. It is just that part that I thought maybe needs to be included.
Thank you for that. And so, I mean, to make it totally practical, the question from all this conversation is, so what do we do now? We've got a practical example of a partner who's saying, we need to apply this model. What are we going to do about it? The Princess? And then I just want to see if there are any other hands, and then we'll brought to a close. I've got Louis, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for that compelling and refreshing presentation. And I think I like the pilot model for that particular part of Mpumalanga, so that we're able to track what is it that we can do. And also, because that is a part of the partnership implementation model, which it's a well-resourced plan in terms of how it's gonna happen, who is gonna impact and why. So I think I like that model. But he also said in terms of this partnership model as well, we need, I suppose we need extra funding besides what we have. My only concern is, as a commission, we already underfunded. And unfortunately, the state strategy, in terms of funding, how the state funds, it responds, you know, and also the state tends to placate the loudest complainers. So the funding is not necessarily according to, for lack of a better word, priorities such as us. But obviously, just to give an example, that ESCOM could not get money throughout, I think, the past 2-3 years, but because now there's a risk of collapsing of the grid. So is the funding process of the state that might be a bit of a frustration as we look for extra funding. Obviously, we have to lobby other stakeholders. I mean, that's a fact, and maybe that is our best bet. The only thing that we always have to be careful about is whenever you source for funding, you have to be conscious of the interest of the funder, because that might also derail what they're trying to do. For example, I think it's a fact that there are many funders who like to fund climate funding, but they are not keen on the just transition part. So we'll just have to try and navigate our way through. But the presentation was great, and I think we need to start there without wasting time. And the committee, I said already, that was a missed opportunity. So we cannot afford as a commission to find ourselves, wanting, because we don't know what happened there. So I think any other project, especially now, we need to know exactly what is happening, so that we are in a position as commissioners, to give, informed contributions, when the topic comes up. Because at the moment, I mean, I think most of us, we've been in the same place where we've been asked what happened in Komati. We actually don't know what really happened. And yet Komati was one of the shining examples that was discussed in this commission, although it was not our program, but it was something that we really, we thought this is one project that will reflect indirectly the work of the commission. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Princess. I want to just sort of pull it together, because I think what's coming from this in terms of the inputs has been a consistent message that what has been presented has been welcomed. There is clearly a view around taking principles from that. The suggestion around putting a pilot process together. There was a suggestion around the commission actually visiting Komati, so using that, actually seeing what is happening there. There've been a couple of other points that have been raised, and one of the points was about a presentation from the various departments and looking at what that approach is. And clearly just a very practical example that's been raised here, which is about a conversation that has to happen. Louise, I know you had something you wanted to raise from your side, and then I want to just ask for closing comments on this. And just a last comment from Andrew as well, and Nishendra.
Thank you. So this is a question I discovered in Andrew's document, or your organization's document, that we are planning to do an implementation plan for the Just Transition Framework. And then Crispian now confirmed that. So I would like to understand how that will be done, because when we developed the Just Transition Framework itself, there was a working group and we worked collectively on that. So I just would like to know how we plan to take the plan forward, the devising of the plan.
I'm going to report on it tomorrow.
Okay,
so
fine.
I wonder if we could park that for that point.
Thank you. Andrew, any comments from your side?
3 very, very quick points, and then we can have to love and leave you all to get to the airport. But I detected a little bit of anxiety on the role of the state, and we can have a whole long discussion on that. But can I just say very clearly, this partnering model is not a privatized or outsourcing model. And what I just like to repeat, that the recommendation is that the state is not just a service deliverer, but also an enabler. In other words, it has an additional role, not a role taken away from it. And why we say that it needs to play both roles is that in communities at grassroots levels, in urban and rural areas right now, people are organizing for their own survival through social solidarity networks, providing a lot of their own economies and services in the informal sector, often despite the state, not because of it. And so I think if the state wants to empower those stakeholders, because they often can't sustain those efforts without the role of the state, then it creates that enabling environment and sees its role as empowering the stakeholders that are already taking action in their communities, rather than expecting them to just be passive recipients of state services. So I think I just wanted to kind of try and clarify the starting point there. Secondly, I think Shamimi and Shafiq, if I can combine your 2 points, and it's kind of relevant action plans that stakeholders want and need at different scales and in different contexts. So it's not one size fits all. And sometimes you need a small plan for a small area, right down to a street or a village or a neighborhood. And sometimes you need a provincial plan or a regional plan or a district plan. And it's not either or, it's both and. And Waterberg is very different from many other parts. So you will have to tailor make a plan for an area. And you can't just cookie cutter it around. Then finally, Crispin, to your point, what's the PCC role? And I mean, I guess that's, I mean, not to prescribe. I'm the virtue of the PCC, to my mind, is that you are non-statutory rather than statutory. That's a virtue. That's a strength. Now, when you are engaging in quite a, if I can say, sluggish environment that the state finds itself in now, and hopefully it's going to get better, but you know, to be small, to be nimble, to be flexible means that you can quite quickly map the just transition ecosystem and map your key priorities in that ecosystem. Take 3, you know, focus areas, and then ask yourself the question, who are your implementation partners there? Because you're not implementing agency. You've got to have implementation partners at national, at provincial, at local level, state and non-state. And how are you going to influence them? So what's the state of your relationship like with them? Because if you're not in a relationship with them, you're not going to be very influential, and they will carry on doing their own thing, whatever they're coming up with. So how are you going to influence? So it's an influencing model that you are developing based on your ability, perhaps your convening power, your intermediation power, your communication power, and your holding people accountable power. And those are soft powers, but they are powers in a system. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just check with Crispin and with the Deputy Chair whether there are any last comments you want to make around this? Great. Okay, so we're scheduled for tea, coffee at this point. I want to check, do we want to take tea and coffee or do we want to proceed? Happy to fetch tea and bring it back or proceed? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, everybody comfortable with that? If you need coffee, go and get. Okay, all right. So we're going to go into the next section. And that really is around the Commission work program. And before we go into that, just because I obviously have the benefit of standing in the front and seeing all your facial expressions. So can I just ask you all to stand up for one moment, please? They don't all look totally wide awake, but I'm going to be subtle about that. And let's just stretch up. And if you can do a big breath in. And maybe shake off all our energy woes. Donald, this is for you. We're shaking it all off. And arms out to the side. And swing to the left and right. And this is too much. I'm putting too much stretching into this. Okay, we're going to have a seat again because now we're getting into the stuff. And this is about where do we go next? And anybody who I see with their eyes closed for longer than 2 seconds, I might ask you to lead us in the next phase of physical fitness. Okay. All right, so I'm going to proceed. Obviously, if people are desperate and we need to get coffee, we can get coffee. But I think just in light of what's been raised, the questions here are really around, you were posed a couple of questions in terms of the section, and that is, what topics should the Commission focus on during 2023? And we've already had a number of inputs into that. So this is really about consolidating. What are the topics that we should be focusing on? We have heard some fairly clear messages that have come up that I think are quite exciting in terms of directions that you could go. So what are the topics the Commission should be focusing on? How can the different capacities of commissioners be optimally used? And I think that that comes to the question that's being raised a couple of times today, which is, what are the roles and responsibilities of commissioners? And it was framed in terms of the Commission, the commissioners, and the Secretariat. So what are the different ways in which the capacities of commissioners could be optimally used? And we've had a whole lot of suggestions around that. And some of them are really empowering in terms of how the commissioners play a role with their constituencies as well. And then the third part was about how should the Commission structure itself in terms of committees and coordination mechanisms. And this really comes to some of those points that Crispin was feeding back from the survey, which is, how do we make ourselves more effective? The logistics part of it. How do we communicate better? How do we make sure that we actually can deliver and that you are supported in terms of your work? So I want to just open it up from that point of view. We obviously have had a lot of input around the topics that the Commission should focus on, but I want to see if there's a sense that we're working towards a consolidated whole around what those topics are. My sense was that there were big buckets, but I just want to get hands around that side first. I've got Makoma.
Can I just shape the question? I mean, you've got 3 Commission meetings for the rest of the year. I mean, we can obviously schedule special meetings if you want, but in terms of the quarterly schedule, there are 3 more meetings. So it's quite useful to think, what are the key topics you want to cover in those 3 meetings? And, you know, some of them will obviously lead to recommendations. Some of them don't necessarily have to be tied to a recommendation.
That's really great. And I mean, I think just to add on to that point is that one of the messages that's come out over here is that sometimes we have conversations at a very surface level and we need to go deeper. So what are the things that we need to go deeper on that will make an impact in terms of our work? And they might take different forms.
I got a feeling that Crispian and his team have got an idea as to what those topics should be. And I think they should put it forward for our consideration, If they don't, I'll ask, what have they been doing, you know?
Okay, so then let me be extremely blunt. I don't care what the topics are for the 3 quarterly meetings, because those are enactments. The real work happens in the working groups.
Well, let me say that there is obviously a whole lot of work that's either already been initiated or is about to be initiated. And that work will be, you know, ready for you as a commission to digest and make recommendations on if you choose. So one of them obviously is on the energy transition. And you'll be aware that we ran a whole lot of consultations last year. We are actively engaged now in a set of consultations. And we will, as a result of that, have a what we're calling an energy transition plan. It's basically a set of proposals about how to factor the carbon constraint into energy planning. And it's recommendations on the energy mix, the short-term, how to link short-term choices now to long-term objectives, and what the governance of the energy system, the planning, the market systems, etc., will be needed to drive the transformation. And we would like the Commission to consider that report and make recommendations on that subject. So that's the sort of big piece of work coming out of the mitigation energy area. The other piece of work, and I mean, all of this is stuff that the working group's been considering. The other piece of work is the work on net zero and the different carbon budgets. And I'm sure you've been aware, I mean, there've been these different exercises. There's the NBI net zero pathways. They recommended a carbon budget of 10 gigatons. There's the exercise we did with the World Bank. It came up with a 9 gigaton budget. There are other budgets that are more stringent, 7 gigatons, and there was more expansive budgets going up to about 12 gigatons. All of them have got quite specific implications, upsides and downsides. So we would like to bring a set of scenarios, which we think as the Commission we should be releasing. It's a sort of set of net zero scenarios. So that's in the mitigation space. On the finance side, you heard Shamini earlier talk about the big pieces of work. The one is on this report on tracking climate finance flows, which will be a sort of state-of-the-art report on the total aggregate flows into mitigation, adaptation, and just transition. And it's meant to be part of a multi-year tracking exercise. And then the second piece of work they're doing is design around a mechanism to finance the justice aspects of the just transition. So those are two really important deliverables. I know there's other stuff going on there. What's that, Deepak? Yes, sorry, I was going to come to the JET IPD. In fact, I'd forgotten about it. Part of the consultations that are going on at the moment are also about what are stakeholders saying about the investment plan. And we will obviously collate all of those stakeholder views, and the idea is to transmit them back to government. But what we want to propose in addition is that the Commission itself forms a view and makes recommendations on the implementation plan, obviously informed by stakeholders, but our view is that the Commission should have a view on the plan. And there are whole ways in which we can, make suggestions about not only how to improve it, but how to tip it into the implementation mode. Then on the just transition framework itself, I mean, we as we indicated earlier, are in the process of drafting an implementation plan. We've contracted with a group called the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection, aka MISTRA. I'm sure many of you know them. They've been active in the space. And they will be producing a sort of action-oriented plan. And then on the adaptation side, you heard the work that Makoma and Desigan referred to earlier. So the exercise looking at pathways around water and food and the built environment. So 3 pathways that they're looking at, as well as this deepening of the analysis of our response capacity, our disaster response capacity. And then lastly, in the monitoring and evaluation area, there will be a set of there's an M&E system that we're developing around the just transition in partnership with the DPME. And towards the end of the year, we'll be producing this State of Climate Action Report, which is a critical analysis of the extent to which all social partners have delivered on their climate commitments. So it's not just looking at, you know, what has government done or not done, but it's also looking at private sector and other civil society organizations and their commitments. So that's a sort of summary of all the work that's in process, which, you know, could well form the basis for an agenda at different meetings. You know, some bits coming to different meetings as they're ready. But the Commission may choose to, you know, structure its agenda very differently. That's just the work packages that we're busy with.
Great, thank you. Can I take Vali? Then I'm going to go across to Makoma, Shamini, and Louise.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this morning quite a bit has been said in different ways by people about the Commission not punching below its weight. And the Commission has the ability to set the national agenda, notwithstanding the fact that it does not have statutory authorities or it doesn't command control over budgets. And that's a concept that I would like us to unpack a little bit more. And sometimes if we get too involved in too much of the detail of stuff, we would lose that ability we have to set the national agenda. One of the things that we spoke, part of that discussion happened under the discussion on the national budget that was announced yesterday. Louise mentioned, you know, we must set certain fixed targets, 2030 and such things, etc. But it comes down to the state procurement being one of the most powerful instruments in this society to drive change. And if you look at the manner in which affirmative action and such things and Black economic empowerment has been driven by state procurement, it has had a huge impact. The state just took a decision that the state will not procure goods and services from anybody who isn't at the level such and such BE. And then you found that there was, you know, the power of that budget was being used. The second thing is in the advancement of women. We mustn't forget about the great strides this society has made on the gender question in a very short space of time. And that happened through the national budget. Government started saying we'll procure from women-owned organizations. We won't procure from anybody who doesn't have women on their board of governance, and a lot of such things. And it crowded in big policy changes. And I think in a similar way, we need to say, we need to put forward a program. I gave an example just off the top of my head, which is probably completely wrong, but like, for example, by 2025, X percentage of police vehicles must be electric vehicles. Now, I just want you to know, you're talking about an announcement like that will shake up the motor vehicle manufacturing industry immediately. It will just shake it up completely. If you just make some announcement like that, and let alone the police department making the announcement, if we make the announcement that this is what our policy is, it will make a big impact because we are setting the national agenda. And in all likelihood, government will follow as far as that is concerned. The private sector will follow. But we need to look for that. And I think in the course of this year, we need to set those sorts of things. maybe at one of our meetings, we can focus on that. I just want to re-emphasize to you that in business and in the marketplace, it is said that the consumer actually drives a lot of what business does, what consumers want to buy. And the biggest consumer is the state. You talk about 2 trillion rands of consumption. Of course, not all of that is consumption expenditure, but it's a lot of money. And with that, you could change a lot of things faster than they are actually changing. So that's the first broad topic that I'd like us to consider. The only other topic that I wanted to suggest, and we don't have enough meetings for this year, Crispian, so maybe you want to push it into next year. Also, that came out of today is maybe one of our meetings focusing on food security, biodiversity, and land management. Various speakers have mentioned related sort of things, and maybe we can dedicate one of our sessions to that question. They sort of related type of topics, and we can look at that. We are partly being pushed very hard in the direction of energy for 2 reasons. One, because of the energy insecurity in South Africa, and because we are a high emissions country and we burn low quality coal, and because the international funders are most interested in the energy question, because they think that's where we can reduce emissions faster than anywhere else. But for the long-term, food security, biodiversity, and land management is an important thing for us. And maybe we want to focus on that, and we can start giving some balance to the overall approach we take to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had Makoma next, then Shamini, then Louise, and Joanne. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I mean, in all what we've been discussing, there's something that really comes out. If you really want to see the transition taking place, I think we need to have an alignment of all our regulatory and legislative framework, because currently you find that even if as a country, we're saying it is important for us to move towards a low carbon development. But however, you still find that the legislation and the regulatory frameworks that we have in the country are still intact. And these are supporting the kind of system that we have that actually is responsible for the amount of high emissions that we have in the country. This morning, I was so excited when Minister Chrissy indicated that she wants the climate change bill to be enacted into an act before she even leaves, if she ever is going to leave. That made me so excited, because this is a piece of legislation that will really assist in facilitating and would also give us like the leeway or the powers to be able to monitor and also make sure that all of us, whether it's industry, whether it's people, that all of us are actually contributing towards that low carbon development. The issue of Komati that has cropped up with some of the interventions that people have made, I think it's quite important that that monitoring aspect to see if whatever activities are taking place there are in line with what we stand for towards a low carbon development, because if it's not, that means that we're failing. I think we need to keep an eye on those kind of projects, so that, because those kind of projects are going to either give us much credit or discredit the work of the commission. And I think those are the two things that in the many other activities we involved in and other stuff that we do, we should try and make sure that that becomes a priority, even if it's not like a standalone item, but we integrate it in all the other work streams that we have. Thanks.
Thank you. And I want to just tie that back to the point that was raised about where the PCC punches, because that's one way in which you can have impact, more impact. Yeah.
Thanks, Justine. So I think we must go back to what Minister Creasy put forward. And I think what's missing for me is what are the focus areas? So Dr. Alva spoke about a number of pieces of foundational work, in my view, that gives us a lot of answers for a lot of things. But we're not going to be able to tackle everything, like I said before. I think we're going to have to prioritize and say, how do those pieces of work give us answers to be able to unlock particular focus areas? And I think that's a little bit to what the co-chair also indicated. We've got to pick 2 or 3 of them. And if I recall what she said was baseload power, and for lack of a better word, that was what was mentioned. And I think that's energy mix. And do we, jump forward and move into green hydrogen with some sort of coal still in the mix? Do we use gas? We need to have that conversation, but how do the pieces of work that are with Steve right now and those studies going to give us some answers? How do we then unlock the policy landscape, the funding landscape that comes from the working group on finance? I'm looking now at how do all these working groups give us answer to talk about the integrated view. And the integrated view, not to answer everything, because we can't do that, but to answer the focus areas. And we've got to decide on what those are. The second one she indicated was green hydrogen. So how do we unlock that? It's a competitive advantage, but there's so much that needs to be done. It's not happening fast enough. The third thing was biodiversity that came up. And the fourth thing was food security, not in any particular order. I think they all have equal weighting, and I think let's see if there's agreement on what those are. I'm not suggesting that we must go with all of them, but I'm saying that's what was raised.
So I perfectly well understand that there is a sort of governance function of those quarterly meetings, and the pieces of work produced by the Secretariat, which are to be issued in the name of the Commission, need a formal landing place where they are approved and signed off by us. So that's great. We must do that work. That's our job. But I do think, what the topics of the next 3 meetings are about is actually answered. And I mean, people have been re-raising it. It's answered by the earlier conversation about what do we think the strategic focuses for the year are. And I have every confidence that our Secretariat is fully equipped to distill those and, including the Deputy Chair's ideas and, come with a theme for every one of the 3 meetings, which speak back into, the priorities that people felt should be the priorities for 2023.
Thank you. Joanne.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything that has been said, and I'm happy with what has been outlined. I do think that we need to keep in mind this is going to be a seriously difficult year in this sector for all kinds of reasons, and I think that while you can look at what you want to do quarter by quarter, we must keep the need for some kind of flexibility. I mean, for example, if the climate change bill goes through Parliament in the next 3 months, I would think that we want a substantive conversation on how's that bill being processed, what is in it, and what are the implications for us. Similarly, on the energy crisis, we don't know the direction that issues are going to take this for some kind of flexibility as well as obviously a plan for the year. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to hand back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to check, especially on the last one, the energy crisis. To what extent does the Commission interact with the NECOM? I mean, there's a NECOM, which is a stop shop. Everything that is being done under the energy space, especially expediting measures to implement the reforms. There are a number of work streams there looking at each and everything in there. So I think it's one platform that from time to time you need to engage and tap in and understand what is there that government is doing to deal with a number of constraints and the bottlenecks that are in the system. It will give you an idea in terms of what are the plans that are being implemented in the interim, medium term and long term.
And I think it would be useful to just get a response directly to that question, because obviously is one that ties into response. Okay, any other inputs around what's been presented? Clearly there is a message that says, Secretariat, we trust you. I'm also hearing a point that says, let's not bet ourselves entirely in, let's have some flexibility. And the way that the Deputy Chair framed it, I think brings that angle. So even if you're talking about how do you pack your punch, how do you make your impact, it's a different type of approach to our thinking. But clearly a call for that frame to be thought through from that perspective. General Misa?
Thank you. One other thing which we must be ready to get involved in indirectly though, is this statement by the former CEO of Eskom, who says that the 8.5 billion rands, which was pledged by international community, is being earmarked for nefarious objectives by a certain party. We will have to clarify that, because that statement is going to play into the hands of those who are resisting this moving away from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And we don't know whether it's correct. Maybe my colleague here next door. The general didn't want that. He wanted to say that it is alleged that the ANC is eating that money. But I think that the general raises an important point. If you look at since this morning, the number of times that the question of the just energy transaction was mentioned in some form or another by somebody or the other, it means it's high up in the discussion of this commission. And that statement hasn't been made just by an irresponsible person or by a media commentator who doesn't know better. It's been made by the CEO of Eskom, a man who's been part of this commission because he addressed us in this commission, I think, on that question and more than once. And we supported Eskom in promoting the idea of a just energy transaction, et cetera, et cetera. And we have a responsibility not to be supporting something that is being crooked by whoever. We have a responsibility. And I think I was going to raise this matter tomorrow at the commission, so it's not for this, but at the commission, Crispian, I think that we need to take a decision that the management will look into this matter, engage with the Andre de Ruyter, engage with others. And frankly, if people are trying to steal this money, we may have to walk away from the whole thing ourselves, because I'm sure commissioners wouldn't want to have anything to do with that. So let's not discuss it further now, but let's not ignore it. And let's say that the Secretariat must follow it up. They're not an investigative body, but they can at least speak to Andre de Ruyter, see what he says and tell us what he says. More than that, we probably will not be able to do much, but we must be absolutely certain that if there's people on the take, as far as this is concerned, we'll have nothing to do with it. But I hope it's not the case, because the global community is relying on us as a commission to say it's okay, go ahead with this, which is what we've been saying up to now. We said we're not in charge, but we know about it, we've discussed it, we get the report, go ahead. So we'll look at that. Tomorrow it will be on the agenda.
So what we've heard in this discussion, I mean, there's all the work that's in progress, and obviously it's got to come to the commission, and the commission will perform its oversight function and debate and recommend and do what. But in addition, we're going to use each commission meeting to give effect to this idea of us setting the national agenda. and we're going to theme those meetings, and we're going to pick one or maybe two big national topics. And the suggestions that we've got, and obviously this is always going to be a work in progress because issues may come onto the agenda, but it's procurement reform, the food security, biodiversity, land nexus, legislative reform, that was Makoma's point, green hydrogen and the economic incentives that make it happen, and then employment and skills, which was another big focus area of our work. And I'm very glad Rebecca's sitting at the table. This is Ms. Green Hydrogen. She has been single-handedly driving this issue across the whole of government. So we're going to rely on you for structuring that commission that's going to focus on this big issue. And each meeting we can evaluate this list and see if there are new important issues that have come on that may need further attention. I mean, one of the things we may want to come back to is the issue of EVs and public transport. You'll remember Minister Patel presented to us last year. There's been a whole lot of further developments and some urgency, I think, coming out of the auto industry. And we may want to also weigh in on the EV issue going forward. And then just quickly in reply about the NECOM thing, I'm in close, we're not actually on NECOM, but I work very closely with Pindi Baleni and have been mobilizing capacity in support of the work they do. So we keep closely in touch.
Nothing in comments, and I do have two urgent hands on this side, so I'm going to go one here and then another one. Then
so I just want to say that the ideas that have been mentioned now, okay, well, they have to listen.
Should I listen?
I'll wait for them.
They're consulting each other.
I don't think we can take the issues that were raised now as topics for the meeting as the only input to those meetings. Otherwise, we wasted like an hour and a half or however long it was earlier in the day thinking about strategic focuses. So you have to go back to those as well, Crispian, not just the pop-ups that happen to come now. So that's the one thing. And the second is that we said in this session, we would discuss roles and responsibilities.
We're getting to that now.
Okay. Yeah, so you know, you will say, I don't want peace, I want trouble. No, look, now look, I've just heard a point from the executive director. And I've got to be brave and say this because it's very, very important. You see, whoever is the link of the PCC to any structure that concerns us, there should be a way of getting things back into the PCC meeting, because the role of connecting with them, it's not personal. I think it is institutional. So it should have a way coming back. It's a suggestion that I think is very, very important to make here in this meeting.
Great. Thank you for being brave. So closing the loop on the communication. Thank you. Okay. So when I said concluding that part of the conversation was around the topics, there were two other elements in this part, and I'm aware of people leaving, but where our time goes until 5 o'clock, I'm hoping that, bye-bye. Thank you. I'm hoping that most people can stay until that point. But there were two other points over here. It was how can the different capacities of commissioners be optimally used? And we've already had quite a number of inputs around how that can happen, that we can consolidate from this so that that can be taken forward. But it is a question of, you know, if you're thinking of yourselves as commissioners, how can we maximize the capacity that you have? It's already been raised. You've been brought here for different reasons, not only as yourself, but yourself in the context of your constituency and a whole range of other factors that you bring with. And then how should the Commission structure itself in terms of committees and coordination mechanisms? And underlying that is the fundamental question around roles and responsibilities, both as the Commission, as a collective, and as individual commissioners, and then your link with the Secretariat and how the Secretariat supports how the work happens. So, I mean, over here, I really do want to get down to practical points around how do we improve this? And I think that was what was being asked for earlier. Go ahead.
I got a feeling that it's too late in the day. Too few of us are here to have a completely open-ended discussion on a matter like this. This is a kind of discussion that you can discuss the whole day. It's not, Crispin, it's not the first time this matter comes up in the Commission. We've discussed it on a whole number of occasions, many occasions actually. And if you have a proposal to put to the meeting for consideration, that would be one thing. But if there isn't such a thing, I would want to say you're going to get nowhere with an open-ended discussion. We've had these before at this stage, because there are very few of us here. And the people who are really interested in this question are actually not here, and a number of them. So I don't know how you want to take this, but discussion for the sake of it at this stage may not be of much value. I would say the same about the structuring of the Commission. We are structured. What is your proposal on how we should change it, if we should change it, and then we can give consideration to that.
Okay, so just to recap the way we currently structured, we have 5 working groups, and those working groups are, the first one we set up was one on finance and governance. It's basically our audit committee. Then we've got 4 substantive working groups, and those deal with monitoring and evaluation, mitigation, it's called net zero pathways, it's mitigation and energy, resilience and adaptation, and then climate finance and innovation. Our impression is we didn't set up a separate working group on just transition. But there is a practical issue. So we're now doing this implementation plan. Do you want to set up a steering committee for that? We did originally have a steering committee for the framework itself. So that might be a tweak you want to give to the structure. And we set up a temporary steering committee. I mean, it is, of course, another committee. So, you know, you'd need to decide whether you want to add an additional committee into your structure. It would probably only have 3-4 meetings over its course, but it's still an additional burden. So that's on structure. The one thing that did work briefly, and I think this was at Melissa's urging, was this meeting between the different chairs of the committees. And we may want to formally mandate that that happens as an ongoing coordination mechanism. Just to I mean, we coordinate as the Secretariat, but a meeting of chairs would give the commissioners who are chairing the different committees the ability to coordinate across them. So you may want to formalize that or leave it to the chairs to decide whether they want to meet again on an ad hoc basis. But our basic recommendation is the structure's pretty much working. I think it's proving an effective mechanism. Let's stick with it.
there you have it. I think I must agree with Crispian. It's too early to restructure when we've just restructured. I'm not sure why we're even discussing this, because we've just done that, yeah. No, I'm not saying it's too late. It's a matter which we've discussed on a number of occasions. Just to remind you about our discussion, and Crispian, you can correct me. Firstly, the commission is a non-executive commission. In other words, people don't work for the commission. The commissioners don't get paid for work which they do. They're not expected. We have full-time staff, competent staff that do the work. But it has also been said that the commissioners, many of the commissioners who are on the commission, have a tremendous amount to offer the commission because of their background, their skills, and their experience. And we as a commission want to be able to draw on that, and we must draw on it freely and willingly. However, we have to bear in mind that not all commissioners can make the same contributions. There are commissions who are employed by a certain organization, which says to them, you can spend as much time as you want to on our salary doing the work of the commission, we don't mind. And there are others who are not able to do that because they can't get off from their employers to do much more than attend our meetings. And then there are others like cabinet ministers who even struggle to attend our meetings as such. So different commissioners have different contributions to make. And it will be very difficult to have one rule for everybody, because if we have one rule, we'll then go for the lowest common denominator, which is that commissioners do very little, because a number of important commissioners can't contribute more than just doing the essentials, and we still want them for that. But so we don't want a rule like that. We want flexibility, and commissioners will be drawn in to work to assist wherever they can. But at the end of the day, the responsibility for implementing decisions of the commission rests with the executive director and his team, not with commissioners as such. Commissioners get involved in various sorts of things. The executive director has complained about us from time to time that sometimes we're not available enough, especially when they engage with stakeholders or they engage with the community. They want us to be there to take the flak sometimes. And then we go missing in action. And they haven't been too happy about that, but they've made that point. And some commissioners have been better at it than other commissioners, but we're not going to get anything than a mixed response. Unfortunately, I cannot oblige commissioners to do this or to do that. I can oblige commissioners to do the basic. You attend all meetings. That is obligatory unless there is a good reason why you don't attend meetings of the commission. And that wherever you come from, that you communicate the work of the commission to your organization or your constituency, and you champion the work of the commission in an undefined way. We don't say exactly what work you need to do there, but you champion the work of the commission. Beyond that, it is more on a kind of a voluntary basis as such. Only thing that we have said in the past, this is not new, is let us not have a heavy hand on the management and the staff. They must be free to do their work without us breathing down their necks all the time. My approach generally is that we must have a management who we think are competent, who we trust, and we leave it to them. We don't breathe down their necks every day to tell them what to do. So that's generally been the kind of an approach. I don't know if there's a proposal that we changed that. I think that's where we sort of landed at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I don't know if you come.
Chair, you've captured it very eloquently. I mean, but we did want to address openly this issue. I mean, you know, I saw a number of the comments in the SWOT is that there's some commissioners who feel uncomfortable that the Secretariat is running ahead of them. And I mean, I do think we should air the issue and have it out there, because we think in the Secretariat that we're implementing your mandate. And what we want from the Commission is clear strategic direction. And then, as the Deputy Chair says, we execute. We're not going to come to you for permission to execute. You just set the strategy, and we then say, right, we're going to make that happen. But there is a level of discomfort, and I don't know how widespread it is, but I think it's got to be addressed openly. And if we've got to pull back, we will. But we understand our mandate to get on and do the work that you've discussed in these Commission meetings.
Thank you. I think that lays a very good foundation. Lungisa.
I mean, I had sneaked out to participate in a meeting. Sorry about that. But seeing that there is time, I thought I should just use this moment to tease Chippy a bit. I mean, in these roles, like you're playing for us, usefully, perhaps one of the things we should try is to find you a place where they can help you develop a little bit of a thick skin. When you've got so many of us, you must expect that there will be someone who's unhappy about something. And I'm not trivializing the matter. I mean, it's good that you've put it to us, because now you have made sure by so doing that we can say, I, as Lungisa, had made the comment that I feel that you are running ahead of us, and you swept it under the carpet and you hid it from us. But the truth of the matter is that, and I'm very serious about this, why I started in jest, you always have to really try and sort of feel the temperature that, look, on this particular matter, then it is high enough to warrant that you bring it here. There will always be people, people's management styles differ. Some people want to know, what time you arrive at work, what time you take your first tea, but and for them that's what matters. No, it's actually said seriously. But there are those who will say, I didn't hire him so that I know where he is. It was because I believe that he has got the skill sets, the brain and everything to help us achieve the outcomes that we want. You define them and you meet at predetermined times to assess, are we still on course? And when we reach the result, have we achieved, overachieved it? And that's what we want. We do admire, I will say, the fact that you have put the matter on the table, but from my reading of the situations that we are okay. I had wanted to suggest that maybe one of the things to do, and sorry to take you back a bit, on this implementation, steerco and so on, maybe the first question to ask as you approach it is to say, could it be that some of the implementation could fall within the working groups neatly? The answer could be no. And then what would be the specific, call it, I hate using mandate, but terms of reference for that steerco, what would be the gaps that they feel? And then we decide we need it. Because if you set it up, the tendency of human beings is to then say, let's be relevant because we exist. And before you realize it, there's too much interference and tripping over each other.
Okay, thank you, Louise.
So my approach to this question of the relationship between the Secretariat and the commissioners is, do we feel that the program the Secretariat is pursuing delivers upon the outcomes we would wish to see? And that's my kind of guiding light about it. It's not, my guiding light isn't about who's the boss of who. and being consulted on what time you have tea. So, you know, but I almost feel that today, I mean, I know we did have a previous strategy session. It was near the beginning of the process, and it basically brought to us a pre-cooked business plan for good reasons of fundraising and whatever of the commission, of the secretariat. So that didn't feel like a real, commissioners are getting around the table and together mutually discussing high-level strategy that they think the commission should tackle. I think today was almost the first more authentic conversation about that. And as I said earlier, I do think that the Secretariat is astoundingly delivering on, you know, interventions which are crucial to bring this transition about. I would like to say to our Deputy Chair that you think we have several times discussed the roles and responsibilities of commissioners. No, we have not. We have several times heard your opinion about it. We've never as commissioners discussed. Yeah, I know. And, you know, you are our Deputy Chair. We have to fall behind your guidance on this matter. But just because you said it doesn't mean we discussed it. And I think that there are some commissioners for whom this is a bubbling thing. It is disconcerting as a commissioner when you engage with the international partner group countries independently in my own capacity, in any case. And then I'm told, oh, the commission is doing X, Y, Z, and I didn't know about it. So then I pretend to know about it because I'm not out in the public saying, hang on, you know, I am supporting us as commissioners and supporting the Secretariat in the efforts they are making. So it is important for me out in the world to be doing that as a commissioner. So I'm just saying it is sometimes disconcerting as a commissioner to be told that you are doing something you're unaware of. But I can't imagine that the Secretariat must tell us your whole work program all the time, because then you would be doing nothing else but telling us what you're up to. You would be up to nothing. So, I mean, I just think that it is almost a question of commissioners chatting with each other about how we each see the roles and responsibilities and the modus operandi. It's not about, you know, some kind of palace revolution.
It might not be clear cut the issue of responsibilities. I think it is definition of, I'm looking for the right word, how the outline of the process is very, very important. For instance, if somebody would say, as the commission, we are doing 1, 2, 3, you should be able to plot it, to pick it up somewhere in the process outline, because that might be what is missing. If somebody would say, we understand that you are doing green hydrogen in such and such a place, it shouldn't be very, very difficult to be able to say yes, because you know the plotted outline of the process. It would seem like there is a place where talk happens and there is a place where implementation happens, and the disjuncture in between. Somebody maybe might have even forgotten that, by the way, the process is at this stage, implementation is in that stage. So I think the issue in my reading of things now is, it might be the issues of the outline of the process and where the process is at, than merely who is doing what. I don't think, I think on listening to what is being said now, that is what I'm picking up.
So I think there is, I think there's actually some two-way tension. I think there is often frustration from the Secretariat around the degree of commissioner participation or non-participation in particular processes, or requests go out to say, can you come to such and such, or will you go here? And then kind of either it's a very small group of commissioners who respond, or no commissioners respond. And I think that that is frustrating for the Secretariat. And then I think conversely, there is some frustration often from commissioners who aren't necessarily clear about what they're meant to be doing. What is their role in these events or meetings that the Secretariat is holding? So I'm not certain that this is a resolvable issue, but it is a conversation. And I think that for me is more the important thing, is the ability to have the conversation and the ability kind of over time to find a kind of balance that works for everybody. And I think that balance is probably about all of us accepting each other's limitations. You know, so it's not about, well, that commissioner went to 10 meetings and this one went to one, or the Secretariat has gone to 20 meetings and I wasn't invited to any. I think it is about finding that kind of acceptance and accommodation, that we're working with what is actually possible and feasible for each of us in our different spaces.
Which I think was what the underlying message was from the Deputy Chair's point of view as well, is that we can't have a hard line. Thank you for that. Yeah, Princess.
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe we might need to, as Deputy Chair said, we might not need to discuss it in detail now, but I think generally as commissioners, we do understand our oversight role. So if there are issues, there might be issues that we just need to have that open conversation, even among commissioners, even among us commissioners, just to establish if we, because we might not, you know, as much as each of us is a commissioner first, and you represent your constituency second, but as human beings, it does at times, you can see maybe some of us, you know, more vocal about our constituents. So we might also need to have that open conversation as commissioners, so that we are able to speak, you know, to sing from one hymn and understand, even when we disagree, we have to agree to disagree. But also in terms of what some of the points have been raised in the meeting, we need to have that conversation. And rightfully so, I think Crispian gets frustrated with us at times because we do not avail ourselves. Then he needs to raise that. If we have something to say, or we think we can, I mean, not everyone, those of us who think that maybe we might need to, you know, be more proactive, then we understand that is frustration. If we can't do anything about it, it's fine. But also in terms of what we think as commissioners, we need this to be addressed, and we can have that. I think Louise is right as well, that, you know, as commissioners, we understand maybe a recommendation, then we can say, but this is what we think, and then we might be able to find each other. Yeah, obviously there will be, we will not always disagree, but there are issues, those issues that are very easy for us to discuss and get to a point where we are happy with either the role or the responsibility of either the Secretariat or or us commissioners. Thank you.
Great. I want to leave. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to make some reflections on the role of commissioners, and I think it's closely tied to the dual mandate that this commission is vested with. So on the one hand, the commission is expected to provide independent, expert, science-based advice. And you are here as experts, and you need to indicate very clearly what matters you want to make recommendations on, and what technical work you would like done in support of that process. You have a second sort of role here, which is that you're here representing sectors. And it's not a tightly mandated bureaucratic exercise like NEDLAC. It's a far more open, loose mandate, which has got two parts to it. The one is you're expected to, in a very broad sense, give voice to the constituency you come from in these meetings. So you need to understand broadly what's going on in the constituency you come from and accurately represent their views in the debates here. And then, as you mentioned earlier, there's a second role, which is reflecting back. So you in turn engage with your constituency and are communicating to them a lot of what is going on in these meetings and the products of this commission and the broader climate debate and strategy. And in both those roles, you know, you should also tell the Secretariat how we can support you in performing those two roles. So it's, in a sense, it's a three-part set of roles that you carry. You're expert advisors, you give voice to your constituency, and you in turn engage with that constituency on the broad climate agenda.
Yeah, thank you very much. It appears to me from what is being said here that we should be able to improve on communication. That's the one thing I think that we can do, and it shouldn't be too difficult to do that. I've seen, Crispian, in some organizations where the CEO sends out a monthly memo to all of the Board of Governors, in this case, the commissioners, a monthly memo, and not for distribution memo. In other words, an internal memo, because you may even refer to staffing issues in there or something, just sent out from you to the commissioners, and where you would say whatever you want to say, whatever you think the commissioners should know. Of course, nobody wants to know every detail, but maybe if you met, you can say, I had some important meeting with Prince Charles, and he's now going to, you know, be our patron. I'm considering the King Charles.
It's definitely late in the day.
And you know, or something, whatever. So whatever you think is of relevance, and you can. And commissioners are free to call the executive director. I'm sure you don't mind fielding calls. People say, I'd like to know more about this.
Yeah.
Or I am meeting some important people tomorrow. They're likely to ask me about the commission. Is there anything that I should know? Have you met with them already? Has Desikan met with these people? And maybe he can already, so that I don't look ignorant. None of us like to look ignorant, you know. And so I think that communication can happen, and you could pass on us as commissioners to one of your team to say, Desikan will brief you about this, or whatever it is. And so that can be, but maybe as a monthly sort of thing. I would also then suggest good governance generally has a facility for, in the private sector, they call it non-executive directors informal meeting. In other words, we normally start our meetings at 8 o'clock, our commission meetings. Then what I would suggest is that the commissioners meet on their own at 7:45 for 15 minutes without any staff members. It's an informal meeting. So because it's an informal meeting, then we don't need recording, and we don't need secretarial services and all of that. And it then gives us an opportunity to say, you know, I called this Desikan. He told me he doesn't have time for me. You know, I mean, I don't like that. Somebody can say that kind of thing, because it's sometimes not nice to say something in the presence of Desikan. Then you can say it, then I'll find a diplomatic way of raising it with Crispian, and then he can, he's not diplomatic with his staff, so he can do whatever he wants to. But basically, so maybe we do those three things: a monthly memo from the executive director to the commissioners. Secondly, that commissioners must feel free to call the executive director. He will say whether he minds if you call his team directly. I don't think he will mind, you know, and because sometimes, you know, a chief executive doesn't want you to call his team directly, must go through him. I don't know what your style would be in that matter, but I assume you don't mind if we call whoever we know is dealing with the matter directly.
I encourage them to engage directly.
Yeah, and then we can get the information. And then the third thing is that we have our own informal meetings as the commissioners, just for 15 minutes, because if we got more than 15 minutes of issues to discuss, then we've got a problem in the organization. But that will give us a way of dealing with these sorts of issues. I don't agree with the term you use. I'm not saying you're wrong, Crispian, that you said to the commissioners, you are the experts. I don't think we're all experts. If you take me, I don't have expertise on any field that we discuss here. Frankly, my expertise really is in running meetings, and as the commissioners know, sometimes quite undemocratically. That is my expertise, to just hold things together, etc. But on the subject matter, I'm not an expert on the matter. And I think we want the expertise to be in the secretariat. That's where we want the expertise to be. Some people do have expertise, some don't. But we commissioners are not here on the basis of the expertise. They are principally here on the basis that they can bring to the table the interests of particular segments of society. And if they got expertise, that's like an added advantage. But really, they are here to say to us, you know, from the side of the workers, there are going to be these questions. They don't know, they don't understand this, or we're gonna have difficulty explaining it there, or whatever it is, you know. That's the kind of thing we want. We don't want them to say, you know, on the technical side, actually, we don't need, that's not what we need from commissioners, because that we can hire. But what we need from commissioners is we want them to bring to us a sense of what organized labor is saying. That's what we need. That is the most important thing, because without organized labor, we won't get anywhere with where we're going. So that's the kind of thing really that I see. But somebody mentioned there's a two-way tension. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that two-way tension. If there wasn't a little bit of a tension, that would be a problem. We can't be completely pelly-pelly with the secretariat as such. There's got to be a bit of tension. They got to feel that commissioners will be asking questions. They're going to say, we're not happy. That commissioners are going to say, you did this important thing, how come we didn't know? They must feel that all the time. That is a necessary tension in good governance. And as far as the secretariat is concerned, you should also know that we employ a competent secretariat, and they are going to do things. They're not going to wait for the next quarterly meeting if they think something is important to do. They will do it, and knowing that they will convince us that it was the right thing to do. And there will be that kind of thing. That's what we don't want a secretariat who will do nothing because they think they don't have a mandate. You can't not do the right thing because you don't have a mandate. Honestly, you can't spend money, of course, of somebody's which you don't have. You can't spend money that's not enough, but you can't fail to do something that's important to do just because you didn't have the mandate to do that important or correct thing. That I think is quite important. You know, sometimes I confront some of these people that your colleagues, members of parliament or politicians, and I say, but why didn't you do this? And I say to them, but why do you need authority from anybody to do the right thing? Why do you need the authority to fight corruption? You don't need anybody's permission to do that. You don't need a mandate from anybody as such. And many of these people would say, I serve on the NEC or something, you know, it hasn't been still being discussed there and all those things. So basically, that's what we expect from you. Louise is going to say, I'm preaching on the subject like I normally do, guilty as charged. But
he wasn't going to say a word.
But okay. I think we're done with this topic. As far as the wrapping up is concerned, you've got my name. I think the thing that needs to be done is the team needs to put together wrapping up, a draft summary, which you send to all of us, and then we will maybe say, but you forgot what I said or something important, or you're too emphasizing this or that too much. And then we will look at, I think that's the best way to do it, rather than me attempting to summarize anything at this stage.
We'll put a draft to it. We'll give it to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, from my side, thank you very much to everybody. And yeah, I think we've closed. Yeah.